and unmute us. Oh, why is that not working? I think it is working, but I expect they're watching me say it's not working. Oh, hang on. I suspect we might be live, but something's going wrong here. Why is this not working? Oh dear. Harry?
Hey, I got you.
Well,
I did that deliberately.
You did get
I held that, made it look like I'd frozen.
Well, you
I
did.
thought that looked quite convincing, actually. Was it?
Yeah, it is live. We are live on the internet, but I can't see us live on the internet. This is
No, I can see us live on the internet.
Yeah, but I have to be absolutely clear, and they can hear us live on the internet. So there's no doubt about that. Hi everyone. But I have lost control of the streaming software. I cannot see our window. This is Oh, there we go. We're back. I can see us now. I feel far more comfortable.
So very exciting and not at all ramshackle.
That was
wonderful.
That was nearly so good. That was nearly so good. Until a new problem that has never happened before derailed me precisely at 8:07. Absolute disaster.
As is the way.
Yeah, I've got Harry very loud and excited. I've used my mixing desk since they typed that to turn you down a bit, Harry.
Okay, that's fine.
Hopefully that will sort that one right out. Yeah, we're all good to go. Good evening. People are saying that they can see us, and people are saying that they can hear us. So that bodes very, very well.
Well,
good evening.
We're basically there.
Happy Friday. It is Battle Streams of Middle Earth. Welcome one and all to our regular live streams where we take a walk down memory lane by looking at this dear lady, DXD's Partwork, Battle Games in Middle Earth. But Harry, have you ever... Oh, binder!
I've got the binder, there he is.
Oh, lovely. Have you noticed anything about the titles of the stream and the titles of the magazine?
No, I hadn't. Is there something that's connecting the two? Mm-hmm. What is it?
We actually changed the word games to the word streams.
Oh my god!
I know.
That is actually really clever.
It's really annoying that 115 episodes
well
people
done.
haven't seen it. Thank
well
you.
Done. You know what you should do? You should do a special logo that somehow incorporates those cleverly as well.
It would be good if the Battle Streams was in the Middle Earth, wouldn't it?
Excellent. Yeah, do that. Do that.
So yes, welcome. This is our regular stream where we hang out and we take a look through Battle Games of Middle Earth. We take a look through an issue and we take a look at the scenarios that are in it, and we take a look at the painting guides and the modelling guides and all that sort of stuff, and just see what the state of the game was when we were reading this. And also, the primary aim of this was for us all to come together as a community and hang out and paint. And so, the point of Battle Games of Middle Earth
streams
was to help you clear your backlog. Oh yeah. Nice mug, Harry.
Very, very nice. Thank you very much for that mug.
So the plan was that we'd hang out and paint together basically, and you just hang out with us and paint, and you paint, and we give you a theme, and you just paint for the joy of the hobby, not because you need the thing, but because it's fun to paint stuff, and it's fun to paint stuff and hang out. So Harry, do you want to? There's so many little bits of admin to get out of the way, but do you want to jump in and tell what is our theme? What are we painting? What was this issue? What are we doing?
Well, you held it up briefly, so people will have had a clue from there. It is. It is Easterlings, which is very exciting because not only is it something that I really enjoy, actually, Easterlings, but it's also the week before Easter. It's planned. This was all planned. You set this in motion 115 episodes ago, or however long it is. What episode are we on? I have no idea. Is it that?
115.
Anyway, you planned this, and it's very clever. Very clever.
I would like to know
exactly
the odds. I wanted to mention Tom Harrison and ask him, but other statisticians might be out there. You're a famed statistician, Harry. What are the odds? There are 94 issues of this magazine, if you include the specials. What are the odds that the stream closest to Easter would be the one and only Easterling stream after 5 years of it not being?
I think it's 1 in a billion. It's that high.
I think you might be right. I think you're right. It's incredibly unlikely. Incredibly. But yeah, I mean, so how amazing is this that the
That's
Easterling
great.
stream is the week before Easter? So this is actually our first ever Easter special. We've never done this.
Indeed.
We've done Halloween special, we've done Christmas special. We've never done an Easter special. So happy pre-Easter, everyone. We hope if you whether you get into it from a religious perspective or whether you just get into it for a bit of chocolate with your friends and fam, we hope you are looking forward to Easter and what is probably a bit of time off for everyone, I would think.
You'd hope so. It's bank holidays, isn't it?
Whoop, whoop.
Certainly in this country. Next weekend, isn't it?
Yeah. So Harry, you said the theme was Easterlings. What does that mean? What do people do?
So, in order to take part and be in with a chance of winning a Battle Streams in Middle Earth dice, which I now realise I should have got my one out in time. I can't be bothered now. I'll dig it out at some point in a minute.
I didn't realise I was cutting to that. So
all you need to do, you at home, all you need to do is pick up an Easterling model of some kind from your backlog and put some extra paint on it. So I have, for example, picked up this half-painted Easterling cataphract I never needed.
Lovely.
Which has just got a gold and red undercoats on it. And I've also got a Camul on horse, which, again, I have never needed. Mm-hmm. So I picked them out of my backlog, and I will be painting them this evening. You can do the same, and all you have to do in order to win a Battle Streams in Middle-earth dice, you just need to comment on the whip thread, which is on Facebook now. Is it?
Of course it is. Come on, mate. Come
Excellent.
on. We don't mess around here.
No, we do not.
Yeah, is there any clarification we need on what an Easterling is before the Larrys of the world get involved?
Oh, that's a good question. I think because it's the only Easterling stream, I would go with literally any Easterling, including the Camulli Easterling from the Hobbit era, Witch King of Angmar people. Wait, Witch King, Hobbit?
Nazgul of Dol Guldur. You think
nice. Yeah, I think so.
All right, yeah, I love it.
He's got the Easterling style. I think go for it. Yeah, he's the only one from. But then there's quite a lot of Easterling stuff. Obviously, the things that people might argue, but I doubt they will. But they might do is canned.
So we're not having canned.
We're not allowing canned because canned isn't an East. They're distinct. I think we've got to save that room for another. I assume, there is no
canned
other
stream. I should say, but that's fine.
Well.
I said Easterling keyword. They don't have Easterling keyword, do they? They have their own keyword of canned, right?
No, but at some point, you may end up doing a special stream on other supplements that feature canned. So I think it would be worth saving that for however many years that is down the line.
I agree. So. Fair enough. And that is what we said last week. We said Easterling keyword.
Yes. So, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so Easterling keyword, which I think actually, I've broken the rule already by saying the Nazgul of Dol Guldur because I don't think they have the Easterling keyword.
But that's a great breaking the rule. I like that one. That's good.
I think that makes sense because he is an Easterling. Yeah. But other than that, yeah.
And I think so that includes your little cave drakes. If anyone's, oh god, that is tricky because I think we've historically said GW models and there aren't any.
Oh, yeah, that's tricky. I guess you could, if you were going to use the Cave Drake's baby model
baby cave drake.
As a Waroonish War Drake, that would be allowed.
Love it.
I think that's fair.
And the casualties, the dead Easterlings count.
Yeah, why not?
Because Larry,
if you've got casualty of the Eastlings, and they're also the sort of thing that, frankly, are probably in some people's backlogs and might not have any other good reason to paint them. So this is a good opportunity to do.
That Larry bloke argued that they didn't have keywords because they weren't Easterlings, but you know what he's like.
That's true. That we do know what he's like. Yeah, that is true. But there you go. I think that's a fair assessment. Do you think?
I do. I agree. So Eastlings, and the prize.
Oh yes.
For winning such a thing, you're gonna like this.
Yeah. Oh, what is that? Is that a bin? Have you put them in a bin?
No, Harry, it's not a bin.
Oh, okay. Is that one of those things that rice comes in at a Thai restaurant?
No, Harry. I said you were gonna like this. It turns out you don't like it.
Is it an Easter bin?
It's an Easter basket.
It's a basket.
Yeah, it's an Easter basket that you put
right, yeah, for eggs. I get it.
Well, it's got a little Easter basket handle on and everything.
Oh, I didn't see that. You can't see the handle from the top. It just looks like
It's not a bin. It's not an Easter bin, Harry. Come on.
Oh, I don't know.
I thought this one time in my life I mix up the dice tray and you call it a bin.
It's like, don't like that. Don't like that. That's change. Different. Yeah. That's not what we usually see the dice in.
Anywho, You can't win these. These are a prize that money can buy. But indeed, Harry, do you want to chuck it in?
Hold on.
Oh, good roll.
Not
Nice.
bad. Not bad. A 4.
So
That'll do.
indeed. Thanks for the
That's
prize
my fate
back,
save.
Harry.
That's fine.
I'll have to give this one back to you when I see you.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah.
But yeah, this is a black Battle Streams in Middle Earth dice. The only way you can get your hands on one of these is by winning our competition. So yeah, as Harry says, if you're working on a Easterling, comment on the whip thread on the Great British Hobbit League.
Sorry, I've just seen the live shot of the dice. It looked quite good.
Yeah, well, we're professionals, my friend. We're professionals. And if you're not working on Easterling, please still put a post on there to tell us that you're with us and what you're working on throughout the stream, because we want to hear from you, even if you're not on theme. And also, what we want to hear from you about is what you're using for sustenance to get you through the stream. Harry,
yeah,
got any snacks? Open brackets, left, close brackets.
Yes, I do. In the post earlier this week, I got lots of half packets of sweets, which is very exciting, which is very generous of you. And was it Frederick who sent all these?
Jens Elmos.
Oh, Jens Elmos. Sorry, apology, Jens. And there's some fantastic stuff. I must say, I did eat the remainder of a half bag of Haribo. I want to know. I wish I could name what they were now.
Then show the bag that you're meant to have with you.
I'm sorry, but they were basically Haribo Star Mix. There were fried eggs in there, which I realised are the only treat that's vaguely connected to Easterlings. So I can't eat that. But hey, I had them. They were very nice. Thank you very much, Jens. Also have this bag of mystery black gems. Don't know what that is. I've got what I think they're either dogs or pandas.
Mm-hmm. We haven't had those yet.
What were they? Sorry,
I don't know. We haven't had those yet. They're new for you.
Oh, they're new for me. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
we've also got
Moni McGee here complains about half-eaten packets of sweets. They're half open because I've opened them, taken some out to eat them with you, and then sent you the rest.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, I ate them. I don't think I'd eat all these tonight. So there's this thing, a toffee of some sort, I think, a caramel.
Right.
There's 2 of them. There is a licorice pipe, which I'm actually quite excited about because that looks good. Mm-hmm. It feels very Middle Earth.
Yep.
There is a bag of scum bananas.
Scum banana. We had some of that last time.
You know what? These are really good.
How do you know?
I've had these before.
Have you?
Yeah, I think I have. I can't remember where or how. I think
was it yesterday?
No. We have a tradition at work of people bringing in foreign sweets when they've been on holiday. So I think it must have been then. But I've definitely seen them before. Unless, because you don't get them down the shop, do you? And then last, but by no means least, we've got some spunk.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is that a whole load of spunk?
That is a full, massive load of spunk.
Lovely.
And later on, I'm going to be putting that load of spunk in my mouth.
Do you think you'll enjoy that?
I always love spunk in my mouth. So.
Oh, it's never not going to be funny. Wonderful. So Harry, as I did last time, I think what's best to happen is you steer the treats. As you want
I have to decide.
I think so. As you want to try different treats throughout the night, I will try them with you.
Okay.
And yeah. Have you got anything else? Did you get yourself anything?
Yeah, I did. I actually bought a chocolate bar last week, but then I realised that it's Easter, so I had to save that chocolate bar for a future time, and ended up getting a very, very bougie Tony's Chocolonely eggs.
Oh no! I looked at those. I was tempted.
They're very expensive. Yeah. I think they were £3.80, and that was with the Tesco Club Card discount, and you get, count them, 12 eggs.
They've got to be good. Are they in a box? Are they in a little egg box?
They're in like a little egg carton, and it looks pretty cool, and it's colourful. And inside there are 12 eggs.
And are they individually foil wrapped? Is that?
They are. There's not actually. Sorry, I forgot. I gave one of them to Wheezy. She's having the white chocolate one. But yeah, they're individually wrapped, and there are a variety of flavours, including hazelnut, nougat, white chocolate, dark chocolate, dark. So there's everything. There's all of the good stuff there. So I'm a big fan of Tony's Chocolonely, even if it is very expensive.
Yeah, I agree.
But anyway, so they're my treats. And I've also got a Corona for later and a cup of tea. So
Perfect.
that's my treats ready to rumble. I'm excited.
It should be. So I've got much the same as you. I've got the bits that I've sent up to you, courtesy of Jens. I also couldn't resist getting some Easter treats. So I went for fizzy bouncing bunnies.
Ooh, what is that? Carrots in there as well. That's good.
They're not all bunnies. It's false advertising, but they're fizzy sweets. I'm going to go in. I'm going to go in with a carrot.
Well, that sounded crunchier than I was expecting. Was it crunchy or was it just?
I think it was this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're quite the soury, sugary ones.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, it's nice, but I'm not sure I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it can happen.
Everyone eats them and goes, oh, they're great. Are you enjoying that? Not really, if I'm honest. I'm just trying to look hard.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, I do know. There's some sour sweets that you really like them, and some sour sweets you like the touch of the sourness on your tongue, and after that, it's not very enjoyable, is it?
And then you just it's like when you, I don't know, when you're trying to, I don't know, just do heroin in front of your friends to look cool.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not really into this.
Whereas spunk, I can go on my tongue anytime.
I ticked the box and
Jolly
said,
good.
no, it's not made for kids. We're all right.
That's true.
And I also picked up these, which were little eggs. I thought I had
Very
to get
nice.
some chocolate eggs. These are from Sainsbury's. And as is so often the case now, what would you say is the nasty modern surprise to find in chocolate, in loads of chocolate, and you're not expecting it?
Caramel?
Oh,
no,
no,
something worse than that.
Well, I think
Emptiness.
despair. I
Just
think it's
nothing,
becoming
an
more
empty egg.
prevalent.
Is what? Sorry.
I think it's becoming more prevalent. I just got these thinking they were chocolate eggs.
Oh, I don't know. Is it something else?
I don't know if it'll work.
Oh, is it popping candy or something?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Can you hear it?
Yes, you can. And we've got a lovely shot of your nose there as well. That's good.
Wasn't expecting it.
No, yeah, when you're not expecting it, that can be a disappointment. But if you're on board with it, it's all fine.
Yeah, it's
because
fine.
I think there is a popping candy egg in here actually, but I don't know which colour it is. I think it's the pink one, but I'm not sure.
I think these are legit guesses. 2 people have just said popping candy. I told you, mate, it's an epidemic. People are worried about it. It's out there.
maybe they've encountered these and been disappointed themselves as well.
And I have my cup of tea, of course, to kick the night
As
off.
you do, because we need to clear the backlog.
And I have at least 1 beer, and I will be fetching more. You know why I'll be fetching more Friday? Friday? You're not Friday, you're Harry. Harry, because it's Friday night.
Oh, it's time.
And
time
I'm
for rest
so excited.
and jolliness.
I'm so excited. Genuinely, Harry,
Yeah.
I am buzzing.
And why, Damien? Why are you buzzing, particularly today?
Term finished, for one thing. Like this today
Oh,
was
that's good.
my last teaching day, which was pretty awesome. So the Easter holiday starts tomorrow. I'm not on holiday, but the students aren't there, so it eases a bit.
Yeah,
So
lovely.
the end of a very, very long semester, which is glorious. The sun was out.
Perfect.
I've had a fair bit of little hobby time in various different areas. I'm
very nice.
I'm in a very good mood, and I get to spend the evening with my good friend Harrence.
Oh, thank you. That's
and
very
talk
kind of you to say.
all things nerdy. So,
You did miss one also key thing there.
Is it news?
We got Middle Earth news today as well.
We got news on a stream day.
I know.
That
what are
actually
the
never
chances?
happens. I can't remember the last time we got a Friday article.
It's delightful news.
I was quite
I don't know
hoping for an
when you
article
want to talk about
yesterday.
this,
I think I said in the patron chat I was hoping for an article like yesterday so it would have something new.
Yeah.
We didn't get one.
Perfect.
Never expected it today. So yeah, so much to talk about. Throughout the evening, we have a magazine to go through. We've got issue 77 that we'll plunge through. I have an Easterling deep dive. Has funny things happened?
So, sorry. I've just got a message pop up on my phone which said, when you walk upstairs to the sound of your husband saying, quote, spunk can go on my tongue anytime. What kind of Warhammer chat is this, she says in a message.
You never said it was Warhammer.
I never told her anything about the spunk, to be fair.
You should reply in capitals, it's the Middle-earth strategy battle game, you fool. Bet you're embarrassed now.
That's right.
That sort of thing. That'll teach her.
Exactly.
We have an Eastling deep dive. And I've
Very exciting.
should the time allow, I've got like an Eastling profile review. And Here's the thing, Harry. Do you know what I
Go on.
don't own?
Any Easterlings?
Not a single Easterling. I don't have a
Really?
single
Not even
model.
one?
Not one. Never
Oh, that's a
interested
shame.
me. Couldn't
Other
give a
than
crap.
perhaps the Nazgul of Dol Guldur one?
I don't actually have the Forge World Nazgul.
Do you not? I
No.
thought. Oh, of course, because you
I've
didn't you
got
have them
Matt's.
made for a magazine?
Yeah, I've got Matt's versions. So no.
Oh yeah, well,
So
still
I
pretty cool.
legit. Damn it! I do. I've got Kamal. I've got the named Kamal.
But he'd have already been painted, wouldn't he?
No, could do him. Could have done him. I've ruined that now.
Sorry, that is my fault
That's
for
not your fault. It's me. for
scrutinising
lying.
it too
It's my
much.
fault for lying. Just trying to be something I'm not. But in terms of the shiny golden ones, they've never appealed to me. I don't like them. I don't want an army of them, and I couldn't be more excited to be here with you and talk about them all night.
That you know what I think it's actually probably a relatively normal response from people because frankly their moment in the movies is pretty small.
So
The moment
small.
in the book is pretty small.
So small.
So I guess, but for some reason I think it's because you see them that cool moment of the march. It's the march and the armor, the design. I think I've always really liked them. And I don't really know why.
And that's why you're great to have on here.
Yeah, I'm excited about this.
Because you're the other end of the spectrum. You've got an army, right?
Oh, yeah. I have more than an army. I have one of those armies where I'm never ever going to get all of it on the table at once because it's got like I think something in the region of 15 cataphracts, including a banner, a drummer.
Wonderful.
I think I've got 2 banners actually, and I've even got, like I said earlier, I've got spare cataphract people. I've got. I think I got 2 boxes of the Black Dragon Forge Worlds and then loads of the metal ones. I probably should have taken a photo of all this beforehand and sent it to you or something. But yeah, I've got loads. And because I spent time on Entmoot, the podcast, I spent a sort of it's probably a 6-month run of podcasts where I was trying to make Easterlings great again. You know, I went through a period of trying to use them and trying to go to some success.
That's too much at the moment.
Yeah, okay, fair. But so I had a great time back in the days when pre-Dragon Emperor Day.
Yeah.
When
hard,
nobody was using them and they were, kind of not very highly thought of. I was like, you know what, I've always loved the colour scheme, the gold, the red. I think that's good. I like painting them, so I wanted to try and do my best with them, and I successfully failed to do that. So that was brilliant.
You're so good at not winning.
Yeah. That's what I do. And then at the end of the thing, it was just as if by design, they released a Dragon Emperor and Borgir and Ratavi and all this sort of stuff.
It's too much.
Got really excited.
Too much. Easy. So
Exactly.
you're kind of Amdur and Kamal era Easterling.
Yeah. So I've
nice.
got a Kamal on a Fell Beast, which I painted. In fact, I can reach for that. Hold on, because I'm quite happy with this. Oh. So I've got Kamal on a Fell Beast, which I painted in kind of red and did like cool stuff on his wings, which you can't quite see there. And he is just the plastic Fell Beast. I'm trying to get I've just put a blob of green stuff in his trim to make him Kamali. So I really enjoyed that.
Proxy.
Sorry, what was that?
I screamed proxy 3 times in a hysterical manner.
Yes, it's a conversion. Because obviously there are no Kamals on Fellbeast law back in the day. There weren't anyway. In fact, there are no Kamals at all now.
Remember Nick Baton's conversions? Have you seen those?
Oh yeah. I didn't. I believe when you say Nick Baton, I believe he got either Michael or Alan Perry to do them though.
Did he?
Yeah, 100%. I read it in the White Dwarf magazine. I think maybe not all of them, but some of them. He definitely got them to do it because I remember reading the article about it in White Dwarf.
And it's in here. It popped up in here. The Best of White Dwarf.
There you go. It'll be that. I don't know whether it'll have. Hopefully, I'll be proven right. But I'm 99% sure that he got Michael or Alan Perry to help him.
This article is about 6 pages long, and I've literally gone to Kamal, and it says Nick used the plastic rider, but sculpted armour and a helmet beneath the robes with green stuff with the help of a certain Michael Perry.
There you go. That's good. I'm glad to be proven correct there because that would have been embarrassing if not.
I think maybe he's had. I mean, it's not on all of them, so maybe it's.
No. I think it is, but I do remember that bit. So there you go.
There he is.
That is, and that's pretty much what I did. Yeah, I mean, I did a red Fellbeast though.
But they were. They used to be. They used to be in the old gallery at Warhammer World.
Oh yeah,
When it was just one room and they were
that's
all in
it. I remember that. I've got
absolutely
that.
beautiful.
Got that issue tucked away
Absolutely
somewhere.
beautiful. So we want to chat just all things Easterling, baby. Baby, I was going to say basically, but I like baby. And
Baby works.
That's kind of our evening, and we hope you get stuck in. We hope you join us for painting and enjoy it, basically. Harry, do you want to jump into the chat and see who's in?
Or do you want me to do that from the very start? Because we've been here a long time.
I've got a lot of reading to do later.
There is a lot. Are you? Oh, we haven't asked. Are you painting anything? What are you painting?
Oh, of course, yeah. We do, because I've got no.
You've got no Easterlings. Have you got anything to tackle?
You know the rules, Harry. I've got no Easterlings.
Right.
What does that mean?
Does that mean you're doing your BSIME army?
Oh yeah.
Oh, is it an expansion to your Minas Tirith one?
Yeah, always the same. So I've got 4 Faramir's Rangers, which
very cool.
are quite cool thematic, opponents of the Easterlings in some of the lore.
Yep.
And I got these on the made to order when they came out last year sometime. Got 4 of them, and I will be slapping some paint on these for my BSIME Gondor army to swell its ranks ever more and clear the backlog.
That's very good. Very exciting. I look forward to seeing the progress. I have actually already, you may have seen me, I've done a dry brush of hopefully the right one of either Eshin Grey or Skaven Blight Dinge to start the Black Cloak on Kabul.
Oh, they're quite similar, aren't they? I wouldn't worry too much about doing the right one.
No, yeah, because the only thing is if I do them the wrong way around, it'll be a bit pointless. But still, that's very exciting. Yes, yeah, so I'll delve into said chat for us. So greetings, everyone. Sorry, what was that?
If you do the wrong one, I won't tell anyone.
Oh, that's fine. Good. Just so you know, every time you interrupt me or we're talking, I can't quite hear what you're saying. Just so you know, because it's I think the way you're recording the audio.
Oh.
So, but that's fine. I just don't know what you say, that's all. Okay, cool. We've got Joe Holzman in. Good evening, everyone. Rory Campbell. Hola a todos, he says. Michael Dublé, evening all. Frederick Schultz says hello. Says, where's the whip thread? Calman says, hey, everyone. Post-Teen Spirit, Sam Hoodie's in. Callum M27's in. Gayeton's in. James Wilson, good evening. Sir Stromming Fish, he says, if you don't paint anything, you don't need a whip thread, Frederick. Frederick says the piano house has started. Good evening, says Per Reals Dam. Jamie Ilano's in. Richard Clammer. Michael Dublé says, will Damien be in Easter fancy dress? We haven't mentioned that. You have got some ears sprouting from your head.
This is just what I was wearing today.
Oh, well, there you get them. Ricky Drinks Paints is in. Only going to be able to watch a little while as I'm up at 6 a.m. travelling to Salute 52. Oh, that sounds fun. Enjoy that. Evening, everyone. Surely Damien will be in bunny ears, says the Storming Fish. Excellent. Rory Campbell says, will Hazza P be joined by Harry Jr.? Looking forward to asking for Harry Jr. hot takes. A bit, he might just go or something like that. But that's about it. James Wilson says, I'm sure we have high expectations. Very good. Frederick says, is Harry unable to stream because someone has chunded again? Yes, Damien has chunded again, and therefore we can't stream. That's not true. I'm not. Waiting for the whip thread, says Joe. Damien. Yeah, Rory Campbell's in. It's working. Bang on time. 8 minutes past, says Rory. Evening all, says old school Chris C. I'm currently sat watching from the car wash. We'll be back home later, but running a few jobs before I pick up roof. I'm intrigued, old school Chris C. Is it one of those automated car washes which has the big discs of things flapping around, or is it some people spraying your car while you sat inside and you feel a bit awkward?
It must be the automated one. You don't sit inside while people wash your car for you, do?
Depends where you do it. It depends, and how poorly paid they are.
How the other half live.
Because they're hives of modern slavery. So anyway, sound and video works, says Frederick. Excellent. Everyone getting their Eastling bunnies in the whip thread? Question mark. Yes.
Oh, that is a good point. Did you want a bonus Easter entry?
Yeah.
I've always given this to the guest host to choose. So we had things like, the magician got people an extra entry.
The magician. I can't remember that one. Which stream was that from?
It was on the Gurit's conversion stream, and it was if anyone butchered a Warrior of Rohan and used the conversion spree to turn
yes, I remember that. So, yeah.
And there was one other one that I can't remember. You could get a bonus entry, and it is there. Now, do we want to keep... And it's up to you, truly, but we can keep it purely Easterlings, or do you want to allow an Easter-themed thing as
Well,
a second.
there are no
a second
conversions in
entry.
this issue of the magazine from memory, unless you are building spoilers. You're building the terrain feature. That would get you some points. That would get you in the thing.
I guess what I'm getting at is, what if someone paints Radagast on Bunny Sled?
That's the only thing I was just thinking about, and that is actually, I think that is tempting, but there have been a lot of opportunities. And no, in fact, there will be an opportunity for Radagast soon.
There will.
So I think we've there's plenty of options for Easterlings.
Okay,
without
keep it pure. All right.
Yeah, so it's going to be a pure Easterling stream.
Okay.
Except for the terrain piece if you're building that, which fair enough. What else we got? A lot of people talking about how loud and excited I am. Damon is quieter, Harry's louder. A bit of rebalancing perhaps. Yep, sorry. Please do let us know if that's fine now. Richard Clammer says, oh, I had no idea it was Harry tonight. I just cut his vlog short to come and watch this, only to be greeted by his face again. Well, thank you for joining us, Richard. I'm glad you prioritised BSIME over my videos.
Put the vlog
back on. Excellent. Do we get an Archie cameo, says Michael? Maybe at midnight. That is when I've been told that is my sort of responsibility begins for Baby, so we'll see. It's a think piece, says Frederick. I don't get it, says Sam. Was this a plant, like a tree, as in me, I assume, appearing at this?
No.
Yeah, who knows? So Michael is predicting about the length. He says, so Harry's previous guest host slots ended up being quite long until Dale's Mega 2. Do we get an escalation and up the ante tonight? Would be current event topical. Interesting.
Oh, is that a trade war gag?
Yeah, I think it might be a trade war and escalating of trade tariff gag. I've already said to Damien, if Baby is crying after midnight, I might have to cut things short. So who knows? But I also think that Dale's ones were naturally quite large because you were reviewing the whole of the armies of Middle Earth and Hobbit. So that does make sense, doesn't it? So there you go. Tom Turtle's in. Evening to Tom Turtle. Sir Stromming Fish says it's a 1 in 52 chance that that the Easterling issue landed on the Easter stream, and I don't think that's right. Is it?
Is it that simple? Is it just that it's one?
Is it that simple? I don't think it is that simple, but maybe it is.
It probably is that simple.
Yeah, maybe it is. I'm not painting Easterlings, but I'm working on a practice desert base for something from the East. Does that count? Says Calman. Ooh, I don't think so, because if you would promise us that you're definitely going to put Eastlings on that base, then great, and I might be willing to let that one slide. But the fact that you say it's something from the East, I think that's too loose. I mean, what do you think, Damien?
No, well, as always, I like to defer to the guest hosts on the rules, but I agree with you. It sounds to me like it's not an Easterling.
Yeah, if he said I'm doing an Easterling base or I'm doing Easterling bases before I put my Eastlings on them, then I'd be okay with that. But
it could be like someone from the East Farthing, couldn't it?
It could indeed. It could be canned, and we've specifically excluded them. So, Sam says we'll finish the stream at the first light on the 5th day. Excellent. Richard says, I assume the odds are quite high considering you put off the issue for several streams and did specials. I think that as well, but maybe it is as straightforward as a 1 in 52. Who knows?
But that only works if then you might as well say we put it off for 3 weeks. Then you have the same odds of it being what are the odds it would happen 3 weeks before Easter. You see what I mean? I think it's closer to your 1 in a billion than 1 in 52.
I did well. Because I think it's this. Because on a dice, you roll it's a 1 in 6 chance of any one thing happening. But then if you want those two things to happen, so if you want to get a double, what's the odds of that happening? Is that not a 1 in 36?
Yeah, you multiply.
Yeah, so I think it's similar to that you've got 115 episodes and you've got 77 issues of the magazine plus other stuff. So it's those things combined. But we should really enlist the help of Tom Harrison here, because I think he would actually.
I don't think it is. I think my dreams and my staggering thing has been reduced to it probably because Easter's not a variable. It's just you got 52 weeks to hit. I just feel really sad about the whole thing now.
Let's just move on and assume it was really unlikely. 1 in 52 is quite unlikely anyway. What else we got? Chris is saying it's all those little tweaking weeks from Steve, may he rest in peace, missing the odd week here and there all those episodes ago. Top work, fellas. Yeah, that's it. Steve did put a lot of effort before he passed away to put the effort into line these up. So
he's not dead.
good on Steve. Have you done a Lent special? Surely that would drum up some support for the channel. Very good. Joe says, I still didn't see a whip. I think it did apparently appear at one point. I hear Lent is Harry's favourite Christian festival.
Was that one of your answers?
That is a question that I answered on the chase. I think that's I'd completely forgotten about that. Very good. So we canned have Variags. Canned have been canned. Very good. Says Old School C. And Frederick. Of course it is. We don't mess around here, says Sam. I can't remember that. I saw hashtag justice for says Sir Stromming Fish. Jamie says, what if I don't have Eastlings? Do I get points for working on my Ent display board? I mean, we've been pretty categorical, I'm afraid, Jamie. But it is exciting that you are working on Ents, considering the news we've had today, so that's good. Tom says, short odds indeed, up there with Harry's Brogear melting 6 of my high elves with shield. Could have done with a trigger warning on this guest host mag combo, Damien. Yes, I do vaguely remember the only time Brogear ever being good was melting quite a few high elves in a row in order to do some shenanigans
Who did you do it to?
in a game. I think it was in Winchester, but I may be wrong about that. Anyway, hi Tom. Apologies. So Strumming Fish says, Jamie Eilano, you get style points. Yeah, I think that's true. The whip thread appeared. Remember when the Acolytes came out the same week as an Ent and the stream only allowed Ents as entries? In retaliation, there should be no Ent discussion on this Easterling stream. Ooh, is that true?
I don't remember any of those words.
I think, but I'd imagine, was it not the Acolytes it would have been an announcement. Not the...
I literally don't have a clue what any of that means.
You're right. Yeah, to be fair, you didn't do a stream for Did you do a War in the East stream?
We did a Defence Against the North one when...
A Defend of the North, sorry.
When the book came out, I think.
So, would Easterlings have been allowed there now? Have you misled people?
Say the comment again. What was it?
He said, remember when the Acolytes came out the same week as an Ent, and the stream only allowed Ents as entries, spelled entries, which is very clever. In retaliation, there should be no Ent discussion on this Easterling stream. Would that have been, so it would have been Quickbeam, now Birchseed, was released at some point alongside, I assume, that all those other Easterling stuff. Is that right?
I think what they're saying is we were doing an Ent stream, an Ent special, on the week that the Acolytes were revealed, and we didn't allow the Acolytes as entries, which makes perfect sense. But did we not talk about them? Did we ban speech about them?
Don't know. Josh, please expand, although realistically, by the time we get to it, we'll have no idea what you're talking about. So, thanks.
We're going to talk about Beachbone. You got to deal with it.
Yeah, we will, definitely. Yeah, that's true. Evening, Easty Boys, says Ashley Fisher. Evening, Ashley. Frederick says that's not a bin. It doesn't have any plastic AMR bits in it. Very good. Joe says it can't be a bin. It doesn't have loads of used tissues and an AMR arm in it. Excellent. I like the used tissues.
The old school ones in, innit?
Sounds like a typical wild night of BSIME. Jamie Arlano says, I'll take them to Stromming. I've already had to consume my stream snack, which is a Freddo Easter egg. A Freddo Easter egg, as it's quite warm in my room today and it was beginning to become softer than the foil it was wrapped in. That's an interesting one. Is the foil soft? Anyway, I don't like sour sweet, says Old School Chrissy. They make my teeth go and feel go funny and feel furry.
Going in.
Oh. It's another one. Well, maybe we should have a sweet.
Paul.
Have you got the sweets?
No, what do you want?
I'm going to go with the panda faces or the dog faces.
So what you're eating are Catier's Tapsy.
Ah, very good. Do we know what? Can we translate that in any way?
No.
Oh, you're not gonna like this. There's licorice in that.
Oh, not, is there?
Yeah, I think it's licorice. It is.
Oh, it stinks. I hate licorice. Oh. I'm not going to eat that. I'm going to send it to someone who likes licorice.
I'm not convinced all of it's licorice.
No, they're not. But if half an onion is black with rot, it's a rotten onion.
What if you cut it in half and then you've got half an onion? Is that half onion a rotten half onion?
Depends which way you cut it.
Yeah, true. So Strumming Fish says he's enjoying a nice bag of popcorn.
How are the pandas?
Sorry?
How are the pandas?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, fine. I actually quite like the touch of licorice adds a bit of something. They're a bit sticky. They get stuck in your teeth though. I thought it was going to be foamier, like the bottom of a fried egg, but it's more like it's more like a jelly sweet.
Right.
Oh, and also, sorry, I've noticed there are two different colours. There's a sort of mostly licorice with white ears, and there's a mostly white with licorice ears. So sorry. So there are two options. So I've had the mostly white with licorice ears. I'll have the other one. Chris Cooper says, keep up with the spunk jokes, Harry. I'm sure Ruth will love them once I pick her up. Apologies. We'll move on from that.
It's just talking about a box of sweets. That's all it is.
Nothing. We're just talking about it. They're right here. There's a box of spunk there.
That's all it is.
Popping candy, says Joe Holzman. Popping candy, says old school Chrissy. Popping candy inside chocolate, says Destroying This. Whose idea was it, and how do I slap them?
Oh.
Okay. Oh, it's just jumped. It's just jumped.
It happens.
It does happen. Oh my God, there's so much to get. Oh, no, it's not bad. Frederick says, please tell us, what does Mr. Entmoot think of the new end? I'm sure we'll get there. Damien Howes, unless you want to stop and interrupt that and talk about that now.
We can do it there if you want. So we cover it. Would you like to?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Have you got the ability to show it off, or is that not something we can do here?
Harry, please.
I don't know.
I believe on your screens now, or in 20 seconds, I never quite know how you hear this stuff, there is a picture of a certain new ent by the name of Beachbone.
Harry Parkhill, exciting, isn't it?
Host of Entmoot. Friend of Ents.
Friend of Ents.
What a time to be alive.
This is really exciting, I must say. Because I genuinely thought this might be one of those ones that just never comes, because it happened so long ago that we got the Beachbone character. Mm-hmm. I'd heard whispers and rumours that the original Beachbone they'd sculpted was not up to muster, which I can't possibly reveal my sources, but it sounded to me like it just didn't. They'd done something and it had gone wrong, and then you wonder whether they'd ever go back to it. And what we've got, I think I like it.
Oh, you're not sure?
No, I'm not, if I'm honest. Ooh. It's very obvious the moment that it is.
Mm.
And I love that. And the detail on the face is really good. The detail on the leaves is incredible. But I'm not sure I like the face, if that makes sense. It doesn't give me the warm fuzzies that some of the others have. Quick Beam I particularly liked, or now Birchie. But it's a really dynamic pose, and I do like how it's very, very different to the other Ents. It's very distinctive, which will be really helpful, because you need it to be distinctive, because the trees are pretty not distinctive sometimes. No, I do like it. I think it's probably one of those ones that I'll warm to. But I'm not as sold as I thought I was going to be, and I'm sorry to say that, but I've got to be honest here. What do you think?
You do have to be honest, otherwise Santa will know.
Exactly.
I'm in the interest of a debate, I think this is chuffing awesome.
Really? I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. I just yeah. What is it? Is it just the pose? Because it is very clearly that moment.
Yeah, I think the pose is brilliant, and it's so different to all the other Ents that are normally they look like a bit amberly, and this one's he's here to smash some stuff up.
Yeah, he is. That's very cool.
I think it's awesome, and also dare I suggest? I haven't really thought about this, but does that give you a very different set of legs for some Ent conversions?
I would have thought so, depending on how it's assembled. It does look, and is it going to be stuck to the rock? Do you think it's going to have to be stuck to that rock, isn't it? But yeah, 100%. You're going to have some different stuff. It looks really cool, and the leaves, the leaves. I can't think what a beech tree looks like, but is that accurate? Does that look like a beech? I don't know, but it does look good. Maybe I'm being a bit down on it for no reason, but are
you aware of the birds?
Oh yes, I did see that. Yeah, they're really cool actually. The detail is great. Can you zoom in on that? They're sat right on his.
Not easily.
On his, just above his right eye, aren't they? The little bird's nest. That's cool. I like that. And I must say, the rock that we see him throwing is far more detailed than the rock that the other end throws. So that's a start as well, isn't
It's
it?
a good rock, high quality rock.
It's a very good rock.
Good source of
Top rock
for the future. Now, Harry,
and,
I don't believe you've been on since we started getting this menagerie of new releases.
A menagerie, a good word.
Thank you. We now have Bolg, Imrahil,
yes,
the Catapult Troll, and Beachbone. So I've just got to ask you, what's your favourite of the new things? What are you most excited about?
I think it's got to be the Catapult Troll.
Okay.
It's just so cool. The Catapult Troll is... I just think it just knocks it completely out of the park. Not something that I think I was ever going to be excited for, but by God, am I now going to get one? And that's not something that I was planning necessarily to do. If someone had said, "Oh, you know, they're going to release a Catapult Troll later in the year, at the start of the year," I think I'm like, "Oh, cool," but I don't think I'd have been desperate to rush out for it. But then I saw it and I thought, that's mine. That was really cool. So yeah, I am really hyped about that. I mean, not to put a dampener on the others, because the others are really good. I think it'd probably go Catapult Troll, Imrahil, Beachbone, Bolg.
Okay.
That order. That's
cool.
my order. That's my order. And only because the Bolg one is fine, but it's not. I've already got my other one, and I'm quite happy with that, to be honest. So
I think I'm going to say this is my favourite.
Do you think?
Yeah, because Imrahil means nothing to me. I've not got any fiefdoms, so I've got this cool model. It's very pretty. Happy for everyone. Fiefdoms, no interest to me. I think Bolg's fine, but he's the one mountain is better. But it's like I've got a Bolg. Cool.
Yeah.
The Catapult Troll I think is absolutely spectacular.
It is,
but it's like Smaug to me. It's like I want it and I want it done. There is nothing appealing to me about assembling and painting that.
Yeah, that is true actually, because it looks like with that platform and all the little goblins and stuff that it's going to be an absolute pig to build. But
this, this man, I want this. I've got my ends. I think I've got 7 painted, maybe 8 painted. I've done a Beachbone conversion, but he can just be downgraded to standard ent. And and then I've still got 3 of Dave's tree giants. I think 2 of them are primed, ready to go. So I'm all over this.
Yeah. Is this an army for you then? Is this going to be an? I suppose it is. It's such an easy army for you to.
Yeah, I've already got it.
You've got most of it done.
Yeah, I've got it. So it definitely feels like that one of those projects where you pick him up, paint him, and then move back to your other project. You know.
To be fair, I probably will also do the same. I might do him for my for Christmas next year and just add another Christmas tree to my Christmas tree army. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe I'm being a bit mean, but I maybe it's just sometimes the way the news arrives to you can make a big difference. And I've had the busiest, most frustrating and stressful day at work, and then and I saw this pop up in the chat earlier, and on Facebook or on a few groups that I've got, and I saw it and I glanced at it, and then I kind of moved on because I had to get back to work. So it didn't feel like it landed, whereas some of the other things have landed when I've had like half an hour to go like, excited and chat about it and all this sort of stuff, whereas I haven't had that today. So maybe I'll warm to it as I settle into the idea that it exists.
Do you know what's amazing about that? For me, I've already said about my mood. I'd finished my lecture. I was chatting to third years today about The Hobbit. That was great. I finished
sounds
that.
good.
I went to the canteen. They had curry in the canteen, and I was like, this is brilliant. And I was sitting outside in the sun, and I saw this come in, and I was like, this is the best day ever. So that's
it. Maybe that has coloured your opinion. It's been a good one, but I am excited for it. I'm just, you know what? I'm excited for the fact that we keep getting announcements. Can I put there's a second downer, of course, that it's, I think, not even in the coming months. I think it said later this year. That's a bit annoying, isn't it? Can't they just tell us?
I agree with the can't they just tell us. Do you not
just give us a vague idea?
Do you think
within 6 months,
later in the year?
Within 4 months, or by September the 1st, or something like that? That would be really nice. And then if they want to delay it, they can just say, we're really sorry. We announced that the Beachbone was going to be here by September the 1st. It's actually going to be September the 31st.
No, I completely agree. I think beyond everything else, beyond I don't really care when it comes out, but they're getting so much bad publicity from people moaning about it. Just from a PR point of view, just put the month on it.
Yeah.
But do you actually think I didn't? It didn't occur to me that this was a different time. I just thought it was someone else writing it. You know what I mean? I didn't think later in the year was different to in the coming months.
No, I'm not. Sorry, I didn't mean to suggest that there could be two different measurements of future. I just thought it was interesting that they decided to change the tone. But yeah, I think I mentioned this just before we came on the stream, was that this felt like it was written by a different person, this article. It was written in a very, very different way to everything else that they've written. If you compare the language used for this one, for example, to the Imrahil or others, it just felt like a different writer. Not that it was a badly written piece. I just thought it was interesting, and they because they do like it goes into loads of description. It's like the Ents of Fangorn Forest marched on Isengard to teach Saruman that chopping down his lovely gardens had been a really poor idea. It's quite fun, but it's like I think usually the articles were a bit more newsy. So. For example, the Imrahil one starts with the new edition of Middle Earth has been out for a while, and we had this, things aren't stopping there, and so it's like it was written from a more kind of. It was talking about the game rather than about the films.
That's really interesting. I hadn't picked up on that at all, but you might be right. I know that I think this is. It's not. I don't think it's confidential, but I know that Jay is currently enjoying some well-earned paternity leave. So it might be that if he normally writes it, someone else has written this. So you might have done some incisive journalism there, Harry. Yeah,
well, well, there you go. That's nice to hear. But yeah, like I say, I don't think either are bad ways of writing it. Just I noticed the difference. But yeah, go. Beachbone. I wonder what everyone else is thinking in the chat.
UN.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
There's just so much stuff that's coming out.
And people, I noticed some people have commented on not so much Imrahil, but the Catapult Troll. Yeah. Beachbone. Should we expect some Runish Wardrakes? Should we expect Braga? Should we expect the Corsair Ballista? Like, are we getting all the missing profiles?
It does seem like. I mean, I think back in the Adam Troke era, he did say when they used to do the what do they call them? I was going to say ceremonies then. Seminars, that's the word. Thank you. Seminars after Throne of Skulls and stuff. That I'm sure he said at one point, we intend to have a profile for every game, so every model in the game. And the fact that they've put Beachbone back in the book, they've put the Catapult Troll back in the book, they've put Braga back in the book. It does sort of suggest they've got it. They must have these things on a shelf somewhere, waiting to see their light of day. And it's really nice that they have, and they've made these things. So that's exciting. I think Runish War. Well, I have heard rumours, and usually from a reliable source, that there are Runish Wardrakes somewhere. So I believe that they are on the way, but I haven't seen them myself, so I can't fully confirm that.
Very cool.
So very exciting. But yeah, I'm intrigued at what people think. Shall I continue?
By all means.
Shall I continue? Right, here we go. We got Sam says, Damien, how's the training regime going for the annual clash with Emma for the egg hunt next week? Yes. Have you been? I'm excited about this. This is a regular you do.
I've been bending down, looking for small things in the last few months, and
good.
Looking for small things, and walking in circles around small patches of grass. So yeah, it's good. It'll be on Sunday. It'll be on Easter Sunday this week. Always tempted to see if we can live stream it, because I genuinely think people would watch.
I would watch.
For anyone who's not an actual Facebook friend of mine, I for the last 15 years have had an Easter egg hunt with my wife that my mum sets up in the garden, and it's currently 8-7 to me, and it's become quite the popular sporting event on my Facebook page.
It is the point. It's like the Super Bowl. It's everyone. We don't follow Easter egg hunts for the rest of the year, but this time of year. It's the time.
It's a great analogy.
Anyway, Josh Crosby says, what the odds Damien would grow bunny ears on an Easter stream? Probability should be probably that Damien would grow them at all times. 1 in 10 billion, is that?
Yeah, it must be.
Not quite sure what whether I've said that right, but anyway.
I was so surprised when they came out this morning.
Yeah. Frederick says, will we get a Beachbone deep dive? I'm guessing that would be reserved for when Beachbone is released later this year.
Also, not much of a deep dive to have on him, I think.
He's an Ent. Is he a he? Are they he? Yeah, they are, because there are no Ent wives. He's not an Ent wife.
It's too soon.
Okay. Wasn't sure. I popped into Asda to pick up some snacks, says old school Chrissy. He got some mango tango, because it's fun to say. It is.
That is fun to
some
say.
Oreo eggs, a bunch of 10p croissants, and a few bits to be kept secret and safe until next weekend.
That's pretty cool.
10p croissants sounds pretty good.
They sound pretty old.
Are they like mini croissants? Or, oh yeah, maybe they're like with yellow stickers on.
Sort of thing Larry will buy for his dinner next week.
Sorry, I realised I've just, without telling you, started the next snack.
What? What is it?
It's more licorice.
Yeah, I thought they were. You are currently eating. Now, I think I can translate this one.
Go on.
You are currently eating Katja's Potter, which I think means cat poo.
I think that's probably a good bet.
I think you're eating cat poo. Look
It
at that.
feels
Look
like an
at him.
odd way to market your sweets, doesn't it?
He's delighted you're eating his feces.
It's all right. They're like midget gems, but licorice.
Yeah, I'm not eating
But
them
they feel like they've got a sort of drier outer shell, which is like you crack into, and then it's much softer inside than a midget gem usually.
I thought these were going to be like kind of black currant wine gums or something. And I ripped these open, and the licorice just hit me in the face, and I was like, "Oh no, not for me." I also talking about feces. I was in the corner shop today, and I was getting some eggs for my students, some little chocolate eggs. And I asked him for a bag. I was like, "Have you got a bag?" And he said, "Yeah, I've got one, but it's used. Is that all right?" And just held up a plastic bag. And just without thinking, because it's the sort of thing I'd say to my friends, I said, "Well, as long as you've not used it for blood and feces." And he didn't look in any way impressed, or like that was in any way an appropriate thing to say to a stranger.
I mean, in some ways, I'd understand that.
Yeah, and he stared at me.
It does sound like a kind of sort of the slightly deranged kind of thing that someone would say, I guess.
Maybe as a man who uses bags for blood and feces. And he looked at me and he went, "No." And I went, "Great, I'll have it."
It's like, oh, good. I'm glad you confirmed that. But yeah, oh well, there you go. Brilliant. So there you go. That's more sweets. What we got? Josh Crosby says he would have sent some Eastlings if you needed one. It would have helped his bingo. So there you go. But
I don't actually need any Eastlings. I'm fine.
No, that's the thing. You'd just be painting it for the sake of painting it then, which
I do
isn't
like.
really clear in the backlog. So, Chris says he bought a handful of Eastlings so he'd have something to paint today. So he says we'd have something to paint today. So I assume that means Ruth is there. Hi, Ruth. It is a cracking colour scheme. Yeah, golden and red is brilliant. I love the combo. I don't have a similar Easterling, says Destroying Fish. I never found them fun. Yeah. Chris says, I'm sure you succeed in doing your best with the Easterlings, Harry. It's just you sucked at using them. I did do my best, Chris. Thank you very much for highlighting how much I suck. I think they were back in the day really very hard to do well with. They never did well at the top tables or anything like that. So I think I did admirably, frankly. But
Harrison had a good go, you know. In classic Tom Harrison can win with anything. Way back in the day, sort of 2013, 2014, he took an Easterling army, like purely because he'd painted it and it was fun. And he won his first 4 games of a 6-game tournament, and he was on the top table. It was in Slayer Gaming or Dreamlike, I think it was before it was Slayer, and he played Jamie Giblin in the penultimate game and got absolutely spanked by him. And his reward for that, because he'd done so well in the first 4 games, was to play Jamie Giblin in Game 6, and he got absolutely spanked by him again.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, I feel for Tom, because as much as Jamie Giblin's a lovely fella, playing him twice in a row being spanked is pretty rough.
I think it was I don't think he had any archers, and Jamie had his Lothlorien, so he just had to wander across the field towards him, getting shot to pieces.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. The height of Jamie's power.
But I found them all right. They just didn't have enough. They didn't have enough might generally, because you had Amder, who you needed to kill stuff in order to get decent might, and you had Kamul, who only had 2 points of might, and then Kamul was never quite enough to kill stuff because he didn't have enough attacks and all this. Because in this era, it was the 2 attacks on the Fell Beast and the charge. You'd get 3, which is never quite enough to be reliably winning fights, and then the fight value was only 5 unless you spent a will, and it was all just very It was all just very tricky to get right. I mean, it probably was the sort of thing where actually you'd probably be better off with AMDA and then just loads of captains or something. But that sounds very, very boring. So I didn't do that. But anyway, what else we got? Sam says, similarly, I loved Easterlings and I was really excited for the new editions, but they became one of the meta and too much. Hopefully they'll calm down with the AOME, which Armies of Middle-earth, and then I can enjoy them guilt-free. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. I think I'm unlikely to go back to them because I spent so much time with them, but who knows? They might have something exciting that draws me back in. I've got a fully painted army, which I'm very proud of, so I'd quite like to use them.
They're Fight 4 now, right?
Yeah.
So
is that right? Is that?
I think.
Yeah, there must be. Yeah, there must be Fight 4.
So could we be getting Fight 5 Easterlings with the Dragon Emperor, or is that?
I kind of hope not. If we do get Fight 5 with the Dragon Emperor, I hope it's a much smaller buff than it was before. If it's like I think what was it, 12 inches last time or 6?
24, I think.
Whatever it was, if it's less than what it was, then that'd be better. Joe says, be careful calling a Harry baby, Damien. We already know he wants spunk in and around his mouth. Great.
Do you see?
Jack,
do you see how it's never not funny?
No, it's true. I have got this spunk and I'm very excited for it later. So we'll get that in a minute. Jack Zalakowski's in. He says, funnily enough, Kamal is the only other named wraith that GW missed off a Facebook comment regarding legacy raids. Probably an oversight, but could be a slight chance of his return in the next book. Yeah, I think the only way I can imagine him coming back though is if it was the. Would they not want you to use the movie version? Because this model is not the movie. It's not based on anything from the movie. And if there's a character called Kamul, it could be that they only want you to use the Nazgul of Dol Guldur one. But who knows?
I agree that of all of them, he's got the most chance of coming back.
Because he was actually named in the books, wasn't he?
Named in the book, yeah.
Yeah. Matt Hudson says, I can't combine them with canned anymore, so mine have all been sold. Don't do that, Matt. There's going to be a legacy book and you'll be able to combine them with that. That was...
Never sell them.
That's a shame. Stephen says, evening all, mid-house move, but taking an evening off from sorting things out to join in some Easter-ling fun with my captain taken straight from the magazine this afternoon. Oh, Stephen, that's brilliant. Beautiful. Glad to hear that he got the model out of the magazine.
Yeah, classic Ryan.
Josh Cole says, evening, welcome along, Josh. James says, my current Easterling army is a contingent led by AMDA to go alongside my Pelennor Fields Mordor, but my current project is an army led by the Dragon Emperor. Oh, James, that's exciting. So you're well on theme then. Josh Coles says, nearly finished the Mirkwood projects and need to kick on. Think I could find something Easterling related to build/base. Shame Harry missed the last Hobbit stream as he's a massive fan of the films. Well, I don't. Let's not go down that rabbit hole because otherwise.
I was wondering when you were talking about Bolg and the catapult troll.
I like. To be fair, I think I do like the other films a lot more than I like the first one. But having said that, I'm sort of warming to the idea of using Thorin's company because I do quite like Thorin's company. So
and that great scene when they fight the trolls.
Yes, I don't like that. I've got some scum banana. Would you like to join me on some scum banana?
I think I sent you the last of the scum banana actually.
I did. Oh, so we've not been able to, because you sent me only licorice and stuff that I already ate. That we might not be able to join in.
No, because I did a kind thing and sent things to you, and then you complained. Yeah, I think that's the end of the scum banana. But I tried them last time, and they were surprising and nice.
Yes, that is my recollection of them. But we can check because I don't like banana. Usually, but I do quite like a scum banana from memory, so let's find out. Yeah, they're a lot spongier, I remember. Oh yeah, because it's weird that you've got a chocolate outer layer on a jelly sweet. I don't think there's almost nothing like that.
Yeah, I remember it struggling to I couldn't think of what it felt like. The banana feels like a specific sweet, and I couldn't place it.
It is. It's sort of marshmallowy, but it's not a marshmallow, is it?
Is it a flump? Am I thinking of a flump?
Maybe, but it's the banana is obscuring the flumpness.
The banana is strange and mysterious.
I think it might be that the chocolate is mixing with the sugar, the marshmallowiness to make it harder to tell whether it's a marshmallow or not. But
look what Jens has done for us.
That's great. Just great content. Thank you so much, Jens. This is really, really nice of him as well. And also very nice of you, it must be said, for sending me it. So.
I mean, he asked me to distribute it, so I thought it would be rude not to. But I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Some hosts complain more than others.
Yes. I can only apologise. It was just amusing that I got all these half-eaten bags of sweets.
What a lovely gift.
That I didn't expect. Anyway, Joe, is Harry mixing up a car wash and dogging again? No, let's not go down that one. We've already mentioned that there are young ladies about watching the channel. Old School Chrissy says it's a spiddy Christmas tree one, not a scantily clad lady one. At least that's what I told my wife.
Is that the car wash?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so not a scantily clad lady one. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I get it. Car wash. The spinny Christmas tree bit threw me off, I think. Yeah. Sam Hoodie says, Harry, as the self-proclaimed representative for hot takes, I must insist on Archie being asked for a submission, unless he'd like to claim the Stone precedent and opt out. What is... is this about Mark Stone's young son taking on comments? I can't remember the details about this.
You know what? I wouldn't have remotely got there. Maybe, yeah. Was there a Stone? Yeah, did
I do vaguely remember Mark Stone's son coming on the chat a bit.
No, he definitely
and sort of sitting in the room and taking questions, I think.
Yeah, William always takes questions, but
he does.
Maybe he didn't have a hot take. Have you got a new hot take, Harry?
Have I got a hot take?
Yeah, a new one.
Well, I guess my hot take was that I'm not as enamoured as some are about the beach bone, but I am still happy about it. I like it. I'm not angry.
That's quite mild.
I guess the hottest of takes I can offer, which is probably only a lukewarm take because I think most people agree with it, is that they should just tell us what date they think they're going to be, so people can plan their lives. People can plan their expenditure. But maybe that's what they don't. Maybe they don't want us to go, I will wait for Beachbone to be released in 5 months before I buy anything, because.
The thing
they want us to buy stuff now, don't they, as well? So maybe
it's not from them, but I think it's come from inside. It's one of those, I heard Tom Kirby say this. You know that sort of thing. Was that they don't want to announce when things are coming out because then people won't buy other things. And there might be some truth in that. There's no truth for SB. Come on, what I would buy 20 Easterlings, but now I know Beachbone's coming out in 3 months. I don't need those Easterlings anymore.
Exactly, it's not even close to the same thing, is it? Yeah. So, and if you already have a Ent Army, you will always going to buy the Beachbone.
They just have a policy, don't they? They just have a policy of not announcing release dates. That's all it is.
It's annoying, though.
It's annoying.
It's an annoying policy. Joe Holzman says, please, no bonus entries tonight. I have an armies finish. I can't waste time on random conversations. Fair enough.
That says conversions.
Old School Chris C says, what's the terrain piece?
In the magazine, it's the Black Gate.
Yeah, sorry, I figured we'd hold on to it, but yeah, it's the Black Gate, isn't it? Maybe eggs could be the bonus, like the Cave Drake eggs. That's not a bad idea, but that is literally... If you're painting Cave Drake eggs, then sure.
He's cracked.
Yeah. Very good, very good. See what you did there. Very funny.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hey, Siri's just started talking because I said something like that. I think eggs. I think if you got a Cave Drake egg, get on the go. As long as you paint it in an Easterling style. An Easter style.
I agree.
So with triangles and dots and stuff around it, like in the expertly photoshopped thumbnail image of this stream.
Thank you.
It was very good. It's seamless the way the Eastling is holding the Easter egg. I couldn't believe it. It wasn't from the film.
I've had so many messages going, "How did you do that conversion?" Oh, that's it's actually not a conversion. It's just Photoshop.
I thought it was a moment from the film, and I was thinking, I'm sure this wasn't. Was it an extra scene that was cut out? I just couldn't.
It was an extra scene.
Very good. Anyway, Josh Crosby says, no, the Easting Bunny was decided upon at the end of the last stream as an extra entry. Oh, those of us that have sourced bunny models, made Easter eggs for them and added Easterling gear feel robbed. Yeah, now, this is not something I remember.
I don't remember that, but you've got to allow that, if that's true.
If that is true, we'll have to have a second source on this because I don't remember. Was the Michael Haskell seat?
I don't remember it, but it does strike me as the sort of thing that I would have said.
It's not impossible in the wee hours of the morning when 3 beers in.
Got rabbits and eggs, I think we'll have to allow it. So if
Yeah,
anyone's
okay.
working
Yeah.
on a little Easter special conversion, sure, you can have a double entry.
Maybe we should wait until we see what people have conjured up and then decide.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
Crosby's
because ultimately it's
been good.
about clearing the backlog, isn't it? I think if you're fanning around buying bunnies and Easter eggs, you're not clearing the backlog. You should be buying Easterlings or using Easterlings in your backlog. But maybe I'm just old fashioned. You know, who knows?
Fashioned that way.
Whereas, you know, I could see the magic guy who was the conversion from the previous one. You use an old Rohan model to make a magician. That's unfair.
Yeah, but equally, it sounds like in Josh's defence, maybe 2 weeks ago, I said you can absolutely do that.
Yeah. If he's done that, then if you've said that, that's fine. I don't want to go back on your decision, obviously. Houstonian greetings, says Destra the Dexterous. Greetings, welcome along. Chris says, is it someone from the east with a Boromir banner? I assume talking about Kalman. It's clearly a 1 in 2 chance. Either it happens or it doesn't. That must be the Easterling magazine thing. Joe Holzman says, it depends how the question is phrased. It's either 1 in 52 or 1 in 94. I don't understand how that could be possible.
Why is it 94, Joe? Explain.
Yeah, I don't know why is it 1 in 94? Is that how many issues are in the? No, it's 91.
Oh yeah, no,
isn't
it is. That's exactly.
Oh, because of the 3 specials. I get it. Yeah, interesting. Richard says the odds speculation isn't correct to say same odds as 3 before because it's the odds of 3 before 2 plus 2 before plus.
That's what I thought.
I don't know what. Okay, yeah. Sam says, wait, Steve's dead. Chris says he's back to the denial stage of grief again, fellas. R.I.P. Steve, says Josh. Ryan Cuthbert's welcomes along. Evening all. Joe says, counter question, Harry. Would you class tinfoil as harder than unmelted chocolate? Yes, I would class tinfoil as harder. If I bite into tinfoil with my lips without teeth, I will not go through it, but I will with chocolate.
That's a brilliant example. The only way, how do you prove the strength of anything? Can I bite through it with my lips? Sans teeth.
I can't. I mean, if you had the same thickness of foil and the same thickness of chocolate, it would be easier to get through the chocolate than it would be to get through the foil, I would argue.
Yeah, well, you can't get through the foil, right?
You just wouldn't. You just wouldn't get through it.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay. Thanks. I feel vindicated there because I was worried that I was going down a line there that
I'm never getting through tinfoil with lips. Never.
Based on that logic, it's true, but I'm not sure that was the right logic to apply. But yes, I think it's okay. Josh Crosby says, no, the Acolytes were released the same time Quickbeam was released. You held an Ent special to celebrate and would not let me enter Acolytes. Quite racist, says Josh.
I see.
I personally, it does sound like the sort of thing that you should have allowed, but
it was an Ent special. It wasn't an Acolyte special.
It was an Ent special to celebrate Quickbeam, though. That's the thing. I think it sounds like it should have been a release day special rather than an Ent special. But anyway, let's not litigate these old arguments again. Ahoy hoy, says Mark Stone. Welcome along, Mark. Chris says licorice with popping candy sounds like Damien's perfect sweet. Can you imagine?
Would not enjoy.
Would not enjoy. 10 out of 10. Talking of licorice, I'll try another sweet. No, this is one you probably will like. This is one of the rappy ones. I think it's.
Oh yeah, they're nice.
Caramel of some sort. Toffee caramel.
We've run out, but I kept the bag. These are Caramella Classica.
Caramella Classica.
They're nice.
Okay, cool. Got it. Caramel, right. So I've got one that is significantly smaller than the other. I'll try them.
Yeah, they're good, those.
Josh Crosby says, I think most Acolytes prefer it if you don't enter them.
Right.
Very good. Sam says it's down to their personal preference, of course. Frederick Schultz says the mini was a bit unexpected, but it has grown on me. I assume this is Beach Bone. Definitely when I realised there's the bonus bird stuff in the tree. Yeah, that's true. I'm muting this stream until that Beach Bone image is taken down. I don't think it's ever been taken down. We're still talking with it on, I believe.
Oh, yeah, we are.
I assume Josh doesn't like it. Frederick Schultz says, I will turn the tactical ring wall bits into an Isengard objective marker. Interesting. Great boulder. Perfect. 5 out of 7. Braga was mentioned in our group chat as the suspected next release. I think it will be the Runish Wardrake next, but Braga does feel like a possibility at some point. Well reveal. The next release, reveal. James says, I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder. Great reference, James. Great reference. Thank you very much for putting that in. Tom Turtle says, Ardacon 22, I believe, but I don't know for sure. Never replayed it in my head at night or anything. Oh, okay, that's Tom talking about my Brawl gear.
Oh,
yeah. Julian Hammond, good evening, guys. I'm melting this toffee, I shouldn't. For me, I don't have that much interest in the Ent, says Josh. However, it's great to get the games getting new stuff, and happy for all those Ent players out there getting something cool. The only thing I wonder is, Ents have already become a little bit more popular now. Is this extra model going to make them even more popular? And actually, they're quite tough at the old tabletop these days. So, but it's always cool to see Ents. I do love seeing them. So, it's the sad thing for me is that I think. I think I said in the podcast ages and ages ago that I was going when the Beach Bone comes out, I will then do Ents for the sort of a few episodes of the podcast. But then the edition ended, so I thought I have to use Ents in the old edition. And now Ents are really good, or certainly a lot better than they were. I feel like, I don't know whether I want to. I never really like doing stuff that's really popular and good. So I feel like a bit caught between a rock and a hard place.
I don't think they're oppressive. They're not like Eagles.
No, they're not as bad as Eagles, but they are still tough. They're tough. It's some matchups. It's really hard.
Better, but they should be, isn't it? Isn't it time that Ents had a bit of love?
Right. I don't disagree. It's a fair point. Sean says, "It's okay, Harry. I'm sure he will grow on you." Yeah, I'm sure he will. He is a tree-like person after all. The Post Teen Spirit says, "Hereby September the 31st feels like a lie." Yes, you know what? I picked up on this as soon as I said it and hoped that no one would notice, which of course was a ridiculous thing because, as James Wilson points out, September does only have 30 days. Thank you very much. Joe Wilson says something, but it's moved on. Later this year is actually more specific than the coming months. Even months in next year or following years are coming months. Later this year is finite. So yes, that's true. This year we will get something where, who knows? Michael says, the pedant in me wanted to clock that September only has 30 days. If GW said 31st of September, imagine what the reaction would be from the sections of the community. And I think he does 8 or maybe 9 exclamation marks. I can't quite count them at this moment. That is a good point. Richard Clammer says, I don't know why, but I feel like the Corsair Ballista will just be the Avenger Bolt for a recast in Forge World, just like the Windlass went from Finecast to Forge World when the Dale one came out. Yes, but to be fair, the new Windlass is much better than the Finecast one. It's like a different design and everything, and it's not as spindly. So, is that not right? I thought it was much better, look, the new one.
Is it?
Yeah, the new Forge World one is much better than the old Dale one, isn't it? Bard one.
Is it new? I've only done one. I've only done the original resin one. I assumed it was the same model.
It looks different to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I just thought it looked different. It looked thicker and right. chunkier. I don't know. Well, it certainly might. Maybe not. I don't think they've never ever recast something from sort of fine cast into Forge World, have they? They usually they'd have to have resculpted it, wouldn't they? Because of the way they do it. I don't know. Who knows? Interesting. I thought the Corsair Ballista is more likely to be an adaptation of the Mordor siege catapult, and they might just put some dudes in it. Bow, yeah. Do you think that's likely?
You mean the siege bow, don't you?
Yeah, sorry, siege bow. I said siege catapult, didn't I?
I don't know. I think they'd do a new one. I think it'll be a new model. I think it'll be a new one.
Okay.
I think it's really odd that it's in there because it wasn't in the old edition. It's not like Braga or the Catapult or the Beach Bone. It's like, of all the things they could add in, they were like, do you know what we've really missed? A Corsair Ballista.
Mm-hmm.
Not I think it's Gundabad Warg Riders or Tariel on horse. It's like the thing everyone wants is a Corsair Ballista.
I think it's probably because they're probably going to deliver a big old nerf to the Corsairs, and they felt that they needed to give it something better.
Oh, okay.
Well, because our ballistas are going to be they're not legacy, are they?
Don't know, can't remember.
I don't think they are. Well, maybe wrong about that. I'm sorry, I knew I shouldn't have eaten that toffee thing. It's just all over.
That's all right.
It's going really badly.
Enjoy it. Do you like them?
Really good.
They are good, aren't they? They are good.
It's like a chocolate eclair in reverse. Those, because the eclair's got like toffee surrounded by, and then the chocolate centre, whereas this has got toffee in the middle of chocolate. I
like the phrase of in reverse. Like as you chew it, it gets smaller and rounder. It comes out.
I can't. Look, it's really difficult to talk.
He's stuck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
How
trying to
about
help.
Joe Holzman's comment about cat poo being better or worse than spunk?
Perfect. Is cat poo better or worse than spunk, Harry? Harry hasn't. Have you tried spunk before?
I haven't tasted the spunk, I'm afraid.
So
I mean, I could do that next. Is it? What is it? Is it says wind gummy? What is that? Is it chewing gum?
I think it might be wine gum.
Could be that.
I think my memory of them is they're like jelly beans.
Okay, I'll try.
Oh, I'll
try some spunk.
Oh no, don't get that yet. Sam says, Damien, I opened up the bag of cat poo and realised it smelt of licorice, put me right off. Oh, that's a quote of me.
Yeah, that is what you said.
I can understand the sentiment.
Ooh, okay, well, I was not expecting that. I always thought it was going to be chewing gum, just because of the parcel that it's in.
No, I do have.
What do we know? What spunk actually means? In German or where is it? Where's it from? It's German, isn't it?
They're actually from all over. There's a selection of European sweets in here, so I don't know.
It says DK at the top, so that must be.
I'm not joining you in these because if I don't join you in these, I get to give boxes of spunk to more people. Which so I had one to try it. Yeah, exactly. Vingummi, it's wine gum, isn't it? Surely.
Yeah, it's basically wine gums. Actually, to be fair, the spunk does taste an awful lot better than the cat poo. So.
Oh, I'm 42.
Anyway, there you go. So I've successfully tasted spunk on the internet. There you go.
Not for the last time, my friend.
Indeed. There are special parts of the internet for that as well. Anyway, where are we at? Michael Haskell, Easterling Warriors are currently out of stock.
We did it. We used to do
well
that.
Done.
We used to do that on BSIME, genuinely. There's about four or five streams in the early teens where the thing sold out. Like the watch, I remember incredible. The Watcher and the Balrog and stuff. Simpler times, man.
Happier times. Kamal was in the Ring Race of the Fallen Realms 3-pack, which says it's going Legacy, so pretty sure he's going. But, Richard, will it be repackaged? That's the question.
I think he's
because I think that box is going. It might be repackaged. Who knows? You're probably right there. I like banana flavour, but I don't like bananas. That is me. I said that. Says Joe. Sam says, and Warrior is going to be a very mild hot take, but as you meandered into the release dates, the anger came in well. Good save. Thanks, Sam. Nathan T's in. Completely forgot about this, so missing it. It's a bit rubbish that the guest hasn't embraced Easter. Yes, I'm sorry. I did. To be fair, I did look. I did actually look, but there were no. I looked too late. There were no. There was like an Easter aisle, but it was all chocolate. Like maybe there was another part of the shop that I didn't go down. Maybe I could have tried harder. But.
Do you know what I did for our lovely B-Simes? I went to the attic. And I got our Easter box down.
People might not have noticed, and they certainly haven't commented on the other Easter thing that you've done. So we should just let them see if they know. Oh, okay. You just show it up. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I could be like a little bouncy rabbit, can't I?
Yeah. It's good that. It's also quite comedic that you can see Smeagol's head just popping out behind your chair there as well.
This also actually looks incredibly well. It might lead to that.
It might lead to more spunk references, I'm afraid, Damien. Here we go. Sean says Crosby manipulating the markets once again. He says, Carulian Dave says beach bone in large letters with lots of E's and stuff at the end. He's clearly happy. Sam says, now I've helped get that door to bonus models get kicked back to painting my Gandalf and nothing remotely Eastling themed. Very good. Joe Holzman says, no, Harry, it wasn't use an old Rohan model. It was specifically destroying one of the new Rohan models. Yeah. That's to be fair, that's good effort. Yeah. Excuse me, just but 91 issues plus 3 specials. It depends on whether you're counting the issue or the week as the constant. I don't know how that would make a difference. Does it make a difference?
I don't know. I'm not a man of numbers.
That's true. Joe says, since when is a chocolate bar or Easter egg wrapped in the same thickness of foil as the chocolate? Stop twisting the situation to fit your agenda, Harry. He's got a good point. Joe Holzman says, and he finishes off saying, no, Numenorian captains will be next. I really hope so, because I don't know whether I've had this rant on the B-Sime. I've certainly done it on Enemy videos occasionally.
Is it a hot take?
This is a hot take. It really, really annoyed me at the start of this edition when they were going, when they said in all the news announcements things like, "We want to make sure that all of the models' profiles accurately represent the models that you can get," and all this sort of stuff. So banners were lost from some profiles, shields were lost, and spears were lost, and all these things were lost from certain profiles. And like I don't really care about the gaminess of putting a shield on a spear model or a spear on a bow model. Fine, if you want to get rid of that, great, no problem. But don't you dare say that and then provide in the Numenorian captain profile's picture a conversion of the spear model. That is outrageous. And not even flag it, because there'll be some new people who pick that book up desperate for a Numenorian captain. Of course they won't, because those people don't exist. But they will be looking at that picture and thinking, where the hell do I get this model? It's not available on the website. This is outrageous. That's what they'll say. These imaginary people.
I was with you for so much of that. I was like, I don't think you've had that rant, but we've had that rant. It's ludicrous that they have a conversion in it and they have culled the model range specifically. I
think I was commenting with
Timmy that into the illusion. What about all the kids? What about all the kids, the 8-year-olds who love the Last Alliance and just want an unnamed Numenorian captain to lead it, like in the film? What about him? And he sees it and he goes, God, I'm not interested in a Sildor. I'm not interested in a Elendil, Daddy. I want this unnamed Numenorian captain. Buy it for me now. And he can't, and he quits the game. The humanity.
But it is a point of hypocrisy, which I'm never a fan of hypocrisy. Yeah. So I will let them do that, even though I'm probably hypocritical every other day.
Absolutely, it's a point of hypocrisy. I completely agree with you, but Timmy does not exist.
Yeah, that's true. Either way, there you go. Hopefully there is a Numenorian captain next. But the fact that they've put in a conversion, if they just left the picture out...
That's a good point, Harry.
If they hadn't had a picture, there would be no problem. But they did leave a picture in there. Anyway, so Numenorian captains, there you go. Josh Crosby says, yes, the accursed image is gone. I assume that's Beachbone. Tell you what, is a great model. The Classic Dragon. That should get its own stream with Harry as guest host again. Classic Dragon.
You saying that?
No, that's Josh Crosby saying that.
Oh.
Maybe at some point you will get a Classic Dragon stream on.
I never really liked that model, to be honest.
I think he's all right. I think I don't know whether Josh is saying this because we were talking about these things on another stream, but I was defending the Classic Dragon against Alex Battlecamper Temple's harsh advances, and I made the point that it was meant to be a Moria dragon that was kind of I think sort of chained up and all that sort of stuff, and so was therefore crouching on the floor and all that sort of stuff. And he argued that the dragon should be flying, and therefore it's not a very good dragon compared to other dragons from other ranges, which I can see his argument, but I still quite like it. I have a special place in my heart for it. So, I mean, the Smaug model isn't flying. Is that bad?
Take that, Battle Camper.
Yeah.
Actually, one of my favourite Warhammer dragons of all time isn't flying. He's on all fours. So, yeah, I'm more inclined to agree with you on that one.
There you go. We all agree, and Alex is wrong, and he has no way of defending himself because he's not here. Sean Clark says they have been resculpting models to Forge World in Old World, so it is possible. Yeah, didn't they do that with like a steam? Is it the steam tank or something?
They did it with the War Wagon, which was metal, but Harry specifically said fine cast, and they did it with a casket of souls. I think that was fine cast and got turned into Forge World resin.
Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah. Larry Miller says they are not, and then leaves it there. Josh Cole says, I'm speaking an updated Armoured Celeborn into existence as a new model, and that's coming in the coming months, of course. Very good. I think you'll find, Damien, says Joe Holzman, that sending boxes of spunk to people is generally frowned upon, perhaps even illegal. Larry Miller says, new plastic Easterlings confirmed. Very good. Joe says, that wasn't actually a quote, Harry. That was a genuine statement about my eating preferences. Well, I think I said exactly the same thing as you, Joe. So we're on the same page here, except about the other things that we've argued about already. Larry says, oh, it's lost it. Larry's in. I don't think Larry introduced himself, but he's just joined in, launching into attacks. He said, were there stone heads in the Easter Isle?
Actually, that's the annoying thing, because sometimes he's funny.
Really good. That's really good. Very good, Larry. Thank you very much. He comes in and just drops a bombshell like that. It's great. The angle of Damien's head bobbing looks very wrong, says Sam. I'd argue in the coming months and in the coming years overlap, but anything over 12, I don't know why we're still litigating this, anything over 12 months can only be described as in the coming years. Ergo, the coming months is finite too, just as this year.
Big issues.
Yeah. Joe says he would definitely be happy with a load of E's at the end. Oh, that's because someone had said peach bone with lots of E's at the end. James Wilson says, Sam, isn't Gandalf technically Easter themed because he dies and comes back to life? That's a good one.
It's Middle Earth, Jesus.
That is true. I mean, yeah, you can't argue with that. Is he going to get in the allowed in the painting thing? No. Richard Clemmer, as for Kamal, why would it say miniatures removed from sale and entering legacies if it was just repackages? Yeah, you're probably right. There would be nothing to go legacy if it was repackaged, and they made a point to say that the White Witch King actually would be repackaged.
I don't think we're in any doubt, are we, that Kamal's going to legacies? I think
someone said that on a Facebook page a while ago, the Facebook response by Warhammer World or by the Warhammer team was they'd listed 8 of the ring raves.
Right.
And
I don't think Damien and Harry think this, right?
I'm sure it's legacy. That's why I'm painting it, because they're going to have no other chance. I say painting it. I'm just sitting here looking at it at the moment. We'll get there.
Have a great, cool ring race to use.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it will be good actually, because I don't know whether I have the full 9 on horse, so that'll be good. Sam says 2 hot takes in one night. Someone's feeling fighty. I think they're catching up a little bit. I'm a fan of hypocrisy, but only when I'm doing it. Says Larry Miller. Yeah, I thought so. Did you hear that, Larry? That's great. I'm a fan of hypocrisy, but only when I'm doing it. Classic Miller. I've been here for 3 seconds, says Battle Camper. He's just joined. I don't like. He's just joined. He must have just joined at the right moment. I don't like it, as 6-limbed dragons always look weird to me, says Larry Miller. Okay. Interesting. Joe says, would Alex say Smaug isn't a proper dragon model? Battle Camper said, I never said anything about whether it's flying. That's true. Posting to it said, heard someone defending the dragon had to step in. In fact, says Battle Camper, and he's clearly incensed by this because he's not got a chance to respond. In fact, I don't want it flying. This bad faith rewriting of history. Appalling. Larry says, I can accept a giant fire-breathing lizard, but can't accept a vertebrate getting extra legs. Fair enough. No, Joe, don't listen to Harry. This is fake news, says Battle Camper.
I love the idea that Battle Camper has finished his solid day of lore. He's gone, I'll tune in for that stream. It's a stream of lies.
And then finally, Sean Clark catches up and says, and the Bretonian trebuchet.
Yeah,
which
that's another one. That's a fine cost one. Yeah.
Is that fine? I remember that being metal, though, wasn't it?
You could be right.
It would have been metal originally back in the day, because I've definitely had a Bretonian trebuchet many moons ago.
Oh, maybe.
But it may well be about both.
No,
and then
right.
Larry's just added that was about Arbalasters. Not quite sure what the reference is there, but there you go. There you go. And welcome along to the stream, Alex, Battle Camper Temple.
And Sam Page is in from Japan, joining a bit later than expected, but going to get a bit of an Easterling painted. Are we allowed to say that Japan is to the east, or is that too Europe-centric?
That's a good point. It is to the east of somewhere.
Yeah, so we'll take some outdated language and say welcome to Sam for the east, but it's not language that we support.
Indeed. It is also technically to the west if you live in America.
or anywhere, really. Cause
yes, yeah, if you should go all the way around again.
Go either way, can't you?
Yeah.
It's like the M25, basically. Do you know what's incredibly disturbing? I've just had a text from Emma to our family group saying I'm home, and I don't think she's home. So I don't know if that's a lie or what is going on. But
I'm home.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Maybe she's gone to the wrong house. Is she at yours?
So have they been doing something exciting? Have they gone to see a film or something?
Not just a film, my friend. They went to pool.
Pool?
Yeah.
As in a swimming pool or the place pool?
The place pool.
Oh, nice.
They went to see Emma's brother, who lives in Poole, and they're on Easter holidays, so they went away for like 48 hours.
Oh, that's nice. Only got 2 days to yourself.
Wasn't the worst.
It was the worst.
I said wasn't the worst.
Oh, fine.
When they come in, been dreadful.
Well, you timed it well, because they've come in when you're streaming, so they have. They might just dance behind you like they do in that interview on that BBC TV interview that time.
Can you imagine if she's put the stream on in the car? This will backfire on me.
Oh, I hope not.
Doors opening. She was texting from the car. That's what's happening.
There you go.
Yeah. Well done, Harry. Amazing scenes.
Thank you.
You've got me through base count my entire ranges apart from the metal, which I'm delighted with. And then maybe later in the night, I'm just going to slosh like Athonian Camoshade over the whole lot and say they're washed.
You know what? I should have put the null oil on the coat ages ago.
No.
But yeah,
but
that's fine.
I think I'm going to take over, and you're going to get some solid painting time.
I hope so. That'd be good.
Which is
Don't want
cool.
gloss.
Oh, is it happening? No, well, there's bumping outside. Yes, James has a point. Put me up against Crosby in the final. That's his Sam. Need to take the blows to continue. Richard starts screaming. Harry said he's really, really unhappy about this Kamal thing. Joe Holzman, if someone was to paint a Gandalf in an Easterling colour scheme, said someone get a bonus entry? No, that's a no, that one. If one did stay, it would probably be Cammy. Kamal. Yeah, that's what we said. If anyone was to come back, it would be Kamal. Does Alex need the Dragon Wyvern lecture? I don't think he does. Also, I don't think it's the lecture you think it is. Wyverns are a type of dragon. They're not just they're a sub-breed, depending on where you read it from. Also, that was Michael Dublé, and we have to say, Harry Parkhill, congratulations, because we have a new BSIME baby.
Oh, congratulations to BSIME baby Dublé, I assume.
Yeah.
Were they twins?
It is Michael's. What, twins?
Dublé,
Dublé is good. It's good.
That's not very good though, because he didn't have.
So massive congratulations to Michael, who would have helped
Michael.
about 9 months ago, and to Phoebe, who I imagine did most of the work on the birth of Sebastian.
Whoa, hold on. Does that mean that is it a birthday?
Well, it's not today, but there was a birthday. There was a new child.
There was a new baby at some point. I'm just thinking of the denying the people the chance to see Damien happy birthday and terrify a 1 week old.
Oh, I'm up for it.
You can't deny the people what they want.
And so, do you know what? Harry?
Go on.
We don't get a baby every week.
No, you don't get a baby every week. Yeah, once every 9 months minimum. It's a party popper.
I reckon.
That's exciting. That is exciting.
I think we should. So, Michael,
I think it's a delightful thing.
Phoebe historically watches as well, so she might be out there. But Michael,
do you think really she's going to be watching a week after giving birth, or less than a week after giving birth?
She might have more.
They might. To be fair, they might just be sat with the TV on in the background, with a baby in a little basket, staring lovingly into the basket, hoping to God that it doesn't wake up. Because that's what I used to do, and still do to this day.
That's what I still do.
Well, yes, yeah. 6 months on is slightly different because they just don't go to sleep. But
so the Dublays out there on the birth of Sebastian. Let's point this bad boy up. Ready?
Oh yes.
Whoa.
Oh, that's good. Give it a sniff. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Oh, it's so good.
So jealous.
Good.
So jealous right now. So jealous.
I'm very aware there's people in the corridor that are going to.
Are they going to do things?
Yeah, they're going to do it.
Congratulations, guys. I have explosives here as well.
Oh yeah.
I've got fun snaps.
Are they like what they used to be called? The things you chuck on the ground.
Yes, they're called fun snaps. I've had them in the boot of my car for a long time, and I intended to give them to my nephew, but I forgot. So they're here.
What they used to be called? I didn't call them fun snaps when I was a kid. What did I call them?
I don't. I feel like they weren't called this at some point.
They weren't. What were they called? Someone in the chat will know. What were they called?
Could I just try it?
Someone
maybe
tell
not
me.
near my eyes. That didn't work. Maybe shouldn't have chosen a cardboard thing. I don't know what to throw it into to make this happen.
I think other people is the big one.
Yeah. Should I just throw it at the wall? Oh! Did you hear that? Did that work?
Not really, if I'm honest.
Oh man, it's burnt a little stain into my wall.
Bangers. Was it bangers? Yeah, it was bangers. It was bangers.
Yeah. It's all the little stones from it have just gone everywhere. But anyway, that was a disappointment for everyone involved.
Harry.
Yes.
You're a new dad. Any tips for the Dublays out there?
I don't know. I would say don't be scared, because I don't think it's as bad as you think is going to be in terms of all this stuff. But also be prepared for a long, tiring
life.
Yeah. Because yeah, but it's great. It's just great.
It's not as bad as you think it will be, but it is still quite bad.
Yeah, it's tiring. Yeah, that's true. If I mean, it might be too late, but if you have the chance for paternity and stuff like that, as a man, I would recommend taking it as late as you can possibly take it. Which for some people that is, it has to be the 2 weeks straight after the baby's birth. For some people, you don't get the chance to have any. Other people, like I'm very lucky that I have a chance to take my paternity leave after for any point during the first year of baby's life. So I'm taking it in Easter, and I think that, and I think my wife would agree, has probably been the best decision, because he is a lot more of a handful than he was in the first few weeks, where although you probably do need some time to just get used to waking up and just dealing with him. You, like, the first few nights you're like, oh gosh, how do we do this? Like, we were waking up together to do nappies and stuff like that, just because you're just like, oh my God, I hope we're doing this right. But actually within a couple of weeks you're fine. So if you get a chance to take more than 2 weeks, absolutely take it as late as you can, or book some holiday in a big chunk, at the 6 month mark, because I think that will come in very, very, very useful, because right now it's really tiring. Like, he has a lot to handle, because he's doing stuff which is more fun, but is also like, it requires more constant attention, which by its nature requires an extra pair of hands. So yeah, that would be my advice. Sorry?
You should make a vlog about it.
I could make a vlog about that. Yeah.
Pretty good. I was going to start reading stuff, but people keep commenting. This is awesome. It's lovely to have so many of you and excited. But let's try and jump down here.
And while you do that, I'm going to just go and get myself a beer. Do you want one?
Yeah, please do, mate. That'd be great.
Okay. I won't be long.
Joe is worried about flat earthers. Alex, doesn't surprise me at all. You put so much faith in them, Neil. So you don't. I hope, is that flat earthers? I'm not sure. No, you have. Joe says flat earthers have members all over the globe. Keith Allen, when are we getting new riders of Rohan to go with the new Warriors? I don't know. Soon, I imagine. In a bit. Oh, it's happening. Hello. You alright?
Yeah.
Welcome home.
Hello, Internet.
There's normally a Harry there. You alright?
Yeah.
Want my bunting? Bunny bunting.
Bunny.
When are we getting new riders of Rohan to go with the Warriors of Rohan?
Hmm?
When are we getting new riders of Rohan to go with the Warriors of Rohan?
Who knows?
Oh, is that the best you can do?
Yeah.
Emma says who knows. So, same as us really. Josh Crosby, the dragon is so good. Why do you bring up hatred for it all the time? Because I come from Dale. Japan is not in the west. If you're in America, it's still in the east geography. But you could go the other way, couldn't you? And then it's. And Jackie says hi, by the way, from the States. Richard Clammer, no idea where Paul was. I'd assume somewhere near the Liver and Black, but nay. Richard Redrick Schultz. Fun fact: the kid interview thing was a North Korea expert, also Eastern related. And Old School Chris say incoming jump scare from Emma Wen. Well, I don't know if she was trying, but she was quite quiet. And yeah, Larry says the whole Wyvern Dragon thing comes from heraldry. He's right. Old School Chris, if someone were to convert a Gandalf to be wearing Easterling army and bunny ears, would they get an extra entry? Yes, that one. Yes, I'll allow that. You can't just paint your Gandalf red, but yeah, Easterling army with Easterling armor with bunny ears, sure. Crosby says punching people in the final energizes me. I use spiky Easterling gloves to get them a good thrashing. Double says Sebastian would enjoy it. Is that the song? Old School Chris C says a baby comes once in a lifetime. A baby? I'm not going to make it awful. What? A baby comes once a is that? I had two, so that's not true. Is that a quote? I'm not sure what that is. Double, Phoebe is watching. See, I told you. Congratulations. Woo!
Oh, congratulations, Phoebe.
Folk Shorts. Actually, babies are born every. It corrects it.
Do we know the name of the baby?
It's still Sebastian, just like I told you.
Did you say that? I did. Okay. I just forgot that immediately.
When we did the party popper for him.
Oh, of course. Happy birthday, Sebastian.
Richard Clam says, "Is the day you are born a birthday?" Oh, that's a great question.
I think it's by definition birthday.
But you don't.
It is your day birthday.
You don't celebrate though, do you? No one gets you a birthday card. You have to.
Yeah, I guess it's your 0th birthday.
Yeah, I think that's his point. Is the day you were born
point.
a birthday? Yeah. I don't think.
I was very confident about it being a yes.
This is what
at
we
the
do
start
here.
of that,
We
and
ask the
now
big
I'm not sure.
You did miss a potentially exciting question, which was,
Go on.
directly asking us, when are we getting the Riders of Rohan to go with the Warriors of Rohan, Harry? What do you think?
When?
Yeah.
Is it in the coming months? Is it in with
coming years?
Surely we've got to get them at some point, but the fact they haven't announced anything, and we keep getting all these other announcements, it does feel like we're moving slightly away from I think when the box set was released, I think I was 9 out of 10 sure that we're going to get them. I think having all these releases and nothing yet, I'm probably only at a 6 out of 10 sure that we're going to get some new Riders of Rohan.
I'm gonna say I'm 10 out of 10 sure we're going to get them,
but soon.
Yeah, I don't think they're
this year.
imminent. Because there was a comment Rob made where he said everything was made in half the time or so. The team did incredibly well to make everything. So I think your plastics were like everything they had that came out in Christmas,
Yeah.
And then they started the next thing, I reckon. So
maybe
that'll be down the line. There's a really interesting thing to be said about Cathay with the old world, that a lot of people have, and I'll be interested in hearing your thoughts on this and whatever else. The models are obviously stunning, but a lot of people are saying this shows how well it's doing, and they point to the article from about 6 months ago, 9 months ago, a year ago, because Old World came out January last year. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So getting on for a year and a half ago.
Is that right?
Yeah,
it sounds about right.
It was right at the start of the year, and there was an article, I think towards the end of last year, it said the scale of the project has changed, and people are like, oh, it's doing really well, and now Cathay's come out, and I've seen lots of people saying this shows how well it's doing. There is not a chance in hell that has been sculpted in the last 9 months, year, not a chance in hell.
Yeah.
The release, I would be willing to bet a lot of money that the release of Cathay has nothing to do with the sex of I said sex. Success of the Old World. That will have been when they were releasing Old World. They would have been sculpting Cathay. So I think this stuff happens like far more in advance than people reckon, and so I think they're probably.
I don't know whether we spoke about this before or not, but there was a time when I did it. Well, it would have been April the 1st.
Oh,
2 years ago now. And the reason I remember this date distinctly was because I'd posted a thing on the Facebook, the GBHL Facebook page, saying something along the lines of, haha, I've got some rumours about the next release for the Middle-earth strategy battle game. And I'd said, a much underloved faction is getting a load of extra models to tie in with the War of the Rohirrim movie, and made some jokes about Rohan being an underloved faction that had never had any releases, because at that time everyone was saying we've got so much stuff.
That's extremely
and I had this unusual conversation with Dan Entwistle about of the Middle Earth team, and he sort of said something along the lines of, "Oh gosh, this is making it look like you've done it," and I was like, "It was a joke," and I didn't really think of anything of it. And then, of course, a year later, they announced the War of the Rohirrim stuff, and it made me think, okay, I wonder whether that was why I'd accidentally predicted that they were doing something to tie in with the War of the Rohirrim movie, and that was a year and.
Might be a year and a half, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a year and a half in advance. So that gives you a sense of potential. I mean, I'm not saying that the two things are definitely connected, but it does seem likely. At least a year and a half in advance sounds plausible for them to be doing these things. So yeah,
they take a very long time, the plastics.
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah,
and so I think we'll get them, but I don't think they're imminent.
No, I agree.
But I do think they'll be the next plastic warriors we get. That's what I think. Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, these Rohan warriors have been the first plastic warriors in a long time. So
since the I think the Dale are the newest, but the Mirkwood Rangers and the Palace Guard came out after them.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. But I think maybe Christmas. Who knows? But it'd be nice to have the. It'd be nice to have the. All of the other characters done and stuff as well. So, and surely they're not going to wait forever for the. Otherwise, people are going to not remember what War of the Rohirrim is.
I don't think they'll wait forever. No,
That would be silly.
it'd be too long.
It would be quite a long time.
It'd be too long.
In the coming years. Yeah. Anyway, that.
Larry, if you have them with different people and stagger them, you can have one every week. What do you think that is? Spunk or birthdays or Rohan Warriors or don't know.
Honestly, with Larry, it could be any and all of the above.
James Wilson, if you want an excuse to sing, it's my dad's birthday today. Is he watching? I'll sing to your dad if I know his name and he's watching. There's no point singing to someone not watching. I bet he'd love that. Battle Camper, hoping it doesn't wake up. Harry on family time with his son. It's all right. That's completely valid. That's a completely valid sentence. Richard Clammer screams bangers. Joe Holdsman, I'm pretty sure they were just called snaps or possibly snaps. I think bangers is the closest I've got, but it still doesn't feel quite right to me. It's been 30 years since I've thought about the word.
I think it's the sort of thing that you probably didn't look at the branding on the box.
I just feel like
You
someone's
just bought
going to
them.
say the name and I'm going to go, yeah, that was it. And I don't think it, but it might be bangers.
Yeah. Sure.
Frederick Schultz says, the story goes, if you're a certain Eastern-born, horse-based conqueror, you can have loads of babies regularly. Is that a Genghis Khan thing?
I don't know. I wasn't listening. I was
Possibly
too busy chewing
snaps.
the spunk.
Larry Miller, yeah, I did wonder about this. I wonder if your Zoom is doing the thing that used to stop clapping. I wonder if your Zoom is killing noises like that.
That's true.
Frederick Short says, you can do it. Doublé said it was very nice for you to do a vlog for him. Battle Camper, mixed messages. Sam says, when baby insists on sleeping on you at 3 a.m, that's when you catch up with your shows. Yeah, that's good times. That was happy times.
That is true, actually. To be fair, I watched what's that? There's a football series on Disney Plus which has got the guy Ryan Reynolds in it. I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, This Is Wrexham.
Yeah, I watched the first season of that when baby was waking up.
Very cool.
Because you need half an hour episodes. Start something that's got lots of half an hour episodes, because investing you don't want to stop halfway through an episode, but you also don't want to have to finish an episode of anything when baby's asleep, because that is, if he's asleep, crack on.
Absolutely.
Sleep.
Frederick suggests that a healthy relationship is probably a good starting point.
Yeah.
Michael Askell, we got the party popper bang sound good and proper this time. Just a shame you. Yeah, that's because I've turned mine off. I fixed that with
Wait,
Steve.
is there an option to turn that off?
Yeah, it's in the sound settings. It's like,
I'm gonna do that.
external noise cancellation or something. James says, really selling fatherhood, guys. It's great. It's brilliant. It's absolutely
There's
brilliant.
no point in selling it now. I mean, you invested now. You've got 18 years of this.
It's the best thing
more.
you'll ever do. It's just impossibly hard.
Yeah, that is a very accurate true. Yeah.
Dubé says Battle Babies in Middle Earth, and then he says Baby Streams in Middle Earth, which is B-side.
Very good.
Sam says, wait till Archie does his first expensive bit of destruction. Harrison broke the TV at 18 months.
Ooh, don't like the sound of that.
Oh, bastards. Joe Holzman, Battle Sprogs in Middle Earth. Haskell, paternity leave, probably a policy idea in the early 90s. That was all. You youngsters are so pampered. We don't know we're born, Michael.
That's true. But having said that, we get, I think the national one is 2 weeks or something like that. In some countries, I think in Norway and places like that, they get like a year. Both parents get a whole year off.
Is Norway the happiest place on earth? Is that the happiest? It's one of those.
It's certainly up there. But you do get taxed through the teeth if you live there. But still, a year off sounds pretty good.
It's not the worst, is it? Fred Shaw's Eastling armor already has bunny ears. Lol. Did I just crack the Da Vinci Code? Isn't that how they made them? Oh, I hope not. That'd be terrible. And Larry says, "What's Sebastian's name?" Well, there's obviously a joke in that. Joe Hosman, there'll be no point, Damien. Newborns can't read. Sam says, you're right. When we have our second child one day, I'll be sure to bring him or her a birthday card.
Mm-hmm. It's a good point.
Yeah, exactly. Just ready there when they fly out. Larry Miller, I'm not sure if we're moving away. I think these things are all things that would have come before the new edition, but that got pushed forwards by the... I'm not sure if we are moving away. Oh, this is you saying we're moving away from War of the Rohirrim. I think these things are all things that would have come before the new edition, but got pushed forward by the movie. I agree with that entirely. I think that's exactly what's happening.
Agreed.
Ali and Han Nichols. Kids are great. They're so tiring. You lose lots of friends and hobby time. That comment went rapidly downhill.
It's all true as well.
Kids are great. They are. They're so tiring. They are. You lose lots of friends and hobby time. You do.
Excellent point,
French says Cafe the Old World. What's that? It's just where they buy the coffee. Battlecamper says, I slightly disagree with you there regarding Cathay War. It's a hot take. Remember, a lot of the designing was done for Total War, so we weren't starting from square one. I agree with that. That's a great point entirely. But even more, I just think they had it in the. I think they've had it in the bank. They had all that. Remember all the early concept stuff for Kislev and for Cathay. They're working on. I just and it's in the book, isn't it? It's right here. Isn't Cathay the only one that isn't one of the 9? So we get all these lovely lore sections on chaos and on the beasts of the forest, which are beastmen. The wolves. So you get a bit on Norska, and then in here you've got a double-page spread in the main rulebook on Cathay. I just think they were. I just think they were always coming. Are
you opening an old world book on an MESBG stream? I think that is outrageous.
It's a good smelling book, man.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, it's very tempting. It must be. I must say, it's very. The Cathay models did look very nice, and I love Bretonian and Empire stuff.
The balloon is just the coolest
it's very
thing
cool.
I've ever seen.
It is so cool.
Yeah,
I must admit, I thought that about the dwarf. I can't remember the AOS. The dwarf.
The steampunk
ship. Yeah, that was really cool. I really liked that, but I just got out of AOS when they came along.
I can't remember what they're called, but yeah, I agree. They were awesome. Overlords. Caradron Overlords.
Caradrons or something. Yes.
But you might be right, Alex. You might well be right. Maybe Dan was inspired and stole your idea, Harry.
Maybe.
Jamie Aliano. The Warriors of Khan Doom models have 2020 printed in the resin. They would have been sculpted a year or so before. I think we're 2 years behind sculpted. Yeah, I don't think that's.
I also think that there's a good chance that Angmar book was pushed back.
Yes, by a significantly long way.
Yeah,
because Plastic Witch King, man. Plastic Witch King.
Yeah, and well, that's it. And also because you certainly wouldn't choose to release it just before you're doing a new edition and force yourself to have to do the whole PDF thing.
I am absolutely certain of that. Larry says, actually, the most recent Plastic Warriors were the High Elf Bannermen. Yeah, get back in your box.
That's true.
Sam says, that sounds like a very expensive hobby, Larry. Joe Holzman, babies, but also in a sort of way, spunk. Posting spirit, he meant a different person to have a baby each week. Yes. And then Joe says, it does sound like a Genghis Khan thing, but that's also fake news. James Wilson says, my dad's called Jeremy, but sadly he won't be watching as he and his mum are currently on holiday in Japan. Maybe Sam was watching from Japan. See if they can hook up with Sam and watch it from there. But happy birthday, Jeremy Wilson. Joe Holzman, it was his children who had so many offspring and is the reason so many people are related to him, not Genghis himself. Cool. Sam says, hot take in the chat, 4D streaming. What does 4D streaming mean?
Is that a person who's taking up? Is that someone who's? I don't know.
Oh, good try. Michael Haskell, happiest country, Denmark. I think Finland is up there too. Yeah, you're right.
That's right.
And Battlecamp says, to be honest, I just wanted to get square in that. He said back to square one.
I did notice he'd highlighted it, and we all had a good laugh.
He says it didn't even register. I'm sorry, Alex. I'm sorry. That is extremely amusing. Throat Shorts, yes, Cathay is not one of the 9 ring race, Damien. It's Old World, not SBG. It's not one of the 9. It's a funny joke. Damien has Larry reminds everyone that Damien has no interest in getting back into Old World. Old School Chris C, I'm home with Ruth, just to confirm. We are a yes for 7 stones! That's absolutely glorious. Stuff. I need to ring a bell like someone's just bought a timeshare. Ding, 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 ding. That's wonderful. There is still 1 ticket. If anyone's out there, we have 1 space left for 7 stones. Because someone pulled out sadly today, so we do have 1 more space. That's awesome news.
If I can encourage folk to
By all
If
means.
you don't already go, then absolutely do. It's absolutely fantastic.
Thanks, babe. I like it.
I am currently not now, but I am downstairs working on a special conversion for it, which is exciting.
Oh, that's super exciting. You and the old Haskell Meister teaming up as
Yes, can't wait to return to see good old Michael. It's gonna be
Wonderful. And I was going to say something about one of those. Oh, I was going to remind you that Ruth is now in the chat, Harry. So stop talking about those sweets you've got. Joe says, I don't think the Plastic Witch King was supposed to be an Angmar book release. It came out with the Necromancer book, which was about 4 years and multiple books before the Angmar stuff. It's possible. If it was, it means it got pushed back past other books, which would presumably, if the working theory is correct, also been pushed back. I just disagree. I see why you're saying that. I just disagree. The Plastic Witch King's got nothing to do with the Fallen Necromancer.
The Fallen Necromancer was way before that, wasn't it?
He comes out with him. It was all. I'm pretty sure it was all announced at Ardacon.
But didn't they say? Yeah. Well, didn't they also say that the Fall of the Necromancer book was a bit of a? I'm sure there's someone that said something like it was a bit of a kind of rush job or something.
It had no scenarios in it. Sorry.
Yeah.
No profile.
Well, it had no new models, did it? It had just. It had the Dol Guldur terrain. That's
the Witch King just isn't in it. You might be right, Joe. I just disagree. I think that was the plastic kit that was meant to come out of Rise of Angmar. I think that was the end of the massive COVID slog thing. I think the book got pushed back and the model got pushed forward. But I might be wrong. Sam says, I shared 7 stones to our local page and gave it a good shout out. Oh, thanks, man. Frederick then confirms it was 3 years, not 4 years. And Larry says he also came out with the Angmar dice. Yes, there you go. So there we go. I've caught up. And I'm going to stop there because we are going to jump into some chatter stuff. I'm going to read some bedtime stories to Harry. So if I could ask you to change your chatter to all things Easterling. We're going to chat about Easterlings. I think we do the deep dive first before the magazine. So
that sounds good.
Remind ourselves of. I'm going to do a deep dive into Easterlings of what I found. It's the perfect thing for a deep dive because it's not particularly deep. You can
a shallow dive, if you will.
Well, it's like you can't do a deep dive into Aragorn because there's too much, you know. But the Easterlings were quite fun. So settle down, get your paintbrushes out. Get painting some Easterlings and stop typing unless it's specifically about Easterlings. And I'm going to take you through what the Easterlings, so we try and understand them as a people, perhaps. Now I'm going to start somewhere extremely controversial, and this is going to wind some people up. I'm going to start with the Tolkien Companion by David Day.
I am so wound up by that.
Well, and you should be, Harry, because any Tolkien scholar worth his salt knows David Day is incredibly unreliable. So I'm saying this straight from day one because I don't want any comments in the chat, which guarantees a comment from Larry Miller saying David Day is so unreliable. But it's effectively like reading Wikipedia. He is famous for kind of making stuff up and embellishing the text. He's also, fun fact, the only person to ever be blacklisted by the Tolkien Society because he went to an event and refused to pay the entrance fee because he thought he was a celebrity. But these books, and he's also he's very kind of looked down upon because all he does is repurpose the same books. I reckon you might have this book, but it won't be called this. They constantly skins them and sells the same books as different things and all that. But
I do not own any books by Daniel Day.
David Day.
Nor him.
Are you sure?
I definitely.
If you've got a little Tolkien dictionary of some kind.
I don't. No, I don't. I'm not.
You're not?
I'm not that. No.
I'm not what? I'm not
that much of a nerd. That's what I'm gonna say.
But I got this. So
I've got you doing this. That's what that's all I need.
My version of this one was reprinted in 1993. I can't remember where I got this, but I've had this as long as I remember being a Tolkien fan. I've had this copy of it, and so whilst it is shaky in an era before the internet, it was about as close as you could get. And I thought it would just be fun to start with his description of Easterlings, like just to get a summary of what we think they might be as a kind of like baseline, because there isn't too much. So I'm going to start with this. So Easterlings. In the first age of the sun, not a thing, all men arose first in the eastern lands of Middle-earth. Some went to the west, but those who remained in the east lived under the dark shadow of Melkor the enemy and turned to evil ways. These people were called the Easterlings, and their land was called Rhûn. After a time, some of these men left the east and went to the elf lands of Beleriand. These Easterlings were not a tall people, but broad, strong of limb, and swarthy skinned, with dark eyes and hair. They mostly proved untrustworthy, and in war betrayed their allies, the elves, to Morgoth. Few names of these men were passed on in the histories, but Ulfang the Black and his sons Ulfast, Ulfworth, and Uldor earned fame by virtue of committing the greatest treachery. For in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, Ulfang and his people turned upon their elf allies in the midst of battle and slew them from behind. By this act, the tide of battle was turned and the elves were broken. However, not all Easterlings were unfaithful, and one named Bor and his sons Borlad, Borlach, and Borthand fought nobly to the death on behalf of the elves of that age. Yet, ever after, the Easterling people kept this alliance with Morgoth or his mighty servant Sauron, and came always in war against the noble descendants of the Edain. Through the ages of the sun, the Easterlings became a confederacy of many kingdoms and races. In the Third Age, many Easterling people came out of Rhûn. Among them were the fierce Balcoth and the chariot warriors called Wain Riders. Then too, farther south in Harad, there lived many warlike men who had come from the east of Middle-earth long before. At Sauron's command, the Easterlings sent warriors into the War of the Ring. Upon Pelennor Fields, innumerable companies of armoured Easterlings, bearded like dwarfs and armed with great two-handed axes, battled fiercely and died. Others too met their end when the Black Gate was broken and Sauron's kingdom of Mordor was destroyed. The War of the Ring broke the hold of the dark power over the Easterlings forever, so when King Elessar was crowned in Gondor and in the Fourth Age came to Rhûn, the Easterlings sued for peace. This Elessar granted, and for long years after that treaty there was peace in the Westlands and in the lands of Harad and Rhûn.
Interesting.
And if we skip to the back, I wanted to look at Variags, which I know they're not allowed in, but as we'll explain, I think they are
technically the same thing, aren't they? This is with because this is where I think the GW law kind of divides the two, doesn't it?
Exactly. But yeah. Exactly, Harrens. In the land of Khand, south of Mordor, there lived a fierce folk called the Variags during the Third Age of the Sun. They were allied to the evil Easterlings and Haradrim and were servants of the Dark Lord Sauron. The histories of the West tell how twice the Variags came forth at the bidding of Sauron against Gondor. In the year 1944, with the men of Near Harad, the Variags fought the army of Eärnil of Gondor and were defeated at Poros Crossing. More than 1,000 years later, the Variags, with the Haradrim and Easterlings, came to the aid of Sauron's armies from Morgul and Mordor in the War of the Ring. But this was the last time they fought Gondor, for an end came to Sauron's power, and the Variags made peace with the Dunedain and were content with their own land of Khand. So, Wikipedia-esque introductions to the two peoples there, the Variags and the Easterlings. So, I'm going to do that.
Can I? So this fella, this Tolkien scholar you're reading from, why is he? How has he managed to get these things published? Are they not accurate? Why are they so critical?
They're largely. It's like Wikipedia. They're largely accurate, but they're not entirely accurate. Okay. And famously so. There's lots of little errors in them, and there's even one in there. And I'm not saying specifically this, but he said the Easterlings had great two-handed axes and were bearded like dwarfs. Yeah, and unless there's a passage I'm missing, the description of them on the Pelennor has them with axes, but not bearded like dwarfs. And there's just lots of chatter. If you Google him, there's loads of chatter about just embellishing stuff. And bear in mind that book is written, like I say, in an age before the internet. And then it's just republished again and again and again and again, over the years as different types of different named books and all that sort of stuff. So what I'm now going to do is jump into the rings itself and actually see what does this book. You ever read this?
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Never liked it myself, but I want to see what there is of Easterlings in here, and. Maybe there's some, maybe there's not a lot. So I'm just going to jump through it. So the first mention we get of them is at the Council of Elrond, when it's Boromir, I believe. Yeah, and he says, "We were outnumbered, for Mordor has allied itself with the Easterlings and the cruel Haradrim." And instantly, just to hear that, right? Cruel Haradrim, it's important. And I noted that in this one is super cool. If you want something. The Hammond and Skull Reader's Companion of Lord of the Rings is awesome. And in that, they say that to Tolkien, their note on this, Easterlings are simply men from the East. from the regions beyond the Sea of Rune. The Haradrim are men of Harad, the south, the land south of Mordor. In his letter to Naomi Mitchison, Tolkien wrote that in Grey, Elven, Sindarin, the general plurals were very frequently made by adding to a name. So, word meaning tribe, host, horde, people. So, Haradrim, the south ones. So, crucially, what they're saying is to Tolkien, they are literally just, the Easterlings aren't a group, they're not a race, they are just men from the East. The next mention is then a fair bit later. This is when Frodo and Sam are looking at the Black Gate.
Yeah.
So this is the bit we've talked about already from the film. As he gazed, Frodo became aware that there was a great stir and movement on the plain. It seemed as if whole armies were on the march, though for the most part they were hidden by the reeks and fumes drifting from the fens and waste beyond. But here and there he caught the gleam of spears and helmets, and over the levels beside the roads horsemen could be seen riding in many companies. He remembered his vision from afar upon Amon Hen, so few days before, though now it seemed many years ago. Then he knew that the hope that had one wild moment stirred in his heart was vain. The trumpets had not rung in challenge, but in greeting. This was no assault upon the Dark Lord by the men of Gondor, risen like avenging ghosts from the graves of valour long passed away. These were men of other race, out of the wide Eastlands, gathering to the summons of their overlord. Armies that had encamped before his gate by night, and now marched in to swell his mounting power. As if suddenly made, fully aware of the peril of their position, alone in the growing light of day, so near to this vast menace, Frodo quickly drew his frail grey hood close upon his head and stepped down into the dell. So that is the scene that you mentioned in the Two Towers.
Yes. I like that bit.
Yeah, and
it's a lot more foggy and misty and cavalry and all that, isn't it? It's good.
So actually, anyone joined late, we were saying the most iconic bit of the Easterlings really isn't in the book. They don't approach them with the elven cloaks and all that sort of stuff. You don't even get a good, you get nothing like a good look at them.
No, that's true.
That sort of thing. But yeah, and then we're going to jump on the same chapter, and this is fun because then I want just the distance of this, because they have two armies in the book as opposed to one army. But this isn't Easterlings, I believe. They heard singing and hoarse shouting. The voices and the clink of weapons and harness were very close. More men going to Mordor. More men going to Mordor, he said in a low voice. Dark faces. We've not seen men like this before. Smeagol has not. They are fierce. They have black eyes and long black hair and gold rings in their ears. Yes, lots of beautiful gold. That's all I'm doing. And some have red paint on their cheeks and red cloaks, and their flags are red. Lots of red. And the tips of their spears, and they have round shields, yellow and black with big spikes. Not nice, very cruel, wicked men they look almost as bad as orcs and much bigger. Smeagol thinks they've come out of the south beyond the great river's end. These are Harad, right?
Yeah, it sounds like that, doesn't it?
So I think these guys are Harad, and these are also the ones where Sam then says, were there Oliphants? So I'm pretty sure these aren't Easterlings, but we get another army approaching the Black Gate in the book. But not our dear sweet Easterlings. Then at the window in the west, when Faramir is having a chat behind the waterfall, have we ever said this? That bit of like, when they take them to the waterfall, and then they spin them all around, and you won't be able to find your way back. You'd be like, it's probably behind the waterfall.
There's probably some truth in that.
You know what I mean? I'd be like, where was it? Well, it was behind a waterfall. I mean, that takes out most of Ithilien.
Can't be that many waterfalls in Ithilien, can there?
Walk along the river till we find a waterfall, see if there's a cave behind it, I reckon. It's a silly place for a secret hideout. It's like having a secret hideout at, like, Primark or something. It's just, it's not useful.
At least there are more than one Primark.
Yeah, it's probably. Although, the cynics in the chat will say there's more than one waterfall, won't they?
Probably.
Do you reckon, Harry, are there more Primarks or waterfalls? I don't know anymore.
I think there'd be more Primarks, to be honest, but let's not get too distracted by this.
And in case this isn't travelling, we're talking about the fabulous shop chain Primark. We're not talking about the Primarks of 40k.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It's only 19 or whatever the number is. So yeah, and then he says, Faramir says, and they made a truce with the proud peoples of the north. This is about Gondor, I believe, yeah. So Gondorians, and they made a truce with the proud peoples of the north, who often had assailed us, men of fierce valour, but are kin from afar off, unlike the wild Easterlings or the cruel Haradrim.
Oh, poor cruel Haradrim.
You've done it. You can't say poor cruel Haradrim. It's poor Haradrim.
Yeah, true.
You've fallen for Gondor's propaganda. You know, it's a tinsy bit propaganda-y.
Does feel that way. We don't hear an awful lot about the actual reasons they're cruel.
Yeah, and it is, it's very much in comment with Sam's comment from the book and Faramir's comment in the film, isn't it? You know, I wonder if he was truly evil at heart, or what lies drove him so away from home. But you're very reading a Gondorian perspective on things, I think.
I've always liked that moment in the film.
Yeah, it's great.
Did you say Sam says it in the book? I forgot.
Yeah, Sam has it in the book.
That's good.
And then at the Battle of Pelennor Fields, new strength now came streaming to the field out of Osgiliath. There they had been mustered for the sack of the city and the rape of Gondor, waiting on the call of their captain, that's the Witch King. He was now destroyed, but Gothmog, the lieutenant of Morgul, had flung them into the fray. Easterlings with axes, and Varieggs of cannons, Southrons in scarlet, and out of far Harad, black men like half-trolls with white eyes and red tongues. So this, see what I mean? In the text it says Easterlings with axes, doesn't mention their beards. So I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not sure where in 1993 David Day is getting the beards from. But that bit might be fine. And that, my friend, is the only mentions, I believe, of Easterlings in the text of the Lord of the Rings.
That's crazy. In the whole of the Lord of the Rings? Or is that including all of his letters and things?
No. Just the story of the Lord of the Rings. So really, really not much. But, as ever, the appendices are bountiful.
Beautiful.
And so we do get some nice... you actually learn more about the Easterlings in the appendices, to be honest. But can you see that within the main text, you basically get 4 mentions of the Easterlings, the Easterlings. Who are they? Well, yeah, just the Easterlings. They were just,
We're just there.
We're just there, the Easterlings. So we're in Appendix A, which is the Annals of the Kings and Rulers, and we're in Gondor and the Heirs of Anarion. And so we start off, we've got some longer chunks here. It was Osterher, the 7th king, who rebuilt Minas Anor, where afterwards the kings dwelt in summer rather than Osgiliath. In his time, Gondor was first attacked by wild men out of the east, but Tarastar, his son, defeated them and drove them out, and he took the name of Ramandakil, East Victor. He was, however, later slain in battle with fresh hordes of Easterlings. Tarumbar, his son, avenged him and won much territory afterwards. And then we skip ahead. In the days of Narmakil I, their attacks began again, though at first with little force, but it was learned by the regent that the Northmen did not always remain true to Gondor, and some would join forces with the Easterlings, either out of greed for spoil or in the furtherance of feuds among their princes. And then we get to the Wain Riders, which is a fairly famous part from the history of Gondor. The third evil was the invasion of the Wain Riders, which sapped the waning strength of Gondor in wars that lasted for almost 100 years. The Wain Riders were a people or a confederacy of many peoples that came from the east, but they were stronger and better armed than any that had appeared before. They journeyed in great wains, that means wagons, if anyone doesn't know, and their chieftains fought in chariots. Remind you of anyone?
Mm-hmm.
Stirred up, as was afterwards seen, by the emissaries of Sauron, they made a sudden assault upon Gondor, and King Narmakil II was slain in battle with them beyond Anduin in 1856. The people of eastern and southern Rivanion were enslaved, and the frontiers of Gondor were for that time withdrawn to the Anduin and the Emyn Muil. At this time it's thought that the Ringwraiths re-entered Mordor. Kalamatar, son of Narmakil II, helped by a revolt in Rivanion, avenged his father with a great victory over the Easterlings upon Dagorlad in 1899, and for a while the peril was averted. It was in the reign of Araphant in the north, and of Ondahir, son of Kalamatar, in the south. The Kalamatar's a terrible name, isn't it? How do you think your rule's going to go? Pretty well. I think it might be calamitous. And then as soon as anything goes wrong, they'd be all over him, wouldn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Should have known with Kalamatar. It was in the reign of Araphant in the north and of Ondahir, son of Kalamatar in the south, that the two kingdoms again took counsel together after long silence and estrangement. For at last they perceived that some single power and will was directing the assault from many quarters and upon the survivors of Numenor. It was at that time that Arvedui... is it Arvedui? Is it... I've always struggled with Arvedui? Arvedui? Arvedui?
I've always said Arvedui, but I've no idea whether
I think
that's
it
right
might
or
be
not.
Arvedui. Arvedui?
You wouldn't pronounce the I with an A sound, would you? Although,
Arvedui. I don't know that one.
Arvedui, maybe Arvedui.
Wedded
Arvedui,
Firiel,
Arvedui.
daughter of Ondir. And now what's going to happen is there's a whole bunch of people going to be typing Arvedui, which will not help. But neither kingdom was able to send help to the other, for Angmar renewed its attack upon Arthedain at the same time as the Wain Riders reappeared in force. Many of the Wain Riders now passed south of Mordor and made alliance with the men of Khand and of Near Harad, and in this great assault from north and south, Gondor came near to destruction. In 1944, King Ondahur and both his sons, Artamir and Faramir, not the one you think of, fell in battle north of the Morannon, and the enemy poured into Ithilien. But Eärnil, captain of the southern army, won a great victory in South Ithilien and destroyed the army of Harad that had crossed the river Poros. Hastening north, he gathered to him all that he could of the retreating northern army and came up against the main camp of the Wain Riders while they were feasting and revelling, believing that Gondor was overthrown and that nothing remained but to take the spoil. Eärnil stormed the camp and set fire to the wains and drove the enemy in a great rout out of Ithilien. A great part of those who fled before him perished in the dead marshes. A cheeky bit of canned action for you.
A little bit, yeah.
And then we get to a very famous Easterling moment in Middle-earth history involving a young chap called Ale.
Ah, yes, I've heard of him.
In the 2510th year of the Third Age, a new peril threatened Gondor. A great host of wild men from the northeast swept over Ravanion, coming down out of the Brownlands, crossed the Anduin on rafts. At the same time, by chance or design, the Orcs, who at that time before their war with the dwarfs were in great strength, made a descent from the mountains. The invaders overran Calenardhorn, and Cirion, steward of Gondor, sent north for help, for there had been long friendship between the men of Anduin's Vale and the people of Gondor. But in the valley of the river, men were now few and scattered, and slow to render such aid as they could. At last tidings came to Ale of the need of Gondor, and late though it seemed, he set out with a great host of riders. Thus he came to the battle of the field of Celebrant, for that was the name of the green land that lay between Silverlode and Limlight. There the northern army of Gondor was in peril. Defeated in the wold and cut off from the south, it had been driven across the Limlight, and was then suddenly assailed by the Orc host that pressed it towards the Anduin. All hope was lost when, unlooked for, the riders came out of the north and broke upon the rear of the enemy. Then the fortunes of battle were reversed, and the enemy was driven with slaughter over Limlight. Ale led his people in pursuit, and so great was the fear that went before the horsemen of the north that the invaders of the world were also thrown into panic, and riders hunted them over the plains of Calenardhorn. The people of that region had become few since the plague, and most of those that remained had been slaughtered by the savage Easterlings. Cirion, therefore, in reward for his aid, gave Calenardhorn between Anduin and Isen to Ale and his people, and they sent north for their wives and children and their goods, and settled in that land. They named it anew the Mark of the Riders, and they called themselves the Eolingas. But in Gondor, their land was called
Rohan.
Very good. And its people?
Ooh. The Rohirrim?
Very good. That is
Very good.
Horse Lords. Thus Eorl became the first king of the Mark, and he chose for his dwelling a green hill before the feet of the White Mountains that were the south wall of his land. There the Rohirrim lived afterwards as free men under their own kings and laws, but in perpetual alliance with Gondor.
Nice, isn't it?
And that, my cherub, is all that's in the appendices. Like, kind of. There's a few other bits, but they're the big ones. They're the big ones.
It is interesting how well I'm sure you know what I went into it because obviously you'll get to it. What I'm going to say.
By all means, if you want to chip in.
No, I was basically going to say it's interesting how the law has definitely been expanded by Games Workshop.
I agree entirely. I also had a look at. I think you might be speaking about this precious tome. Shadow
Yes.
The grand plan for BSIME, because I do want to keep doing these, and we are nearing the end of the magazines, is that we always said we're going to the supplements, and frankly, I'm game. Good book. And,
it's my favourite.
Yeah, I definitely, when we talk about the profiles, I definitely want to ask you some questions about this book, because I can't not bring up some things from your past. But I went and had a look at this because they've got the scenario in here for the field of Celebrant, and the first paragraph of this says Gondor has often been beset by warlike men come out of the east. So many tribes have come and gone, ruled by kings both cruel and fair, that it is almost impossible to tally them, yet let alone recount their lineage and their deeds. Some have been all but forgotten by history, but the strongest brought Gondor to its knees. And I love that because it's saying like the Easterlings are different. They're all different things. They're different groups of people, and what they put in, I don't know if you remember this, but the enemies for their version is canned. And if you go back to the Ale, it doesn't say it's Candish. It doesn't say it's not the Wainwright, it's not the Variags, but Games Workshop have chosen to make their canned line the enemies for the field of Celebrant. There's some orcs in here as well, but it's like Candish King on Chariot and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So that's quite fun. And I want to save that bit. And my last thing was about Tolkien himself. About what, the stuff outside of the books he wrote, kind of what did he say about them. And got that one. Yeah. So I've got this letter. This is from his letters book, one of my favourite Tolkien books. And so this is on 1956. And he's making notes on a review of The Return of the King. And he said, it seems clear to me that Frodo's duty was humane, not political. He naturally thought first of the Shire since his roots were there, but the quest had as its object not the preserving of this or that polity, such as the half-republic, half-aristocracy of the Shire, but the liberation from an evil tyranny of all the humane, including those such as Easterlings and Haradrim, which were still servants of the tyranny. So you're seeing the kind of not entirely evil thing,
Yeah.
He's seeing the men as good men that need to be
They're
rescued.
misguided. Yeah, they're just misguided men, or they've been bribed or blackmailed or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. And then there's one more. There's very little, to be fair. There's very little about Easterlings. And again, it's kind of, because he doesn't use the term, it's kind of hard to find stuff. So, I was searching through for Easterlings, I was searching through for Cans, searching through for Variags, essentially. But, they are just men from the East, and he didn't say too much about them. But, where is it in here? Here we go. So this is from the Hammond School Companion again. So this is a description of the Southronds were bold men and grim, fierce in despair, and the Easterlings were strong and war-hardened. So these are positive words, right? Tolkien allows men who fought for Sauron the same ethos as those fighting on the side of Gondor. This accords with feelings he expressed about Germans during the Second World War. And then this is a quote from Tolkien from his letters. I cannot understand the line taken by the BBC, and papers, I suppose, emanating from the Ministry of Information, that the German troops are a motley collection of sutlers and broken men, while yet recording the bitterest defence against the finest and best equipped armies that have ever taken the field. But it is distressing to see the press grovelling in the gutter as low as Goebbels in his prime, shrieking that any German commander who holds out in a desperate situation when to the military needs of his side clearly benefit is a drunkard and a besotted fanatic. And I really like that. So it's that kind of idea that that he's saying that he gives the Easterlings and the Southrons the same strength and the same character as Gondor and Rohan. And they're not,
yet he describes them as regularly as cruel.
Yeah, but does he describe them as cruel, or does Boromir describe them as cruel?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I thought, and I did pick up on that. I did think it's interesting. Whenever a Gondorian is describing them, they do get the propaganda, propaganda hammer. So yeah, I thought there was a couple of interesting things there from Tolkien himself, and one little bit I didn't dive into Unfinished Tales because it was just too long. But we have one Easterling of note, one named Easterling of note.
Camul?
Indeed.
Or is it the drag?
Yeah,
no.
Camul.
Yeah.
Sauron sends 3 of his Nazgul to occupy Dol Guldur. One text of the Hunt for the Ring states that in June 3018, the second to the chief of the Ringwraiths, Camul, the Shadow of the East. It's his name. Abode in Dol Guldur as Sauron's lieutenant, with the one other Nazgul and his messenger. According to the entry in the Tale of Years for 2951, Sauron set 3, not 2, of the Nazgul to reoccupy Dol Guldur. The two statements can be reconciled on the assumption that one of the ring wraiths of Dol Guldur returned afterwards to Minas Morgul. I think it more likely the formulation of the present text was superseded when the Tale of Years was compiled, and it may be noted that in a rejected version of the present passage there was only one Nazgul in Dol Guldur, not named as Camul, but referred to as the Second Chief, or the Black Easterling, while one remained with Sauron as his chief messenger. And yeah, if you have a look through Unfinished Tales, you'll find that Camul's the dude, man. Camul's the dude on the horse. You know, the one that charges through the Shire by the tree and all that. I'm pretty sure I didn't look at this, but I'm pretty sure he's the one who attacks Maggot and attacks.
Now you've said it, I think that is right, because I vaguely remember reading about that back in the day somewhere.
I think he's the one that goes and chases down Fatty Bulger, you know,
because it's not the Witch King, isn't it? Because it's not the Witch King who's doing all that stuff.
So yeah,
he turns up at
Camul gets that. So yeah, there we go. That's what I got.
That's interesting.
No, I'm glad you think so. I've got the profile stuff to go through, but I think we should have let's see what the nerds are saying about the Easterlings. And then, and then I'll jump on.
I'm gonna just get some non-sweet food.
Some non-sweet food.
Yeah, I need some savoury crisps or something. So I'm gonna just grab them while you start the chat, if that's all right. Oh.
Michael Haskell, it's time to the GWME SBG today's release theme. Harry and I took Ents to our first 7 stone, if memory serves. You might have done if he's gone to confirm it. I'm sorry. Hazard. Wasn't there a Facebook comment where they made a hint it was supposed to come out with Witch King? What's that? The Rise of Angmar? I don't know. Maybe. They're normally pretty coy about their Facebook comments though. Richard Clammer. It would make sense for the model to be early because of the battle host. Sure. Joe says we also have several sets of dice that were unrelated to any books though. They don't prove. I'm not saying they do prove anything, mate. It's just what I think. Sean Clark says pretty books though. Is that David Day? He does make pretty books and he keeps reprinting them. Joe Holzman, does Harry have name blindness or something? Yes. He's back. I'll ask him.
I am back.
I have 2 questions for you. The first one I don't understand. Do you have name blindness?
Name blindness?
Yeah.
No. What is that?
I don't know. I presume it's where you don't remember names, but I can't remember why they're asking.
Oh, I'm not very good with remembering names at all. No.
So yes, then.
I mean, if that's a thing, then but I don't know whether it's been diagnosed or.
Tonight, Harry.
I think I am bad at remembering names because I see names and I see lots. I remember faces very well, but not very much the names.
And Michael was checking. Did you take Ents to your first 7 stones together?
Yes, we did. Yes, that was because we had I believe we had some of the Shadow and Flame Ents that. Is it Shadow and Flame? Well, Fredericks. Yeah, it was.
Majestic Bear Fredericks.
They were lovely, and we had some of them, and we'd come up with little names for all of the Ents, various tree-based puns. It was very, and that was one that we'd never met each other. Michael and I had met, and you know, they're our hobby friendship.
Imagine never having met Michael Haskell.
I know, and what a lucky guy I was that day to be partnered with Michael. What a wonderful time to be alive. But yeah,
absolutely. To Michael Haskell.
Cheers. To Michael Haskell.
And cheers to everyone on this fine Friday evening when we're geeking out over nerdy things.
I must say I'm having a great time. I really enjoyed that. I've got some layers on my Camul. Look, he's got red and he's got brown horsey stuff. So
perfect. And painting.
Just to add there, my snack is jalapeno grills.
I like the fact you've topped up your snacks halfway through. This is pretty.
Yeah, well, because obviously at the start I had sweets, I had chocolate. It was great, but I started on the beer, and the sweets are feeling a bit sickly on the beer. So but I do want a bit. And this is India's number one snack brand. After all, 1 billion people can't be wrong. So.
Have you tried all of the sweets from Yen's? Is there anything else to taste?
No, I haven't had the pipe, but I thought the pipe deserves a special moment at some point.
I'm not joining you in pipe anyway.
I might chuff the pipe right at the end. We'll see.
Love it. And in response to "Do you have name blindness?" James Wilson says he's got a 6-month-old. It's more likely sleep deprivation.
Yeah,
and Joe says, "Yeah, I'll let him off."
What was that in reference to? Was there a connection?
Know. I don't know.
Was I saying the wrong name for people?
I really don't know. Larry says they were at Ed and Owen's event, and you're not going to get me with this one because I understand that. It's because I mentioned the Battle of Unnumbered Tears.
I picked up on that as well.
We're smart. James Wilson, Athelion is the land of many fountains, suggesting it's got a lot of waterfalls. You might be right, and I'm being glib on this, and it's a fictional land. I just reckon if you know it's behind a waterfall, you can find a secret place if you've got an army. Do you know where I'm coming from? Am I right?
There's only so many waterfalls you got to check, right?
Yeah, I just
even if it's the land of the fountains, they're not going to be like everywhere. Nah, you just go down a few of them.
Yeah,
and
there must be on a river. You can't just go into a forest and have a waterfall. You know.
Well, it seems.
I just think it's a terrible place. It's a terrible place to take. You can't take them there. You can have it as a hideout. But you can't take anyone there. I think. Bloody Faramir. Sam says Tolkien always seems to suggest that no one is ever completely beyond all doubt evil except cats. Absolutely right. Larry Miller. See, sometimes he's useful. Primark has 451 stores worldwide. There must be more. And then he says there is no full list of waterfalls. There must be more than 451 waterfalls, though, right? There must be.
In the world?
Yeah.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah. So we have more waterfalls.
They might not all have names, though.
So then waterfalls would be a better place to have a secret hideout than Primark's.
Fair point.
Okay. Old School Chrissy. Larry says, I now see there's a song warning of the dangers of chasing. I know there's a song warning of the dangers of chasing them. Perhaps this is why they've never been accurately documented. Harry, could you give us a burst of that? Oh no, he's choking to death.
Sorry, I just inhaled some chili. What was that? Sorry, I was coughing.
Chris Cooper says, I know there's a song warning of the dangers of chasing waterfalls. Perhaps this is why they've never been accurately documented. And I wonder if you could give us a few bars.
That is a good point. People should don't go chasing waterfalls.
They should.
I couldn't. They should don't. I do.
They should don't go chasing waterfalls. Does it stick to chasing waterfalls? Just stick to the rivers and the streams that you used to. I know that you're gonna have it your way or nothing at all, but I think you're moving too fast.
Top draw stuff, that.
R.I.P. Lisa Left Eye Lopez. Gone but not forgotten. Much like Steve. He's not dead.
He's not dead.
Sam says Faramir had the records expunged. Keep it secret, keep it safe. Larry says, but as of 2013, the World Waterfall Database, yes, lives 7,827 waterfalls. So many more than Primark's.
Very true.
Wonderful. Sam says, so you're arguing they should move the hideout to a Primark? Yeah, I was, I think. I don't know. Just not in a waterfall. Maybe something more. What's a shop with more? What about Tesco? The more of them? Whatever shopping chain has the most stores, they should have their hideout at one of those.
Also, obviously, the Gondor people aren't going to hide in a country other than Gondor. So, we should really compare like with like here. So we should go with Primarks in the UK
in Gondor.
and waterfalls in the UK.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And then that would be a fair contrast. So, go on, Larry. Off you go.
Get it done. But also, some countries are going to be more prone to waterfalls.
True. And some countries are going to be more prone to Primarks.
I think England is going to have a high proportion of Primarks to a high Primark to waterfall ratio.
What about Ireland, though? Ireland is where Primark began, which is an Irish shop. And Ireland feels like it might have quite a few waterfalls.
I still suspect that Primark would have a high.
You're probably right.
would have a high Primarch to waterfall ratio. I think South America would have a high waterfall to Primarch ratio.
Consult the database.
Yeah, tell us, Harry. And here it is. Not quite. Joe Holzman says, "What about Arvidui? Last King is a terrible name." Oh, is that what his name means? Or does it mean Last King? It's
Oh my
a
God,
terrible
that's
name for a monarch. Because you
Nice.
pick your name for him when he's a kid, right? I'm going to call you Last King. Why, Dad? Ooh, I don't know. I got this Malbeth mate, and he doesn't seem confident. And then Larry Miller, right on cue, says, "I've always said it, Arvidui." And then he puts as in rhyming with Lavadui.
Very good.
Joe Holzman, you wouldn't pronounce the U and I separately, would you? You do in ruin, which is apparently how that sound is pronounced in Arvidui. So it's Dewey.
The first half of that sentence contradicts the second half, doesn't
I
it?
agree, yeah. Ruin, because you do pronounce those separately, don't you? Ruin. And you do in ruin, which is apparently how... So
Joe says,
Uin.
you wouldn't pronounce the U and I separately. That's ridiculous. You do in ruin, which is apparently...
And Arvidui. So that's Dewey.
Yeah.
Is that Dewey, do you think? Dewey? Arvidui? Is that Uin?
Yeah.
Uin? Arviduin. Arvidui.
Arvidui, yeah.
That's quite hard to say. Arvidui.
Just say it fast enough and people won't question it.
Josh Crosby says, any discussions of the Easterlings and the story of Turin? No, I didn't go into Turin. I didn't go into any of the first age stuff or any of the second age stuff with it, apart from in the overall. I just didn't have the time, I'm afraid. I'm apologise. Sorry, Josh. Joe Holzman, I also think generally in Tolkien's writings, 2 consecutive vowels are pronounced separately, like Feanor and Tuor. And although I ignore these next two, Oin and Gloin. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think it's meant to be Owen and Glowin, and I've always said Oin and Gloin.
I think in the films they say Gimli son of Gloin, don't they?
They do, yeah. But
they had Tolkien
I think they're wrong.
experts, but didn't they have like speech people who told them how to say things like that?
Speech people.
You know, there's a guy in the
I think
who translates it all
David
and tells them
Salo,
stuff.
You mean?
That's the guy.
You're right. They shouldn't get it wrong. I just, and maybe it's actually pretentious people saying it's Owen and Glowin. Don't know. I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to get that one. It's always Owen and Glowin for me. Never. Larry Miller says no Moomin streams. Oh, is that because? Oh, that's because I do get that. That's because there's a Moomin part work that Larry suggested we should do after Battle Games in Middle Earth. Joe Holzman, one of my favourite jokes at work is during the Year 6 World War II topic, whenever one of them asks what's propaganda, I tell them it's when you get a really good look at something.
Took me a second. That's very good there.
Old School Chris C says that's a top bins joke. A top bins joke.
Oh my God.
What's that mean?
I think that's a typo.
So Kamal goes here, there, everywhere, but the Witch King steps up for the glory when they find Frodo. Typical management, yeah. Absolutely. Joe Holzman, I'm sure name blindness is a thing. I've completely invented the name.
Nice.
Have you forgotten the name of name blindness, Joe?
That does sound.
There's something fun in that.
Yeah, it is.
Old School Chrissy, typical BBC reporter, always getting names wrong. He's worse than the chap in Hot Fuzz. I think he's also forgotten a name there. Larry Miller, has he done the old news person trick of missaying Jeremy Hunt's name?
Oh, it's come close. As soon as the thing is, it's not that hard to access. I've never understood how that happened. The Jeremy Hunt, because if the guy's name was Jeremic, that would be different. Jeremic Hunt, that would be best. That would be fine.
Demonetized.
But like,
you're going to come onto Entmoot and start saying Jeremic cunt again.
But it's true. How they ever did that, I don't know. It must have been a Freudian slip. But now, of course, every person in broadcasting thinks, "Oh, God, don't say Jeremy." You know.
Well, I said sex for some sort of success, didn't I? Something success. Can't remember.
Yeah.
It can happen, man. It can happen.
Can.
And the name blindness. You couldn't remember Seb's name.
That's right.
He's right.
Sorry, everyone.
Joe Osborne wasn't setting foot on that secret location a death penalty. Having the secret hideout behind the waterfall isn't the issue. Taking somewhere there was a problem. Yeah, I completely agree. That's my point. And then Joe agrees with me exactly about something. And then he says, how many of those 7,000 waterfalls were in Athelion?
That's it. That's exactly the sort of thing I said, Joe.
James Wilson, Steve, quit telling everyone I'm dead. Damien, sometimes I can still hear his voice. Chris C, maybe Harry could give us a drum solo of Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls.
Did it have a distinctive drum beat? I don't know.
Fun fact. Unpretty. Is it Unpretty by TLC or is it No Scrubs? I think it's is it Unpretty or it might be No Scrubs. Well, no, it might be Unpretty. Don't know. I'm going to ruin one TLC song for you. It's got a guitar slide in it, and once you hear it, you'll never ever be able to listen to the song again. It's a horrible thing that when people are sliding up the frets, you get this.
Oh no, that has ruined that TLC song for me. I will never want to listen to it ever again.
I can't play it now because it'll get us demonetized in Chad. But there's one of them.
I think I'll survive without listening to that one again.
Well, you won't be able to. It's like when you hear the cowbell in oh God, what's it called? Saturday Night Live.
Saturday Night's Alright for Fine?
No. I can't remember. What's the Christopher
Honky
Walken
Tonk Woman?
sketch? Oh, it's right there. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna think about it because it'll come back to me in a minute. I'll just scream it. Joe Holzman, which shop has the most stores? I reckon it's Tesco. We've got 3 in Barnstaple alone. Yeah, maybe. But globally, don't know. Sam, Gondor viewers, what's your biggest supermarket chain? Is there enough room for a top secret hideout? Hashtag don't tell Sauron. Larry Miller, 4,942 Tesco's. Wow. That's more than I thought there'd be.
That's almost as many waterfalls as there is in the world.
So yeah, that's definitely better than Primark's.
Way better.
Joe Holzman, the first half was a quote from one of you. The second half was pointing out the mistake you made. Here we go. Sam says,
I see.
Arvadu, Arvadwi. I'm going to call you Arvi. Arvadu, Arvadwi. Arvadwi? Arvadwi? Arvedwi?
Could be Arvadwi.
Arvadu, Arvedwi. Arvadu, don't know. Now, Walmart has 10,586. There we go. Ding, ding. That is only more than recorded waterfalls. There are probably lots of tiny ones. As Chris C says, Circus says Owen and Glowen in the audiobook. And well done, Chris, for actually writing your pronunciation. Joe Holzman, it's a football reference. Larry Miller, there are around 125 waterfalls in the UK. So then we said like
Primarks would be better. So their Primarks were 400 and something, wasn't it?
Well, that was total Primarks, not all in the UK. Well,
I don't think there were many in
I reckon we've
continental
got a lot
Europe,
of those,
for example.
I agree. We've got a lot of those. So yeah, there you go. My knowledge of Primark to waterfall ratio in my home country was sublime. Joe Holzman, I think it's because if he was called... I'm not doing it. If he was called Jeremy, it would be a classic case of nominative denomination. Or ironically, given my name blindness comments, nominative determinism. And Larry says... And 192 Primarks. That's in the UK. We've got 192 Primarks in the UK. And how many waterfalls did we have?
125.
Yeah, there we go. More Primarks. Positive.
Yeah.
Primark to...
So it is wiser to hide in a Primark than it is to hide in the UK waterfall.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is what we thought.
I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. Really important fact.
Sam says, Walmart, what madness drove them in there? Chris says, Damien, fun fact, I'm pretty, ends fact. Is that what I said? Sometimes I need to let people know I'm pretty. Michael Doublé, how big does the fall have to be to class as a waterfall?
That is a really good point. One that I'm not sure we need to know the answer to, but I am fascinated by that, because what the UK, the waterfall guide, what is that basing waterfalls on?
Yeah, I'd say it's twice the radius. Larry Miller, are you saying Owen's right then? I think that's an Owen Wright gag. Arvidwi, I want to be like you, hoo. And I've caught up. Well done.
Very good.
So now we're going to chat about Easterlings in the game. And we're going to have a look at them, look at the profiles and stuff. So I'm going to, you can be painting for this, and I'll chat about as things come in. And obviously, if you've got a book, if you want to jump in,
I was waiting for a wash to dry, although I think we're nearly there, so I'll give it a bit more time.
And you know, I genuinely don't think I've ever played with a single Easterling model in my life. I reckon.
I have.
Well, there you go, and that's why a plurality of opinion.
It's great.
Let
great
us know
stuff.
in the chat now. The waterfall chat has been thrilling, but let's talk to us about your experience of Easterlings on the table and such. So I'm going to start with the Return of the King book.
Oh yeah, I haven't got that to hand.
So despite them appearing in the Two Towers, we didn't get profiles for them. The first profiles we get are in the Return of the King book that obviously came out to accompany.
Strangely,
these,
considering in the Return of the King film, they'd probably feature. Well, they definitely feature far less than they do in the Two Towers.
Am I right in thinking they are only in those blurry background shots in
Minas Tirith? Yeah, it's like a few frames in the film, aren't they?
Yeah. And we have Easterling Captain Man. Let's see what they said about Easterlings. The Easterlings are the most disciplined and skilled warriors that are fighting for the Dark Lord. Their captains lead them with a martial prowess the Orcs will never be able to match. They have an Easterling halberd, which is an elven blade right from the start, and they wear heavy armour. And then they are. So the captain is fight 4, and then just everything else you'd expect: strength 4, defense 6, 2 attacks, 2 wounds. And that Easterling captain will lead your Easterling warriors. Mysterious humans from the remote lands of the East. These are amongst the most well-equipped and disciplined troops available to the Dark Lord, who they worship with fanatical loyalty. And they have got fight 3 at that point, courage 3, and then all the other stuff you'd expect. They can have spears, shields, or banner. And yeah. So there you go. No special rules for them, and that's when they got introduced into the game in Return of the King.
But interesting, you mentioned the elven weapon. Was that just for the captain?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. Right, mate. You've made me pick the book up now.
Sorry.
I believe the warriors only had.
Is it just a spear?
They have so the captain gets an Eastling halberd, which was a blade, whereas the warriors get a shield or a spear, and they do not count as elven weapons.
So another interesting thing, it's a spear, not a pike. But I don't think were there pike rules back then? There would have been, wouldn't there? Because there were Urukai pikes.
I think they were introduced in the Two Towers pikes, so I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I thought so. Pikes. I thought so as well.
Elven blades. We do have pikes, yeah. Fun fact. I was just looking because I saw the picture. The scenario 10, the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, includes 5 Easterling warriors with shield and sword, 10 Easterling warriors with shield. So they do put 15. In this version of the Return of the King, they put 15 Eastling warriors in that battle, presumably because they were working from the shots that have ended up in the film before they added the Morannon army.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Because this is it's well documented throughout the things that they filmed it with like Mordor orcs, and then they didn't think they looked as scary as Uruk-hai, so in pickups they added the Morannon army. So this scenario has got Mordor orcs and Easterling warriors. So maybe in the original version we would have seen more of the Easterlings, and they suffered because of the addition of the Morannons.
Oh, that's a shame.
There we go. Then.
Yes, because that's a really good point, because you don't see Morannon orcs inside Minas Tirith much, do you?
Probably not. I don't know.
But yeah,
can't quite remember. Can't quite picture it. And then we get I can't remember how many times I've said this is my favourite book, but I have so much sentimental value for this. This is one that got me back into the game. But within here, there is an Easterling section. It's called A Shadow in the East. And it still has those same 2 warriors. That's the only profiles, but they get their own section. They're the same. The captain can now have an armoured horse, but everything else is the same. And let's see what Games Workshop are saying about the Easterlings. Beyond Mordor are a great many realms, largely undocumented by the histories kept in the western lands of Middle-earth. Of these kingdoms, some bow down before Sauron's will, contributing slaves, wealth and warriors to his goals. But even so, there are bastions of the free peoples to be found within these lands. Upon the boundaries of the Sea of Rhûn lies the mysterious kingdom of Dorwinion. Little is known of the realm, save the fact they are masters of the art of winemaking, capable of blending such heady and flavoursome vintages that even an elf may lose his wits after a small bowl. Such art is highly sought after in the neighbouring realms. The elves of Mirkwood are particularly partial to its taste, and Dorwinion has been made rich by trade. Despite this, the inhabitants of the realm remain a mystery, but even the boatmen who ferry their wares labour in ignorance of the nature of their paymasters. Some believe the folk of Dorwinion to be elves, others consider them to be men, while others still consider them to be something else entirely, yet none can be sure. This is cool.
What the hell is this? I've never read any of this. I've never heard of any of that. Dorwinion.
Yeah. Well, they have Dorwinion wine, don't they?
Yeah, but like that's interesting.
It's super cool. Even further, I like you like leaning forward, going, "That's interesting." So, listen to Battle Streams of Middle Earth. I was interested by that. What I learned.
I mean, I always enjoy your deep dives, and I'm sure everyone else does as well.
Thank you, babe.
I think for me, it's because I'm primarily a movie consumer, and although I've read The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and I've sort of dipped my toe into the appendices and Silmarillion and stuff like that, most of the stuff that you're revealing is tends to be new to me, and I don't have the blue book. I never have.
You need to get yourself a crap David Day book, mate.
Yeah,
really sort you out. No, there is nothing better. I just think there's nothing more enjoyable to me than flicking through one of these. Like I love real books, and I love sitting and digging around, and I just love it. I wish the internet wasn't a thing.
I must admit, and maybe this is another lukewarm take, but I do think that there's a sense that some of the newer stuff has that little bit less fluff and invention, because it's sort of, I don't know whether it's because of the copyright stuff and the licensing or whatever, that it feels like it's very much repeating the stuff that I already know from the books and the films.
When you say, what do you mean by newest, like newer GW?
As in the new GW productions that we've got recently,
right.
There's not a lot of extra information, whereas, you know, you look at the Shadow and the East, which you're going to look at some point soon. I remember reading that and thinking, wow, I've learnt loads of extra stuff that I didn't know about the Easterlings. Even if it was all made up, it filled in the gaps for me. So anyway, so I'll carry on.
It's like the stuff they've done historically over the years is effectively like what I think Rings of Power are doing. Like they are filling in gaps that for the most part don't contradict the text. You know,
I think there's a lot of value in that personally. And I've always thought that you know, Tolkien sort of talks a lot about mythologies, and mythologies do expand and get added to and all that over the years. And I think I don't know how he would have felt about GW's stuff that they've invented, but I like to think that he would have liked some of it. So
I think he would. My take on all this is always that he would have liked the idea of people doing it, but it never would have been good enough for him. Yeah, that's what everything about his things say. Like he has that famous quote about wanting other hands and minds to paint with art and with music and with drama, and he says in the same quote, as long as it's purged of the gross and of a high standard. And I think he wanted other people to do the stories and continuous stories, but no one ever would have done it well enough for him. Every single piece of evidence we have from his life of him reviewing something that someone else made of his work, he's absolutely vicious about it. So he's like, yeah, do it, but it's got to be good. Like,
but to be fair, while he was alive, there wasn't a lot of good stuff based on his work.
Yeah, but I mean written stuff. There's a really famous guy where like just a fan writes a sequel to Lord of the Rings, and he makes the mistake of sending it to him. He's like, John, I loved your book. I made you this, and he just tears it apart. And then there's an animated movie gets sent the synopsis for, and it's the longest letter in all of his letters is him ripping apart this synopsis. And then
Ouch.
So you know, but then he goes, "Well, I'd love other people to do interpretations of my work." But anyway, so yeah, I think he'd hate the Hobbit films, and I think he'd hate the Rings of Power, but he'd also hate the Lord of the Rings trilogy that everyone always seems to put up there.
I think he would, because he'd have hated a lot of the changes, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would, absolutely. Even further southwards lie the Runish kingdoms, an alliance of warlike and indisputably evil men, whose loyalty has since been pledged to Sauron, unsurprisingly, as the Dark Lord invested much time and effort in bringing them under his sway. It's from these lands that now vanished peoples come to bring ruin to Gondor and Rivanion, and the ring of iron fortresses that encircle the lands past the mountains of Rune, I think that's a typo. I think it should say have proven to be a formidable... A typo, Harrods! To be a formidable barrier against Gondor's vengeance. Lastmost and most southerly of the eastern kingdoms is Cand, a rolling land of plains and hills. The Candish folk are as wild and warlike as those of Rune, yet their savagery is fueled by a warrior code that prizes victory in combat above all else, a trait that makes them highly prized as mercenaries in the neighbouring realms of Harad, Mordor and Rune. Skilled horsemen, Candish warriors are capable of deadly rage, striking without warning and disappearing to the hills from whence they came before the hue and cry can be taken up. So yeah, that was in the blue rulebook. And then there's a very curious thing that happened. That Shadow in the East introduces a whole, which I know is a book you're very fond of, introduces a whole bunch of new profiles. But for reasons that I truly don't know, the Return of the King journey book also has these profiles. So these journey
the mercenaries and stuff, didn't it?
Yeah, these journey books, as they came out, introduced new profiles. That's why. So, like in the Fellowship one, you got Dunedain and stuff, and in the Two Towers, you got Ferrell Uruk-hai. And in here, you get Kamal the Easterling, and you get Candish. It's the Candish chieftain, and the warriors. You get Candish chariots and Candish horsemen. And this book is published in 2007. But Shadow in the East has all of those things, and was published in 2005. So I find that really curious, and I don't know the answer. It's the only, I think, and I obviously haven't checked this, but based on my knowledge of it, I think it's the only example of, at that point, duplication in the supplements. They're normally adding things and adding things and adding things that all then get collated into these books.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so then we get to Shadow in the East, and the other paragraph I wanted to read out because I think it's brilliant, particularly for tonight, is in the foreword. There's a box out. There's a separate box. This one is very much credited by Matt Ward. It's in those crazy days where they used to put the author's name inside their books.
Outrageous.
And it says, as readers of the books know, and it's almost like a plan the order of this, the term Easterling, as presented in The Lord of the Rings, encompasses pretty much every Eastern race to cross the paths of the defenders of Gondor. As The Lord of the Rings is largely told from the point of view of the free peoples, this is utterly fitting, but leaves us little to work with when describing them. Accordingly, we've chosen to develop the vision of the Easterlings as laid out in the movies, a single unified race dedicated to Sauron's service. For the Variags of Khand, there's even less reference, but as a distinct and named race of men from the East, we wanted to include them in the volume. As always, whenever we've created our own warriors, we've tried to present images that are true to those presented in the films and to Tolkien's works, in this case drawing from real-world Far East history. Obviously, players are free to use the models and profiles for Easterlings and Candish warriors to represent other Eastern realms if they wish. The choice is up to you. So your understanding of Easterlings and Khand comes from Games Workshop. Right, and I don't think I'd twigged that. Like the idea that the Easterlings being a people in gold and red with cataphracts and with them, and them being a separate people to the Candish horsemen is completely made up by Games Workshop. Right,
yeah. I mean, the only reason I know that is because I remember reading this a lot. I think I actually had a copy and I either lost or sold it, and then I bought another one when I was older. But I remember this being one of the ones that I absolutely loved, and for reasons because of the terrain building guides and stuff that I remember thinking, oh, these are really cool, and I think I could do these because they're all made out of cardboard boxes and stuff like that. And I did eventually go and make them on my YouTube channel, and they're all very dishevelled and crap looking because they're made out of balsa wood and cardboard, and they don't survive any kind of, moving around in any way, shape or form. But and it was, I remember this one being really, and it was, I think it was Kirian, and Murin and Dra and people like that are really, they really hold a special place in my heart, even though they're basically just invented by GW because of that. And yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? And I mean, I think it's based on the films, isn't it? But they almost had to say, well, what are the Easterlings as designed in the films? They have to be something, and they can't just be a certain squad of dudes who wear this kind of armor. So it makes and because you've got to try and join them then with the Wayne Riders and stuff. I think they've done a really, really good. I say they, Matt Ward, by the sound of it, has done a really good job in marrying all of these disparate sources together, including the books, the histories and the films to make a coherent view. And to me, that is canon. I think of that is 100% how the Easterlings in Kandar.
Yeah.
So,
Which is really powerful, and feels very much in keeping with that quote from Tolkien about other minds wielding drama and adding to it without contradicting anything. He says there's a whole bunch of people over here called the Easterlings.
Yeah.
And Games Workshop have gone, well, what if some of them look like this, and what if some of them look like this?
And when I spoke to Matt Ward in the interview I did on the channel, he talked about this sort of stuff, and I was really complimentary to him about, you know, saying I think you did a really good job of filling in the gaps, and he was very touched by it. I think because he's faced a lot of criticism over the years, but one of the things he values most is the story writing. He loves making the stories, and that's why he's become an author. And I think he really appreciated that, you know, it's a hard job to please fans of Tolkien. And whether, you know, ultra fans of the books who have no interest in toy soldiers would read this and think it's a load of shite or not, I don't know. But I think he's done a great job.
Yeah, well, I think this does. I've already said it a couple of times. This does the thing that's really good for me, where it doesn't contradict anything for Tolkien, but it does. It's all fair game. I think.
And 13-year-old me, who thought reading the letters of Tolkien or the Silmarillion or whatever, thought, bloody hell, I'm not going to do that. I can't read this because it's boring and long and massive. But I could pick up this, and it expanded on the worlds of Tolkien that I loved from the films. And to be honest, it's these books to me that probably kept me in the interested in Middle Earth, because, you know, once you've seen the 3 films, there wasn't anything else to go on for more stuff, and this expanded the world, and it kept doing it. And I think it's fantastic. And for a teenager who at the time wasn't going to read the Silmarillion.
It's interesting to hear about your age when you were there as well, to the impact that might have.
Because when did you say it was 2005? So what was I? I was 12 when this came out. I don't think I got it straight away. I must have got it. Yeah, probably. Well, I probably would have got it within the first year it came out.
We haven't said this tonight, but Harry actually put his hand up for this one a while ago. So, like when we were talking about what stream we're going to be, I think you said, "Oh, I want to do the Easterling one." So it was quite. You clearly had a bit of Easterling passion in you. And then as soon as you said that, I asked you to get it out. I think you said it was locked in the garage, or whatever. But I just had giggling flashbacks. I didn't go back and watch them, to you making a series of YouTube videos years ago, making terrain, and in my head. And I'm sure I'm changing the truth of this, slicing your fingers open quite a lot and bleeding all over your terrain. And
I did bleed on one of the buildings.
I remember laughing quite a lot at this kind of almost chaotic. I might be doing you a disservice. Chaotically disastrous attempt at terrain making, covered in your own blood.
No, that's right. Yeah. I think it was I can't remember exactly it was the Harad building, technically, with the dome on the top, and you can see. I think I put it as the thumbnail image on my channel, where you can see. I freeze framed it just before I was cutting the edge. I was like shaving the sort of paper of the edge or the sort of, you know, it's like foam board, and shaving the edge, and you can see my hand like this, and then the knife kind of going above it, like shaving it, and it's like, what could possibly go wrong? And I cut, and there was a lot of blood, I remember, because it was one of those really new sharp knives.
I haven't gone back to it, but I remember it being quite enjoyable.
I think it's one of the better ones. It's done quite well.
And why were you making the terrain? What was it? Was it for a project or?
Well, I just went through a phase of just wanting to do loads of Eastling stuff, and I started because I think the original plan was, if I build my Eastling army, build a few bits of terrain for a board, and then put them to test them against someone. So I did an Eastling versus Rohan battle report in the end, and it was good. Oh. So I wanted to have the right nice terrain for it.
Oh, lovely.
But I need to go back to building terrain. I haven't done much terrain in a long time because it's very time consuming. But I enjoyed building the Cirith Ungol and the bridges and some of those things. And there were a couple of things that I've always wanted to do. I wanted to make the very final terrain piece from the Battle Games of Middle Earth.
The mill.
Which looks incredible. And I'm sure when I do it, it would not be very good.
Josh has done one. Josh Crosby's got it.
Oh, man, I didn't see that. That's
incredible.
okay. If you could put it in the whip thread, I'll look at it later. But the other one is the Mount Doom, which is actually not in this issue, but the next issue.
The two-sided one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
love
really
that.
cool. Yeah,
and I think I want to do that. I might even do that soon because I'm playing through the Ring Bearer scenarios, and we're approaching the final Ring Bearer scenario. And I think we've got to get that terrain piece for the final.
Feels quite achievable as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not. It's only 2 foot by 2 foot, I think. So I'm going to give it a go. Anyway, sorry, I've looked completely.
Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. Now we're not reviewing this, and maybe in the future we will. And if we do, I think I'll know who I'm calling. But what it does add is Kamul, the named Eastling, which is I think I'm sure is our first named ring wraith beyond the Witch King.
I think you're right. Yeah.
We still get the captain, we still get the warrior, and we get the cataphract for the first time.
Oh yeah.
And I know they've changed the armies loads over the years, but I have to say, if you then go to page 12, like the painting, I think that Easterling looks beautiful. It's slightly more silver and slightly more bronzy, and I just really, really, really like that. I think I can, by the power of continuity cam.
Yeah, it's the shield, the shining, the way the shield is blended. It's beautiful. It's really well done.
Lovely colours. Kind of got a real red hue in there and stuff. It's absolutely brilliant.
And it's inks, isn't it? I think it says it's shining gold and brown ink, which
the armour is shining gold, brown ink, dry brush with shining gold, highlight with shining gold, and mithril silver. Just a quick edge highlight with mithril silver at the end. Yeah,
but it clearly isn't an edge highlight. That is blended beautifully from the silver into the golds, isn't it? But still, it's very nice. It's lovely stuff.
I just noticed it the sort of page before where you had I just think they look stunning. The cataphract, just the models look absolutely stunning.
Yeah, they are. They're really nice. It's the shields. I think the shields that does it for me, because they're just the way of making that shield look sort of shiny and burnished and catching the light. They've done a great job.
Yeah, really, really nice.
And actually, I was just going to say that I actually think that it's not that difficult to paint Easterlings well, because there's quite a lot of, I mean, maybe we'll see of people's efforts this evening, but there's quite a lot of folds in the cloth, which naturally makes it easier to do nice highlights. And the gold is, because of the sort of pointiness of the armour, I think it's quite easy to get the points to be that mithril silver dot at the end, and it can help. Yeah. So I've always found them quite easy.
Yeah, and the cataphracts are basically just Eastlings on horses. No specials there. And of course, Kamul was super cool. There's some fluff about him. Kamul is second amongst the ring race, a dark terror clad in an impenetrable shroud of cloth and armour. The knowledge of how he came into the service of the Lord of the Rings has been lost, though a few of the wise believe he once ruled a land beyond Mordor's eastern boundaries. This at least must be partially true, for only a king of great influence would have received the tainted gift of a ring of power. Other than this, little is known of Kamul's past, save what he has done since in the service of Mordor. Whatever the deeds of the man that he once was, Kamul now walks only where Sauron bids him. His will bound solely to that of his dark master.
The King of the East. I wonder who that will be in the Rings of Power.
Yeah, I think that's really exciting.
Yeah,
I think we're both quite positive to it, right?
Yeah, I love the Rings of Power. I think it's fantastic.
I think the idea of finding out who the Nazgul are, and you probably I don't think you're gonna find out who all 9 are, but because it's not the fake Saruman, right? The fake Saruman's definitely a wizard, isn't he? He's an Istari. I think
who knows. Who knows? But do you mean the guy played by Kieran Hines?
Yeah, I think he's confirmed as one of the wizards, isn't he? So he's probably a blue wizard.
I'm just excited for the whole thing. I think it's great.
But it'll be cool seeing that kind of descent.
Totally
and we got our first, and then also what you got in this book. There's loads of scenarios as well that we'll probably look through in years to come. But then you get all the canned stuff gets introduced. So Candish King on chariot, a Candish man, Candish mercenary chieftain, which is different. And
I believe wasn't there a quirky rule about the mercenaries that you'd roll a dice at the start of the game, and if you roll a 1, they just didn't turn up.
Sellswords. At the start of the game, before force has been deployed, the controlling player rolls a dice for each mercenary in his force. On the roll of a 1, they've been bribed and they're not available for the battle. Models that are bribed do not count towards the size of the force for victory conditions or courage. It's just awful.
It's so funny, isn't it?
No benefit. And there's 7 points fight 4, strength 3, defense 4, 1 attack, 1 wound, courage 2. It's not like they're, if they were 7 points, like fight 5, 2 attacks, but they might not turn up. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Just rubbish. But yeah, you get them, and they are. I think are they just you know this range better than me? Are they just Candish Warriors painted beige? Are they the same model?
Yes. Yeah, they're exactly the same. Yeah.
And then you get
the one of the
chieftains,
12 schools.
You get the horsemen, you get the charioteers. So that whole range gets added into the thing now. When you paint your own character, oh, here you go. When you paint your own force of Candish Warriors, you are of course free to invent your colour schemes. The important thing to remember is it must be possible to tell you at a glance which elements of your force are mercenaries and which are not. The simplest way to do this is to use a distinct colour scheme for each. You see, I think it'd be quite easy to tell which ones are mercenaries and which ones are not, because the ones you have would be not mercenaries, and the ones you don't have would be mercenaries.
Exactly.
And in the studio army, the colours used on the mercenaries are the reverse of that used for the rest of the army. The sash colour becomes the colour of the cloak, and the colour of the cloak becomes the colour of the sash. That's quite fun.
Very clever. Very, very clever.
And then we get some cool scenery guides, which again we'll look through, some cool scenarios, and yeah. So that was the start of the enhanced kind of Easterlings, the introduction of canned, which I think then predates that blue rulebook. I think I've done it in the wrong order. This is the supplement before the blue rulebook. The blue rulebook comes out.
Yeah, this sounds like just before it, isn't it, from memory?
And then I've got Legions of Middle-earth to see what treats for Easterlings were never released.
Oh yes, I think I know.
So in what army list have we got in here? We have the Easterlings. I'm just trying to find if we can find, because I'm sure GW mentioned the Dragon Emperor, but I can't see why.
I think they did, didn't they? In this exact bit. I think it was called. It had a name though. I think it was Kiasemu or something.
I can't see him here.
BSIME? Is it that? I don't know where that was, but I'm sure it might not have been Legions, but it was something.
Make him up, but they put him in as fluff.
Oh yeah, actually, you're right. Maybe right. I think he's mentioned in the fluff something.
So you get Kamal the Easterling, an Easterling King, Easterling Captain, Easterling Warrior, Easterling Cataphract, the Dragon Guard, and Easterling Siegebow.
Oh, Siegebow?
Siegebow is obviously engineer, and Dragon Guard are clearly the Black Dragons. They're 10 points, and they can have halberds. So they're clearly like elites. And then similarly with Canned, we get... Oh, this is what you're thinking of. Kesemu.
That's it, yeah.
Kesemiu. Ravager of Athelion.
That's the sausage. Yeah, he's Candish guy.
And there's no fluff about him or her. Candish King, Candish Chieftain, Charioteer, Horseman, Warrior. And then Candish Mercenaries, separate army list. Mercenary Chieftain, Horseman, Warrior. And that's it. There you go. Those are the army lists you could take. And that's what you could have in Harad until the Fallen... Sorry, not in Harad, from the Eastlings. Until the Fallen Realms book comes out in 2012 and pulls everything together. And inside that, one of the army lists was... the Eastern Kingdoms. Now this is where I'm expecting to see our Emperor friend.
The Dragon Emperor?
Yeah, I thought this was where the fluff would be in.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Oh, I can't see it there, actually.
I thought it might have been the Shadow in the East, actually, in one of the scenarios.
Well, it could. I mean, I haven't read that. You could be right.
You have a look. Have a look through that. The bit you'll. I'm sure it's somewhere here.
Right.
I think it's in the fluff at the start of Shadow in the East. Just what the people come for. To watch two people reading a book in silence.
Good content.
I'm scanning and I can't find it.
I can't see it now. Maybe it's later.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm sure it's a GW invention before. I'm sure he's mentioned before the profile came out. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely was.
But I'm not sure when. So in here we got Kamul again, and we got Amdur for the first time was in this book. I do think he'd actually come out before this in White Dwarf. I don't think he was new for this. We also got the Easterling Dragon Knight, who I think was new for this. The Easterling War Priest, and then in the same army list, Candish King, Candish Chieftain, Easterling Warrior, Easterling Cataphract, Candish Warrior, Candish Horseman, Candish Charioteer, and Candish Mercenaries have been taken out the back and shot.
Bless them. Well, maybe they rolled the dice to see whether they'd be in the book. Roll a 1.
Boom. Come on, let's do it. Do Candish Warriors get to stay in the book? Oh, 6 from nowhere.
Oh, nice. Look at that.
From nowhere. No one could have seen it. Of all the times BSIME dice. And then that, of course, brings us bang up to date. With the
Pretty much.
Well, 6 years ago.
I was going to say because I think the only thing that's worth flagging is in the change between this edition and the old edition, if I remember correctly, is that the Easterling Warriors were Fight 3 in the last edition. Yeah. I've got my book. And they're now Fight 4, which is very exciting because the difference between them was the... Is that right? Have we got the new book to hand?
Armies of Lord of the Rings. Is that what we're after?
The very new Armies of Lord of the Rings. So, yeah, because the Eastern Warriors were 7 points with Fight 3, Strength 3, D5 back in the day. And they had the pike and the shield and the possibility of being upgraded to a black dragon for the fight value and courage of 4. And I believe that they've lost both the pike, but they've gained the fight value. Is that right?
I don't know, because what I've done, Harry, breaking news.
What have you done?
I've pulled off the wrong book.
Oh.
This is the old one. But in the fluff for the Easterlings in Armies of the Lord of the Rings, published in 2018.
Yeah.
Among the Easterlings, no name is better known than that of Camul, second among the Nazgul. This fell warrior lord took one of the 9 rings offered to the Dark Lord, and though none can say for certain whether he was an Easterling then, he assuredly is now, his name spoken with reverence and fear by all within the Runish lands. Even the greatest warrior champions of Rune, such as those who have risen to the heights of the knights of the Easterling warrior cults, and even the Dragon Emperor himself, bow to his irrepressible will.
There you go. So they had a plan for it at the start of the edition.
Is that the first mention of the Dragon Emperor then?
It may be. It may well be. I don't want to... I'm sure someone else will find out that it isn't. But,
someone tell us if there's an earlier one.
Yeah. But we did have a look. But sorry, just to clarify the difference between the old edition with Aragorn on the front and the new edition is the Eastling Warriors have gone up a point. They're now Fight 4 instead of Fight 3. And they do have the option for a halberd and shield, which is still a pike, but it can also be used as a 2-handed weapon. So it's not much difference. It's just a point increase and a fight value increase, but the dropping of the black dragon profile, which intriguingly, it creates the prospect of what are they going to do with the black dragon profile, because obviously we've got these lovely Forge World models.
Well, it's a separate profile then, is it?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's good, but is it going to be Fight 5? Is it going to be, because we've already seen that fight value increase, so that's, or are they going to have something else like a,
I think people often start suggesting the new term of Fight 4.5.
Yes, yeah, that they could
winning ties.
Win ties, yeah.
Oh, so we go. I'm glad I found that little Dragon Emperor fluff. So that
I am as well. Yeah.
Real, like as I said, I'd be curious to know if they ever mentioned it before, or if that is basically Jay, Claire, and Adam knowing in 2018. Still quite a way in advance, we will do Defense Against the North, and we want them to have a leader character.
Yeah, it's cool.
Or had it already been mentioned somewhere else? But yeah, fun. I like that.
Some good stuff.
Marvelous stuff. I am going to go and get a beer to keep me hydrated. Are you amenable to doing some comments?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just finish this leather strap, and then I'll.
Well, why don't I find the place and start reading until you finish the leather strap?
Well, I can. Well, yeah. To be fair, yeah, let's do that because I have still got paint on my brush rather than
so
using.
Sam says in this one at least big enough to fit in a whole squad of rangers. I think he's doing some kind of waterfall gag. I think. Joe Holzman, Double, I reckon any size waterfall. If I looked at it, I said it was a water. I don't think this is right. Oh, I see. I see. So this is what
defines a waterfall? Yeah.
So Sam's saying in this one, big enough to fit a squad of rangers. Joe Holzman's any size waterfall. If I looked at it, I'd say it was a waterfall. I may, however, prefix it with a little or tiny or small, but a waterfall it would be. Larry,
Yeah,
water
fair point.
water from a river or a stream flowing over an edge of rock to a much lower level. Yeah, but what's much? Much is subjective.
Much of a muchness that.
That's from the Cambridge Dictionary. Frederick Schultz. All remember playing Chaos in Ardor with 2 Easterling Dragon Emperors. Oh, that sounds fun. On the table, and all players agreeing that the Disable All Special Rules card would simply turn them into a piece of terrain. Joe Holzman, 11 p.m. and I'm only beginning to paint my stream model. I still have not finished my army for tomorrow. Sounds great.
Oh, is he going to a Warhammer tournament tomorrow? What?
Don't know. Must be.
Sounds exciting.
And Larry Miller says the same. Joe Holzman, I think at various different points Tolkien expresses his desire for people to make up stories, artwork to fit in his world, and also expresses disdain for anything that doesn't fit with his. Yes. Mm-hmm. Sam says, radio ad. If you would... this is a radio ad. If you would like Tolkien to review your fanfic, send it in now. Crying child in background. Joe Holzman, good job they don't make typos anymore. The internet would have a field day if they did. And Larry says, a typo in a GW book. I must go complain online. And Larry says, I think it's about Shadow in the East. I also loved it. I remember excitedly buying that book when it was released. I didn't do that because I was out of the hobby there. I got my Shadow in the East in a charity shop in Twickenham. Wow. And I was like, it was just, I've never been interested in Eastling, so I didn't need to pick it up. And I was like, this is amazing. In a charity shop, there's one of the SBG supplements I don't have. I have to buy this now. Mm-hmm. That was quite a good find. So Larry says, I also loved it. I remember excitedly buying it when that book was released. They're never getting any Easterlings painted ever.
Until tonight.
Well, hopefully. James Wilson, my best guess is the Journey books were made to accompany the Blue Rulebook, which used to also have the profiles. So you'd only need 2 books to play the game, rather than also needing the source books.
Is this about the duplication of the Easterlings?
Yeah, that's a great point, James. I like that. But why is... I'm going to give you a visual demonstration. This is this. Why is this more helpful than this? Isn't that the same number of books? And if you're right, this is fascinating. So Shadow in the East was 2005. I think the Big Blue Rulebook was 2005, wasn't it?
Maybe it's that the Shadow in the East was no longer in print, and they just wanted to include all the same stuff.
Yeah. So here's my question: if this is already done, they're both 2005. Mm-hmm. If this and I think James is kind of saying that this kind of replaces Shadow in the East in a way.
Yeah.
Why didn't the profiles from this get put into this?
Unless that's the end of 2005 and Shadow in the East the start of 2005.
Then why didn't the profiles from this get put into this? In the Easterling section.
I mean the other way around.
Well, you think this came out first?
Yeah, it could. No, that could have come out. Yeah, that could have come out first, and then the Shadow in the East after, maybe.
So this comes out first in 2005. This comes out later in 2005, and then they replace this with this.
Yeah, 2 years later, maybe. That's the only logical explanation, I think.
Maybe.
I'm sure there are other logical explanations actually, but
It'd be good if there's any historians who were around there to get the order right. But that's interesting. That's intriguing. But yeah, you're probably right. We're probably about one of the books going out of print.
Yeah, it must be something to do with that.
Because doesn't Scouring of the Shire? What did Scouring of the Shire introduce? Let's have a look.
I believe it introduced hobbits.
Oh, you're funny, aren't you? Funny Parkill, they should call you. So we got the Travellers, we got Sharky and Worm, we got Ruffians, we got the 3 troop types of warriors, and then we got the 4 hobbits of the Shire, as we know them. Mm-hmm. And Big Blue Rulebook.
When was the Scouring of Shire released? That must have been one of the earliest, wasn't it? It was Dwarves and then Scouring of Shire, was it? Is that right?
It was Shadow and Flame, Siege of Gondor, Battle of Pelennor Fields, and then I think this.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
2004.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So it's weird the way these are all split up. They're not good or evil or anything. They're all just almost like geographical. Like it's not a useful system. Hang on, are they not in here? They're not in here? Is that madness? Will not come back soon enough? Oh, they are. So we have an army list called the Shire with, we've got the Travellers in here. We've got Farmer Mac, we've got the 4 Heroes of the Shire and Banderbras and the 3 Warriors and Sharky and Worm and Ruffian. So this replaces this. So I think these went, did they go out of print? Maybe they kept them for the scenarios, but this replaces that. So you would think this replaces Shadow in the East, but it doesn't replace Shadow in the East. Maybe Shadow in the East, or here's one. What if Shadow in the East came out before this, but this had gone to print before Shadow in the Release was finished?
Could have been. Could be something like that.
Fun.
Very fun.
Larry, a 13-year-old Larry did read the Silmarillion, though. I may have been a year or two older. If you're a year or two older, then you're not 13-year-old Larry, are you? You're 15-year-old Larry. Sam says, I need to go back to terrain building. Luckily, Harry has plenty of time now. It's the curse of hobbyists everywhere.
That is very true. I don't have any time now for that.
Larry, can Harry elaborate further? Can Harry elaborate further on this finishing Quest of the Ringbearer scenarios thing? I don't understand how that works. Have you not just stopped 4 scenarios in?
No, it's true. It's actually is possible. We're very close, very close. Follow the progress on my podcast.
You don't think the correct way to do it is just stop at Brew?
I mean, yeah, you could do that. I think that's only the
they
way to do
go
it if
on.
you've got a fantasy fellowship.
They go on. What do you mean? There are only 4 Quest of the Ringbearer scenarios. Sam says, I suspect the Witch King will be the sorcerer in the East for Rings of Power. He's a wizard, though. I suppose they could just make a wizard the Witch King, I suppose, couldn't they?
Yeah.
You don't have to have him turn out to be... Well, one of the missing blue wizards could just become a Nazgul, I suppose, couldn't they? Yeah, I hope he does. I hope they turn him into something. That'd be cool.
They must turn him into something.
Yeah. Larry Miller, aren't they a point cheaper? I think you've dealt with this. Oh, Mercenaries. Mercenaries were Fight 4, not Fight 3 back in the day. So better than Warriors. Yeah, I know they're better than Warriors, but they're not better enough to just not turning up. Oh, if that guy not in my army had Fight 4, that would be really useful. Surely a Fight 4 buff or a point less isn't worth... Oh, they're a point... I bought 6 of them and I saved 6 points. 2 of them didn't turn up. Oh. Surely. Come on. Surely. Sam says the mercenaries are the ones that didn't Chuffing well show up. Yeah, there's a joke in there I'm missing. Larry says, I'm sure the Blue Book came before Shadow in the East. You might be right on that one, mate. And he says, I thought that was the first supplement. It's not the first supplement, but it might be the first supplement of the Blue Book era. Because it's... Oh, what colour is it? That's a great point. Yeah. Oh, no, it's the wrong book. Books everywhere. I love it. Yes, look. It's a blue book. So this is after the Blue Book era. Because all the supplements before the Blue Book era are the brown ones.
Mm-hmm.
So it did come out.
I think that is what I said, but that's fine.
You did. But what I'm curious about then is if that's out after the Blue Book, why do you need to replace it with the Return of the King?
Yeah, I guess it's just the time where they'd release something, and rather than keeping it in print, they'd just be releasing something new again.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that was just kind of the way that they were doing things, wasn't it? Because like you said, the big Blue Book superseded the Scattering of the Shire. The thingy superseded the Blue Book in the sense for the Eastling stuff, and then the Return of the King book supersedes the Shadow in the East. So it's just like, you might have missed a book, but you're still getting the same stuff, so it doesn't matter. You could just get on the train at a later station sort of thing and not miss as much stuff.
How'd the train analogy work out for you halfway through?
It's sort of bumpy. Derailed ever so slightly, didn't it?
Oh God, I'm on a train. Oh jeez, we need another station. And...
Thanks for picking up on it, though. I thought I'd gotten away with
it. I won't tell anyone.
Good, thank you.
Frank Schultz says the named character was a Candish king, not an Eastling. Yeah, we found that out a few pages later.
Sorry, yeah, we did.
Oh, Joe Holzman, almost disaster at the Holzman household. I just picked up and shook an open pot of Drinky Violet.
Oh,
Fortunately,
no,
I had my fingers on the top, so no purple droplets went all over the room. Purple-fingered Holzman.
Dear, that is bad stuff.
And
I think I've done something like that before, though. I think it was luckily the lid wasn't quite fully open, so it just sprayed in one direction. But still, it's never a good moment.
You're going to like this next comment, and I'm
Go on.
disgusted by it. Old School Chris Hughes, clearly coming late, says, "Why is the dice tray a bin?" That makes me angry.
I am really happy about that.
Not a bin.
People don't like change, Damien. You know, you've got to remember that.
It's an Easter basket, you heathen.
Oh, I said I was going to do the what were you going to do? You're going to get a beard?
I'm going to get a beer, but you look so happy painting.
No, it's fine. Because I've got to a point where I just need to highlight the horse, I think, and it's kind of there.
Very cool. Larry Miller, two-handed weapon is quite big, as lack of killing power is often a complaint with them. Is that new? As in the change term?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the in the new edition they can be either a pike or a two-handed weapon, which is quite good, and especially with the two-handed weapon stuff.
Can you support them?
It does encourage you to buy more pike people, because you can have a pike at the front with a two-handed weapon, and then have the backup by pikes, which is quite cool.
You can back up a two-handed weapon.
Yeah, and I think that special rule went quite a while ago, where you can't back up two-handed weapons.
So we've got frontline fight 4 with a two-handed weapon, always going two-handed because you've got 2 pikes behind you,
and you're keeping your 6 on the 6 anyway, so it's pretty good.
That was very tasty.
It's quite nice, isn't it?
So we think the Eastlings have already got better.
Well, that one profile has probably gotten better. Yeah, definitely.
Which will be the core of your army, won't it?
It will. Yeah, it's the only profile. Yeah, it depends how good the heroes are, and if they get really expensive or a crap load, doesn't it?
I think that could be tasty, man.
I'd quite like that. So yeah, where were we looking?
We're off to Joe Holzman. Perhaps Black Dragons will just be an option if you bring the Dragon Emperor and or Ratabi, similar to the Grimhammer's upgrade for Thor. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I mean, to be fair, the way the armies are built these days, that's probably they're only going to be in certain armies anyway, aren't they? So
yes, they'll be in that one. They won't be in Amda's one.
Exactly.
Have you found it? Larry Miller, I finally painted the gold on the 6 Eastlings I started in 2020. I love this so much. I love this stuff.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, post-teen spirit. Sam says, might have been in 2018-ish that in a Q&A session they were asked about defensive Erebor and said they would be exactly the sort of expansion they'd like to explore. So maybe it was already listed. That's interesting. I'd not heard that one before. I don't know whether I was around at that one, but it makes sense. I mean, it's not surprising to me that Adam Troke's a big fan of dwarves, and it's kind of it is an obvious area to expand existing armies without sort of having to get too complicated for people who don't know the lore too much and delving into different ages of the world and all that sort of stuff. It kind of feels like a sensible way to do it. It doesn't surprise me that in 2018 they were thinking about that. It's interesting. Joe says local SBG event 700 points. Who's bringing trolls and wargs? Oh, that's cool. Is that what kind of trolls and wargs are they? Angmar? Are they Mordor? That sounds really cool. I like monstery stuff. And then Larry, you've really gone to town on all this. September for the new blue rule book. January 2006 for Shadow in the East. Yeah, okay. I was close to 13. Can I follow this somewhere? I don't want to start a series and then have my dreams crushed when it stops early. You can. It's all on my podcast, and there's only going to be like 3 or 4 episodes about it. And eventually, I'm going to squidge it all together in a. There's only audio reviews of each scenario, but they're all going to be squidged together in a big Uber episode at some point down the line. And we are very close. So I think we've just finished talking about the Shelob's Lair, and then we did Kirith Ungol, which was ace. Kirith Ungol's one of my favourite. So that leaves the Plains of Gorgoroth and the end of all things, and then we're done. Which is very exciting, and that will all be in the next podcast because we've got all the Return of the King with Quest of Bears in one go. But it is a great book, and Kirith Ungol is one of the best scenarios. And I was because I made the big terrain castle many years ago. It just made it a lot better. So there you go. Larry continues, I've been hurt before. I would take them for the gamble. I like those odds. Sam, make sure you make it obvious which models are your mercenaries. They're the ones off the table because they rolled a 1. Yes, exactly. Joe, that was more of a rail replacement bus analogy. Yes, it may be. Fred, is this all replacing talk about reprinting profiles? I think there's a simple explanation to that. ... Back to the basic rulebook, and supplement should always give you all the necessary profiles, not like last edition where War and Rohan needed Gondor at war profiles. Yeah, that would be good. It would be nice if everything was all contained in the same book again, and it looks like we're getting that now. I think that's just inevitable, though, isn't it? When you get when you keep adding to something,
yeah,
you're always going to need.
They'll always reset it, but then you'll always need new stuff, won't you? Like,
yeah,
otherwise
you'll always need a new book to do it. Yeah, so
that's not GW being bastards. Like they have to release new stuff for people to buy. You know, that's just business.
Yeah,
I don't think
and equally, in some ways, I think for some of us, putting all of the profiles into the same 3 books now is actually quite an advantage for some of us who have the 10 books that we got in the last edition or however many it is. So I'm quite happy with the new book with all the stuff.
I don't mind. I like books. I've always said it's not they're different kinds of books, but I'm a book person.
I think the one thing that I am a bit sad about is the current lack of scenarios. And I know they've put, I think, is it 3 PDFs for Fellowship and 3 PDFs for two Towers?
Yeah.
And I mean, to be fair, the scenarios are always something that you can just go into the old books anyway.
Yeah.
And you don't need it doesn't need a lot of work to adapt them if you need to adapt them at all. So, but it is a shame that they haven't put any of that new stuff in because I quite like that.
Even the old like the last edition's Armies book and rule book had about 6 or 7 narrative ones in.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have them in there, but who knows? Maybe that it was a decision, a specific decision to separate the two sides of the game. Maybe it was a time thing. Who knows? Where we got. Larry Miller says he's done it with Nihilak Oxide before. I guess that's shaking the paint. Post Teen Spirit, 5-phone trains are better than planes. Planes are nasty, sneaky things that try to take off while you're busy painting your Gandalf and departures. That is true. Larry says, I missed the dice bin. Old school Chrissy. The thing about a train is that we need signal tower to direct it properly, preferably a large one on a massive piece of terrain. And Chris says, haha, got him with the bin comment. There you go. So was that planned? I don't know. Good thing you get 4 in every box of 20. I assume that's the pikes. Very good.
They did a made to order of pikes, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I think you could order 12, was it? Or it was like 12 pikes in one go, basically, wasn't it? Yeah. I think they now have models. Now they have models. I think Black Dragons may just become a separate profile. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I fear we may lose Cataphracts and Bow Black Dragons, though. And that's, I think, losing Cataphract Black Dragons is a good point. But it depends what they get. If they fight 4.5, is that much better? Are they going to gain some other bonus, like being able to wound something better, or
maybe
who knows?
The mercenaries rule.
Yes, that'd be good.
The Dragon Emperor would get the mercenaries rule. That'd balance him nicely.
Love it.
One every 6 games he doesn't turn up.
Joe Holzman, shortest armies list I've ever written. Birder, 6 Hill Trolls, Wild Chieftain, 5 Wild Wogs. Love it.
Oh, great.
Larry Miller, nice to see some content creators caring about their fans. Hey, I haven't finished it yet. It could all go tits up before I finish the final scenario. Who knows? Sam says, how did you build Cirith Ungol? Just build it, mate.
That's a great answer.
No, that was embedded in his comment.
Oh, so that him? Yeah.
That's all down to Sam. Joe says, I have the big box of old Osgiliath terrain that I intend to build Cirith Ungol and to use to build Cirith Ungol for that scenario. That's interesting. I think that'll be hard. They're very different things. But I'm intrigued to see how you will do that. It's really good.
But it is Gondorian, isn't it? Originally.
Sorry?
It is Gondorian originally.
I suppose. Yours will look a bit better than mine. Then mine's made out of polystyrene and card and stuff.
Games Workshop Gondorian terrain doesn't look like the film Cirith Ungol.
True. Larry, there are some out there that could learn a lot from you, Harry. Yawning lots, says Michael. Been a long week. on the work and family fronts. Off to bed now. Great fun as always, gents. Have a good weekend, all. Yeah. Pleasure to have you in as ever, Michael. Have a good evening.
Congrats, dude.
Also, Damien missed the dates. Larry's felt it necessary to repeat something he'd put that I've just read out when you left the room.
That doesn't sound like that, does it?
So I'm going to just skip over that. so that he says it again in a bit when you're reading the comments. And also, there's scrolling. It's not letting me scroll anymore. I don't know why. Oh, I've lost my comments.
Right,
yeah.
Frederick Schultz. Lol, my comment was asking if you were wondering about.
Yes, and offering an explanation in case that was what you're wondering. Yeah, okay. Larry Miller says 2006. When Harry was talking about Kirith Ungol terrain piece and said, I just made, I assumed the next words would be it, following the instructions. Yes. And that's Matt Hudson. I haven't heard you in it this evening, have you? Greetings, if you haven't already said hello. Joe Holzman, or every game, if you use a BSIME black dice for the roll. Yes, indeed. I found they've been clutch, the BSIME black dice.
It's got a big 6.
It rolls very well occasionally, you know. 1 in 6 times it rolls really well. So, yeah.
1 in 6 times it works every time.
Exactly. Larry says, interested to see what they get, as I would be surprised if they get Fight 5, given how little they have given it currently, yeah. Kirith Ungol was built by Gondor and Numenorians, so I'm just going to build it as Osgiliath stuff and paint it black and green. Yeah, that makes sense. Make sure you follow the map, though, for the scenario, because the scenario is actually quite carefully designed for the way the terrain is built, because it makes it much harder for you to do certain things like squeezing models through the gaps and stuff like that. So it is genuinely worth making sure you've got the sort of measurements right, so that you can fit, for example, only one model in the around the central tower walkway and stuff like that. But either way, it's a great little scenario, and I've really enjoyed it. Matt says, finally, last 2 comments. I'm here. I've just been busy. Only just got painting 30 minutes ago. I assume it's a marathon stream, so I'm good anyway. That's a fair point. Well, you know, we finished the chat. We finished it. We smashed it. So
Mad.
is that time for the mag?
I think it's magazine time. I've got a fresh beer. Harry, it's a pleasure seeing you this fine Friday evening.
Yeah. It's good.
You enjoying the Easterling chat?
You know what? I've had a good chat about everything. Yeah, it's been really good. The deep dive was a particular highlight, and it's shedded some light on some underloved and underappreciated characters. But I think we got to the bottom of it. I think we have.
I think we found out some things tonight.
Yeah, I mean there's definitely some stuff that I didn't know about, and I'm sure that's the same is true.
As someone who could not give a crap about Easterlings, I've really enjoyed this week reading about Easterlings and kind of learning.
Oh, that's good.
I'm going to treat myself to a fizzing, bouncing bunny. So.
Oh, yeah, I don't know whether I've got any sweets left, actually.
I don't like them.
Do you not?
I keep doing it.
I had my crisps, and I'm feeling like I've eaten far too much already this evening, but I've still got some licorice to go. So, and I had an Easter egg, but a chocolate-only Easter egg, which was a green one.
Oh, were they nice? Were they good?
Well, this one was very nice. It was milk chocolate and hazelnut. I do like a bit of hazelnut.
I like hazelnut.
So there you go. But it's really annoying because it's got this really tiny guide to which one's which on the back. So
on the subject of which, I think it was on the last stream that Emma brought me this.
Oh,
hazelnut Kit Kat.
Oh yes, I've seen them in the wild, but I've not tried them yet.
I put it in the box because I'm obviously trying to work my way through Jens's presents. So I don't need more stream snacks, but I thought a little part of that. It's really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have my pipe. Open my little licorice pipe. I'm never going to sleep. I really hope Archie wakes up at like 1 o'clock or something so that I can just...
Tell him about the stream.
Yeah, have a nice chat with him with my pipe in mouth.
Ask him about the Dragon Emperor.
Yes. I'll be like, did you know the Dragon Emperor was invented in the 2016 rulebook, or whatever it is?
18.
18, of course. There you go.
How was that? Oh, how is it?
It's like licorice, so you won't like it. But it does look funny.
So I posted it far away from myself. I think I've got another couple of those ones. Oh, that's the wrong magazine. Issue 77.
That's the one. Easterling's on it.
Look at him there. Look at that Easterling. Have we got? He's playing SBG.
He is looking over the table at someone who's just brought a Dragon Emperor and looking disappointed because he's brought only Easterling Warriors.
That is a look of real disappointment, isn't it?
It's a disappointed look, that. If it's a he, because I feel like some of the Eastlings may be women.
What in the film?
They've got eyeliner on. I don't know if that's just an Eastern thing or...
I thought that was a trying to look sexy thing.
I mean, they do look sexy.
You might be right, but it never occurred to me those sort of ladies.
I'm sure it says, this may be GW stuff, but I'm sure that somewhere it says that they're women and men are trained in the same way.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know whether they got... Sorry?
I've read that recently.
Yeah, I think that must be a GW invention, but I don't know whether they got it somewhere in Tolkien. It didn't come up in the deep dive, so who knows?
I think that, my friend, is in the fluff on Shadow in the East.
Ah, well,
I
there you go.
wouldn't have been able to tell you that a few weeks ago, and I've read that this week.
There you go.
At page 5,
Mm-hmm.
children are schooled in war from the time they can wield a blade, and uniquely in the mannish realms of Middle-earth, the Easterling womenfolk fight alongside the men as equals. Without question, theirs is a nation dedicated to war for the greater glory of Sauron. Okay. Yeah, GW invention.
Quick find as well, that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to do it a few days ago, but I feel like I read that a couple of days ago. So, issue 77. Got a nice little recreation of that scene. It's rare that you see that in miniature, isn't it? There's the two Easterlings running across the rocks towards Frodo and Sam. That's quite cute.
But how, Damien? How do we make the scenery that is in front of?
How do we make it?
Yeah.
Just build it.
How would you go about making the? Does it involve a very specific sized yogurt pot?
I think it involves two very specifically sized yogurt pots.
It does.
Did that tickle you as well, did it?
It did.
So inside, barring the entrance to Sauron's realm, stands the impenetrable Black Gate. Its iron-bound doors rise hundreds of feet into the air, and its walls are guarded by legions of the Dark Lord's evil minions. And the quote is, "There's still hope for Frodo. We gather our full strength and march on the Black Gate." Mm-hmm. And this issue, alone in Battle Games of Middle-earth, came with an Easterling. Where is he? Is he there? The Easterling captain.
Good stuff.
No plastic Easterling sprue.
No, it wouldn't have been out then.
Was it not out?
Would it? Would it not?
Don't know, maybe.
I don't think it would be out yet, because
right.
This is the era of the metal Eastlings, isn't it?
Yes, I think you're probably right. We jump in, and we've got the Battle for Gondor, which is about the Return of the King campaign, I believe, isn't it? So, smelling force on the Black Gate, Sauron's armies are spread across the lands of men like a plague of darkness. In this, the second part of the Return of the King campaign, the heroes must defend Minas Tirith from Sauron's Mordor's horde. And there are some very, very fun and intriguing little bits in here. So, get this. Pivotal to the Free People's struggle against Sauron was the defeat of Saruman and his armies. If you are playing the Return of the King as a continuation, it's possible that, while Rohan was not destroyed, Isengard still remained as a power. This will mean the defenders of Minas Tirith will face both the forces of Saruman and Sauron in the coming battle. I really like this. So they're saying, you know, they're really keeping that kind of...
the what if.
Yeah, and like that kind of idea, you know, this is 67, 68 and 69, so, you know, 10 issues ago, you played your Two Towers thing, and if Saruman wasn't utterly destroyed, his armies can come to this. And as soon as I read that, I went, wasn't there something about a Balrog? Let's read on and see if we can find it. So then we get the calm before the storm. The heroes of Fellowship break through the city, make their defence. Before paying the siege of Minas Tirith, the good players champion, warriors and allies take armour or heavy armour if it appears as part of their character profiles. So that's like Merry and Pippin effectively get armour. The Sword of Kings, the decisive battle of Pennifields, also heralds the return of Aragorn, the long-lost king of Gondor. If you've chosen Aragorn to be a champion, he will receive Anduril. Only if you get Aragorn. And the banner of Minas Tirith. Upon his return to the White City, Boromir takes his place as a Lord of Gondor by his father's side. If you've chosen Boromir as your champion, he holds aloft the banner of Minas Tirith as he strives to battle. The rules are on page 60. And in any games involving both Denethor and Boromir, Denethor will not be subject to his madness rules as long as his son lives, reflecting his joy and happiness at Boromir's return. I really like this. I really like this. And these pages are really nice where they have, specific artwork kind of made to represent all these things. It's really nice.
They do they put a lot of production value into these magazines, don't they?
Yeah. And then we get this uber massive scenario for the Siege of Minas Tirith. So this is the big scenario from the previous pack where they played a battle report about this in issue 70. But now in the campaign, good player's Gondorian force has to include his guide and one of his allies. If the guy's Elrond, Celeborn, or Galadriel, he has to select models from. You can bring Lothlorien models to the Battle of the Pennifields. Army of the Dead represents the allies gathered by the good player's champion. Includes your champion and warriors, but will be selected as follows. If Aragorn is your champion, you get armies of the Dead. If Boromir is your champion, you get forces of Gondor. If Legolas is your champion, you get forces of Lothlorien. If your champion is any other character, you get forces of Rohan. If Isengard was not destroyed, the good player will not have a Rohirrim force. Oh, he's not gone, he's just ducked.
Sorry, I am just getting paints.
And may spend these points on the rest of his army as itself, which is super cool. So you don't lose out on any points, but you can't have Rohirrim if Rohan got destroyed. I love this. If it was destroyed, you can choose his Rohirrim force as normal, replacing Merry with one of his allies. The forces of evil. He must include Gothmog and the Witch King. If Isengard's not been destroyed, the evil player can use up to a third of his points to create an army using the forces of Isengard. Using his malign powers, Sauron may summon forth the mighty Balrog if the evil chooses, and include it in a force and in his force. You may not include him if he was slain at the Bridge of Khazad-dûm or took part in the Deeping Wall battle game. So, yeah, you could choose to either have him at Helm's Deep or at the Battle of the Pennifields. I think that's a bit silly, but
it is silly.
It's a bit silly, isn't it? But why not? Why not have a little bit of silliness? If the good player is victorious, he held back the armies of evil, can proceed to the end of all things. And the Gondorian good player adds 250 points to his game. If the evil player wins, you go to the end of all things. Oh, and such is the plight that every good hero that took part in this game has to roll on the death of a hero table. So I think that's where on a 1 they die. So even if they didn't die in the game, they have to take a roll.
It's good.
So that's the kind of adaptation of that old scenario for the campaign, which is quite fun. Super cool photograph along the bottom of everyone's favourite Murmur-Kill attack.
The one thing I would say, that, I always am fascinated by. Do you think anyone ever did these? Followed through the scenarios? Because I don't know anyone who did or does or has even talked about doing these things. But I love reading it as a kind of hypothetical thing. But I do wonder whether there was much in the way of take up for these things.
I think you would have to suggest that someone has. But I reckon maybe they're people who are not in the game anymore.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, you're right. I don't know of anyone who's ever played through this.
Because there's so many issues, and it requires such a certain combination of people. It's like, you'd need to have you and a mate both collecting the magazines, or one collecting the magazine and the other person just kind of going, yeah, okay, I'll play with, and then going, oh, but what do we do? What do we do? We haven't got enough Easterling warriors. It's like, but don't worry, I've got my cardboard cutouts. All of these things, and look, in this one it's great because you get given the Easterling models that you need, and for some reason Arwen and the dwarf adventurer. Yeah. That's cool. I like that happens. Yeah. And I think do we get it? Is it the next bit where it tells you what stuff you've got to use? It's like, look, here, don't forget, in the combatants in the next scenario, don't forget you need to use your cardboard cutout of a ring wraith. It's like, that's great. That's great. Sorry, we're not there yet, but
it is really interesting.
It is good. I love that they say, you can now use your cardboard cutout of a wraith. It's brilliant.
There was like the close. Someone's put 50p in Matt Hudson. You know, you said, did anyone do this? He just dropped everything and hammered out onto the keyboard. Damien certainly didn't follow through rules. The closest I can get to this is my equivalent was when I got my first Warhammer box, which was 1994. It was the first box game Games Workshop, a big box game Games Workshop had done. It was Warhammer. It was one with all the high elves and all the goblins.
Yeah.
And you got card cutouts for all the cool stuff. So there was Eltharion on the Griffin and the Bolt Thrower for the elves. And then there was the Orc on the Wyvern, Grom on his chariot, and the Rock Lubber for the orcs. And they were just big bits of card that you stuck into bases and plonked on the table, and with pictures of them on. And I used those.
Yeah, that's great.
To play through the battle for Morgathon Pass, as it was.
I love that. I think it's so cheap for them. It's so cheap for them to do it.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It makes you go, oh, I really want to use my Rock Lubber. I'm going to get a Rock Lubber. Exactly. Save up my pocket money.
Yeah, I don't know. I completely agree with you. It's the opposite of what people say Games Workshop do now, and maybe they do not do it now. But it's that opposite, isn't it? It's that kind of going. Well, you don't need to buy a Fell Beast if you want to use a Fell Beast. Just use this card.
Yeah, exactly. Brilliant.
Yeah, so that was cool. And then we get the new scenario for this issue, which is the end of all things. And it's a biggie, because it's everything. Aragorn's forces of good prepare for a desperate struggle to draw Sauron's gaze and give Frodo a chance to destroy the One Ring. And it's a battle report. And so this is we briefly mentioned it earlier, but it's the two different boards that look. Let's give you some continuity, Cam. Oh, zoomy. There you go. So we get this board with the kind of heroes being surrounded at the Black Gate, and then we get a separate board here. I imagine Frodo and Sam are right down here at the bottom, and they have to walk all the way up here and through the cracks of doom. Yeah, and then we get that's pretty cool. And it is very, very similar to the end of all things scenario that we have in Quest of the Ring Bearer.
Yeah. There's some I think there are some cool rules about I'm sure maybe you'll get to it, but there's some cool rules about the ring and how the ring the evil player has the ring as an influence to do powers on Frodo and stuff, which is quite cool.
Yeah, that's in Quest of the Ring Bearer.
Is it? Okay.
So Endless Horde, so you get all your models back. You get Troll Chieftains back, which is quite unusual. You don't get back Gollum, the Mouth of Sauron, and the Fell Beast. If you kill the Troll Chieftain, new Troll Chieftain arrives. You get Gwaihir and an Eagle on turn 5, and then you use the ring, so you can use one of attempts to cast one spell every turn. As Frodo and Sam walk up the cliff. Exhaustion is on the 3+. You have to take a courage test for every inch he wants to move, and if he fails, he lies down. Corruption on a 4+. You roll a dice and compare the result to the current courage score. If the dice rolls equal to this or higher, his courage is lowered by 1 point. And then Lure the Ring 5+. The Shadow of the Ring follows all those who carried it. Gollum is particularly susceptible to its lure. Unable to break its desperate need, Gollum will follow it. So if you roll a 5+, you basically put Gollum in contact with Frodo. This is just the end of all things from Quest of the Ring Bearer. It's the same.
It is exactly the same.
There might be subtle differences, but it's the same thing. And destroying the ring. God, it just hurts my soul reading this paragraph. The ring is not easily destroyed. Its own potent will is a powerful force, longing to return to its master. In order to destroy the ring bearer must be in base contact with the edge of the rocky precipice, and then enters into a contest of wills with the ring itself. Both players roll a dice and compare results. The player that rolled the highest wins the contest of wills that turn. If the results are the same, the dice are re-rolled until there's a clear winner. Frodo can use his might points. If the good player wins the contest 3 turns in a row. Now, I want to be absolutely crucial. I don't know if there's a change, but this says turns in a row, and I don't think you're meant to keep playing it. If you read it in Quest of the Ring Bearer, they might have changed it, but you don't keep playing the game. You just keep rolling the dice once he gets there. It's not like you roll this once and then play a game, because otherwise this could go on forever. And if you read the battle report, which finishes in the next issue, I think they're not playing it every turn. I think they play it and then they keep rolling until they get a result. So they're using the term turn here a bit fluffily.
As like a turn in the mini game, isn't
Yeah,
it? It's
exactly.
like
Once he gets to the Crack of Doom, you play this until it ends.
Yeah.
If the good player wins the contest 3 turns in a row, he's defeated the ring's wheel and throws it into the lava. If the evil player wins it 3 turns in a row, Frodo succumbs to the ring forever and the game ends. It's the same in Quest of the Ring, but I can't tell you how much I hate this. You set up.
It's going to take forever, isn't it?
Well, it's not even that it takes forever, but you set all this up. It's utterly pointless. There's a win condition on this one, in this version, where it has a point, because
You have to do it in 6 turns or something, isn't it?
no, it's just
Is
that
that
they
right?
can win
8
by killing the where is it? That's over here. So evil can win if all the good heroes, except Guy here for some reason, are killed at the Black Gate, right? Evil win that. So that has a point. Now in the Quest of the Ring Bearer, that's been removed, and it's if you kill all the good heroes, then the minimum the good player can win is a draw. But this is a massive game. I think it's bigger in Quest of the Ring Bearer, and it's absolutely irrelevant. Like you might as well just roll 3 dice against your opponent. Everything is utterly irrelevant apart from rolling 3 dice at the end to see who wins. The only teeny tiny impact is whether Frodo's got 2 might at the end to affect his dice, and it winds me up no end. And it's there. This one's actually better than the one in Quest of the Ring Bearer because the evil player can legit win if he kills all the heroes. Whereas the good player, the only way the good player can win the game is to not get his heroes killed, wander up to the Crack of Doom, and then hope he wins a roll off 3 turns in a row. It's just a really annoying anticlimax, I think.
And I do think that winning a roll off 3 turns in a row is quite rare, isn't it? Like,
I think it'd take a while. Yeah, I mean, you could do it straight away
to get 3 in a row. Yeah. I mean, you could do it the first go, but it seems it's plausible that you take forever to actually get to a sequence where one of you has won
5 hours and then go, so who's won? Was it I've won? Why? Oh god, I just rolled higher than you 3 times. Did everything we just do here have any bearing on that? No.
No.
Cool. I think it should have something.
I have to come up with an adaptation then. I have to do that because that would be a bit of an anticlimax.
The good or the evil models have some impact on the other one. So. And then but what's cool, they do a battle report.
Yes.
I think we only get 2 pages. Yeah, we only get 2 pages of the battle report.
Yeah, because they do like the first 2 turns of each thing, don't they?
Yeah, and because they spend a lot of time setting up the scenario basically. And then, as we often do, I don't know if you did look ahead, but I gave you the permission that whenever there's a battle report in this, we always read it and finish it in the first issue. And I read it. It was really good.
I really enjoyed it.
It's a great write-up. Because
was it Kenton?
Yeah, it was Kenton. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenton and Jez.
Kenton and Jez,
really
good
enjoyable. Again, what they've done a very good job of is making the battle into an enjoyable story to read.
Yeah.
And it's good. And it feels chunky because it's over 2 issues, and that's all for the good.
I think it would have been frustrating at the time, but I can't remember ever reading. I don't think I got this far when I was subscribing.
Oh, what? Like,
but it must have been really annoying, reading. You've read like the setup for 2 pages, and then you got to wait 2 weeks to find out how it all goes. Yeah. But still,
but nice pictures.
That's the way it was.
Scenery looks cool.
What's the point, wasn't it?
See, and then we get a painting guide for your Easterling captain.
Yeah, what do you think of this?
Do you know what? In my classic BSIME sense, as soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, I wish I had an Easterling.
So you could try this.
I don't want an army, but I would paint an Easterling blue.
Yeah,
for tonight.
Just to dry brush it gold and then wash it with black ink or whatever it is. It's like, you're not going to see any of this hawk turquoise.
Paint the model hawk turquoise. Cover up all the hawk turquoise with gold. Cover up all that with black. Cover up all that with silver. Don't forget to leave some of the hawk turquoise poking through.
It was very funny.
I can't.
I was tempted to do that. If I hadn't already started the layer of this one, I would have done it on that one. But
it looks good though. The gold on the model looks good. It's nice.
Yeah. But you look at the bottom right. That picture in the bottom right. This one.
Yeah.
There's no way there's any Hawk turquoise showing through at all. Not even a drop. I love the idea though of having verdigris in it, and obviously now you'd put Nihilak oxide or whatever on it.
I did it with L. They recommend it for the Elves of
L
Last
one.
Alliance.
Yeah, I did. I think I did the green, or
you do like a
I think it was
green wash over the gold or something. Oh no,
yeah.
Or you
I think you
paint
start
it
with green,
and then
you
paint gold
highlight
highlights over it. So I did that
Yeah.
for my BSIME round, which was good fun.
I did that for my BSIME round. It was very nice.
I think all the best people do it for their BSIME round. And then you do get a really awesome bit of concept art for the not concept art, like costume thing for the Easterling.
Yeah, you know what, I thought that, and it's sometimes even now, like with Google and all that sort of stuff, it's so hard to find those big pictures of that scale. And I think I said it in the comments in the last stream about the White Dwarf article, where having the physically large image of the new White Dwarf of the new War of the Hero models, and they're like taking up a full half page of A4, and I was like, actually, that's more valuable than I think people give credit for. And I know it sounds silly, but it's really nice to see a really big reference picture. So you're not, because half the time these days you're looking at a phone, trying to expand the image to see it, and it's losing quality. Or even if you're on a big computer, it's the same. The image quality is not good enough, and so yeah, it's nice to see it.
The other thing is, again, as somebody who hasn't spent a lot of time with Easterlings, that costume looks really nothing like I thought the Easterling costume looked like.
Really?
Yeah, it was just far. I thought it was more like a suit of armour as opposed to like a selection of armour plates put on over cloth, I guess, and it's spikier than I remember it being. And
I think it's because you most of the time in the film you sort of see them with the big shields covering a lot of it up, don't you? So.
And I've also never painted any of the models, so.
Well, yeah, there's that, and there's that.
Look at that! It's not a pike. That's short.
It's really tiddly, isn't it?
Like Diddy. No pike for you, sir.
It's more of an axe, isn't it? So look at it, like a funky axe.
And I like the warrior's eyes. The Easterling captain's enclosed helmet means it's important to paint his eyes. No, it doesn't. To provide a facial focal point. These can be painted on this model by carefully applying a skull white strip. Next, carefully paint a dot of black, chaos black in the centre of each eye. Finally, bronze flesh can be painted above the brow on each eye. And it looks... I don't like to be... It looks rubbish. But no, it's probably better than any eyes I've ever painted.
It looked to me, it looks a bit like Wallace and Gromit eyes.
Yeah, it's not very good.
But like, as you say, when you're painting, this is I try and paint eyes on most things, but one of the few armies that I haven't painted eyes on, my Easterling army, because they've got such massive
not
shaded helmets.
Yeah. Inside a helmet is a gift, right?
You don't need to, yeah.
But I just find this like really quite odd. Like if you're painting the flesh colour on the eyes,
it's really
wouldn't
big.
you paint the nose?
Yeah, exactly. But I think no, it's because if you look in the big picture, it's because they've got a black cloak over the nose. If you look in the reference picture, there you go. Look. So that's the reason.
Yeah, but you can see skin below you. I just think this looks really odd. These two little eyes floating, and there's a little bit of cheeky white sticking out that eye. Just it's quite. If anything, it's actually quite. I wouldn't say aspirational, but it's the idea of so they don't have to be perfect. I could do this.
Yes,
you know?
That's true.
Which I think is good. And it's super zoomed in. And like I say, I can't stress enough. Probably far better than any eyes I've ever painted.
Well, that's the thing. If you zoomed in on any eyes of ours, then you probably right. It's not going to look any better, is it?
But yeah, it's cool, and yeah, like these guys often do. They did make me want to paint the model and try it out, which is more than I've ever wanted to paint an Easterling in my life.
I think that's one of the things I like most about the latter sort of. It's sort of halfway through the magazines. You start getting to the level where it's like, if you were an experienced painter, they're really useful guides. Sure. Whereas like the very early ones, where it's you just like, okay, obviously that's. But this stuff is like, this is really useful. And I remember, I think when I started painting my Easterlings a couple of years ago, I did look at this stuff and I was like, actually, yeah, that's really useful. And I think I considered that. I think it goes into final details and tells you to do some gold around the edges of the sort of the hood, I guess it is. And that's quite useful because it sort of shows, because actually I wouldn't have known there was gold detail around the hood, but there is some when you look at the reference. So yeah, some really good little details there.
Oh, quite. I completely agree. Did you say everything you wanted to say about the cars? I know you kind of were getting quite excited about the cars and then stopped.
I just find it funny. There's just it's I did pretty much say everything. I just think it's a very. I just think it's a very wholesome thing that they added them in, because there was a clear. There was two ways they could make these magazines. One is, give you a free model and incentivize you to buy more. But what they actually have done is go, no, you have bought your magazine, you have got your thing, and now here's the rest of the stuff you need to buy. And obviously, by having a load of cardboard models, you do want the other models anyway. It's not like it's... But it's very accessible, and clearly that it was. I mean, I mentioned earlier how old I was when these sorts of things were coming out. But it's very much aimed at that pocket money kind of audience. I can't remember how much they were, but there must have been £4. Yeah, it's a £3.99 at the front. So that's exactly the sort of money you'd get for a week. A pocket money back in the day.
The £3.99, it's pretty good for the magazine.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Even
not bad.
20 years ago, it's not bad.
No, exactly, and you get a free model with it, and you get all the cardboard cutouts to still play the games. So it's not like I think it's brilliant.
For a dwarf adventure in here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it ever mentions dwarf adventure ever again, but it's there.
In it?
I don't know. It's just because they wanted to put stuff on there, I guess. They might in a couple of issues time say, here, you need your Arwen model. I don't know. Or it might just be a way of going, these are models that are available. Here's a cardboard version, but you can get the official one on Games Workshop. Which would be a clever way of doing it, I think.
I reckon it must mention it in one, like the issue after or the issue before. It probably says in pack 77.
Yeah, that's probably it.
And our last article is the Modelling Workshop.
Yeah.
Which I feel like you have strong feelings about because you already mentioned some of them.
I think this looks next to impossible for anyone to recreate, if I'm completely honest. It looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't it? Yeah. But then you go into how they make this beautiful black gate, and the pictures, this bit, how you've got them next to one another, and you're like, actually, they look pretty similar, don't they?
So this is, I've got it up now. So
got it on good top cam. It's crazy, like the. They've done a great job, but then they go into, here's how you do it. You get some cardboard, and you fold it into these shapes, and then you carefully score along the middle of the cardboard, having shaved it, and then you get 1,000 of these cardboards to make a spine, and then you glue all of this together, and somehow it doesn't look shit. And it's like, that's hard. That's a hard job. And then the yogurt pot. The yogurt pot is fantastic. How to make a hinge.
So it's over here.
You get a very specific tube of Pringles, and then you get a very specific type of plastic dessert pot.
Cardboard tubes can be found in many different sizes and shapes, such as snack containers, toilet rolls, poster tubes, and paper towel rolls. Likewise, plastic dessert pots can also be found in a variety of sizes. It's essential when choosing these items that they are of a similar diameter, so they can later be fitted together. And they've got
Can you imagine going through Tesco's, just like trying to measure up, getting your Pringle pot and measuring up your yogurts?
So you got a Pringle tube. They don't supply a picture of yogurt pots. Then what you do is they've got it over here. Look, here's an example of a Pringles tube fitting over a yogurt tub. Matching the diameter of your plastic pot and your cardboard tube is vital to creating a tight fit. Now, as I understand it, that's it, right? You glue the pot
onto the board, and then you glue the Pringle tube somehow into the gate, and then you lower the gate onto the pot, and then it pivots. Which in many ways is ingenious. It's quite a clever, simple way of doing it, but it does require you having a perfect sized yogurt pot.
Topple over that much Pringle tube on that much yogurt pot. But you've got the rest of the gate to support it, haven't you? So that'll hold it up, hopefully. This hinge works by plugging an upside down dessert pot into the open end of a cardboard tube. As long as they're of a similar diameter, the dessert pot will be able to rotate within the tube. Once you're confident of their fit, remove the pot from the tube and glue it onto the table where you've marked it out. Once it's firmly in place, you'll be able to place your constructed gates onto it. You know, the other thing that happened when I was reading this, I was reading through it and kind of following it along. I was like, okay, And I suddenly realised, like, I don't know if I drifted off a bit, I started daydreaming or thinking about yogurt pots or something. I suddenly realised I was like details and painting. I was like, hang on, there's no gates. Details and paintings. Like, when do I make the gates? And it's like,
God, it doesn't, does it?
And it's here. The gates and towers. Each gate is a foam card box reinforced with a styrene centre, and it's like, you know, the ministerial wall you built. Just built one of them, and it's super quick.
Yeah,
just build. It's just a box. Just build a box, and you know, maybe let's be honest. At this point, maybe that's fine. You know, because you're accepting that you've been collecting it, and we have these older issues. But there's not a single picture whatsoever of the gate in progress. Like not one.
But they do helpfully show you how to draw around the edge of your Pringle pot.
Yeah. Oh, and here we go. With the basic structure of the gates and board complete, you can now add some detail to bring out the dark and brooding feel of this evil structure. This consists of creating the rigid metal plates and jagged crenellations from pieces of card, which will cover the front of the gates and towers. Use the templates presented here.
Yeah, the templates. How am I meant to use? Like, look at the size of those templates.
Photocopy them, mate.
Oh yeah, I suppose they don't really exist
these days. The right size and shape for the card spines and crenellations. Each of these will need to be bent into a V shape by scoring a line down their length before they are used to clad the outside. So we're gonna score down the middle of that. We're gonna bend it and score down the middle of these and bend them. Starting with the long spines, cover the front of each gate. Continue by adding the short spines over the long ones along the top of the gate. Add the crenellations, alternating long or short, along the top edge of the gate, tower and gate. To make the card crenellations stronger, you can use small lengths of balsa wood rod. Glue them onto the backs of each crenellation so they run down their length, helping to reinforce the V shape. Finally, this is like Steve's Edge highlight. Finally, cover the entire gate with cartridge paper triangles. So what? The bit before the finally would take forever. What do you mean finally cover the entire gate in tiny triangles?
So funny. It is good.
But I can't even see the triangles. I get that's gluing down the small bits. The picture on the right is gluing down the small ones over the big ones. Where are the cartridge paper triangles? Is that just for texture?
I don't know, but I mean, I guess we have to look back at the Mordor Siege Towers from page 7, episode.
What about
17?
this? Look, I think so. I think it's this texture here.
Oh yeah, so it's the iron. I get it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so this is what it's referring to. It's the Siege Tower bit, like you say, when it's just bits of paper that is printed out and ripped up in little triangles.
Just cover it in millions and millions of triangles.
That bit.
Right.
Yes, these irregular armor plates give the appearance of beaten metal roughly attached to the tower. There you go. It does all feel a bit long-winded, doesn't it?
I mean, it's great, but it's just
it does look brilliant.
Does
Like, you shouldn't undermine that, but it does require a lot to get you to that position. I think
I'd never do it. I just couldn't be asked.
The thing is, it does remind me, because as I was saying earlier about the doing the shadow in the East Tower, there was a lot of that on that, because where have I put my book? On the front of this thing, surface, that is like lots of strips of basically card in a strip, and that you've cut triangles out of, and then you cut it there, triangle, and you do loads and loads of them, and then you glue them all together in shingles, and it did work, but it did take ages.
I did it for I made a vampire mansion once for Warhammer.
Classic.
When I was a kid. And it was just like the classic Warhammer house you made, but it was massive. So it was like 2 stories, and it had a big central roof like that, going that way, and then it had 2 wings, so it would go the other way. And the advice then was to do strips of tiles. Yeah. And I did it. So I did a piece of card, and you'd cut little triangles out.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
And I did that, and I mean it would have been about 100 180 strips or something, I reckon. Like 30 strips per side, and there were 6 sides. And you're just like, I can't not do this now.
Yeah,
Like,
once you started,
once
you can't.
Started
Yeah.
it, it's like, well, I have to.
And you think because you think at the start, oh, but yeah, this is all right. It's just cutting a few bits of card out. I can do that. I did that at primary school, you know. No, it's hours.
And it's about the use you'll get out of it, because I think your Easterling watchtower, you can plonk it on the middle of any table. The black gate, you just stick at the side. You won't use, like, how many games you got?
Yeah.
Do you know what would be great if we had the black gate running across the middle of the table? Nah, stick it on the side. Yeah, I'll stick it on the side.
That is true.
It does look pretty. It does look very pretty. It's a really cool.
It does look. It is cool. It is really good.
Let us know. Stephen Ryan was out there. Did you make a black gate? Are you making a black gate?
I'd love to see a black gate. Because, in fact, I think James Wilson may have it. Because I remember, I'm sure at Epping Scout Hut they had a black gate.
There's definitely black gates about. Whether or not they're that one or not, I don't know.
I think it looked like pretty much like that. It was very good.
Camille Demansky made one for 7 Stones the year they won it, and he did it brick by brick. He built it. It was insane. Like he built the towers out of bricks, like ludicrous. And there we go. Issue 77. It's good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's knocking on the door for best issue.
No, the battle report's good, but obviously it's split over two issues.
That's always a big thing when the articles are split across 2.
And I personally, I don't get a lot out of the campaign thing. I think that's going to be very, as much as they've put a lot of thought into how you could do it. It just feels very niche for you to be going. Here's my. This is specifically for my Fantasy Fellowship campaign thing, basically, isn't it? This is how you adapt it if you happen to have Celeborn in. They've thought about it. Yeah. Someone's had a great time thinking of, what do you do here? What do you do there? But it doesn't. There's not a lot of replay value for me for that.
I think that's fair.
It's good though. Yeah, I do enjoy it, and I think the painting guide is really interesting, and I think it'd be good to see people doing the Hawk Turquoise method because it's just different, isn't it? It's just good.
I would like to. I just wish I had. Like, if I had one Easterling tonight, I might have been tempted, just because I got so vibey on Easterlings just tonight. But as it is, I remain utterly uninterested in ever collecting an Easterling army of any sort.
Well, I can understand that. I've loved collecting Easterlings, and I think it's the red and the gold. I just love the painting of the red and the gold. It's really good.
So the idea of painting a gold army is repellent to me.
You see, I just love Retributor Armor's such a great paint. Just bash it on and bam, off you go. I can't remember. And I think it's a red spray paint that I used. I can't remember. It's called Army Painted Leather Red or something like that. So you spray paint it red and then gold over the top. Retributor Armor's so good at that.
I love gold.
It's good. And then wash everything with the Reichland Flesh Shade and then highlight. And
Would you like some popping candy audio?
Oh yeah, go on then. Oh yeah, you can hear it. You can hear it. It is, delightful. Normal. I think I have a popping candy one. Hold on.
So, let's see what the nerds are saying.
Oh yeah.
I think we had Matt Hudson saying, I assume it's a marathon stream, so I'm good anyway.
Hang on with it.
And then Sam says, whoa, Harry, far too many instructions. Just play it. To Holzman, oh yeah, I need a second mansion so I can get an extra set of stairs. I intend to fit it as close as I can, just not sure what I'm going to use for the outer walls. Larry Miller says, how did Damien find the Kirith Ungol scenario? Oh wait. He then says, non-criticising Damien comment for a moment. Not sure if it's something GW intended, but I like my headcanon I have. The Easterlings have a Mandalorian-esque of no taking off helmet thing. That's interesting. Sam says, was it David McFibbypants who said about both genders training? Was Davy McFibbypants someone, or is that just a name of a man who might be a liar? Is that from something?
I don't get the reference personally.
I don't get the reference, but it was obviously about. But no, it was Harry Truthsteller.
Ah.
Larry Miller, we can't have women existing in Middle Earth other than the few mentioned in the book. Quite down with that sort of thing. Joe Holzman, the cardboard cutout versions that came in the issue looked like the metal sculpts rather than the plastic ones. Yeah, I think they were.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
I think about the release of the plastics. Got you.
Yeah. I think we definitely it's metal era.
Larry says, pretty sure the plastics came out alongside Shadow in the East. I remember being really excited about the cool new bows, then not buying any for about a decade or painting in it.
Yeah, and then being really disappointed when you bought the box that you've got far too many bows and far too few pikes.
Matt Hudson has 50p put in him. Sam says, I like in these campaigns that the non-Aragorn champions still summon the dead. Hey, I know I'm not the King of Gondor, but can you please come fight anyway? You know what? Just because you said... I don't think they do in this, though, right?
No, yeah, well, I think it said specifically that Aragorn is the only one who gets to bring the army of the dead with him. And
take that, Sam Huddy, in your mocking tone.
I believe so. They thought about that.
Yeah,
they had plenty of time to think about them, to be fair.
Yeah. And Matt Hudson said, I'm always the nominated dickhead if there is 50p floating about. Stephen Ryan has been trying to play through most of the scenario. Take that, Parkhill.
Oh, that's exciting.
Up to scenario 43 so far, but it's very slow going. Oh, it doesn't sound like he's enjoying it.
I mean, some scenarios are quite tiresome, it must be said.
You think?
As I've said, some are just not as good as others. It's just...
Because like the end of all things.
Yeah, exactly. As you've pointed out, you've seen a glaring hole in it. Not that I've got to it yet, so I couldn't comment. But it does sound like you've found the gap. But me and Tim, a local guy, we've been playing through a lot of these, and there are some that you play and you think, bloody hell, there's no way I'm ever going to pick that one up ever again, even if it's an iconic moment for the books. So yeah.
Any in particular?
The ones that jump out immediately, the Old Forest, I really hated that.
It's one with the moving trees, isn't it?
Yeah, that's silly. That's so silly. Do you like that?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't like that at all. It was something about the way I can't remember the way it was designed. It just felt a bit silly.
Although I do like your phrase of silly. That just warms my heart. Why do you like it? Silly.
It was just silly.
Trees moving around everywhere.
What was the one that we really found annoying? I'm struggling at this point to remember any of them, so maybe that's a good sign. But then you don't remember the bad ones. Remember the good ones, like the Moria ones with the chasms. They're really good. Jumping over chasms.
Dwarrowdale scenario is brilliant.
That's great.
I always play that on Saturday at Seven Stones.
Yes, fun. I remember you doing it actually. I wish I'd have joined it actually. But the Khazad-dûm one is really good. The last Amon Hen one is good. The others aren't. The one that combines all the three in the same thing, I think, is really good. But yeah, we just played Shelob, which was sadly a little bit underwhelming, I thought.
I think a lot of those scenarios where you've only got 3 models or something are really hard for them to balance.
It is, and I think it's because they put some effort into doing things like giving Sam terror so that Shelob couldn't just charge everyone. But the problem is Shelob could charge Frodo and kills Frodo relatively easily.
Yeah. And
then Sam isn't as good as Smeagol in the Old World, so usually dies to Smeagol.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, that's not how it went.
Did you do Faramir's charge into Osgiliath?
No, we haven't, because that's not in the Quest of Ringbear.
Right. Well, that's hilarious, because it's...
I mean, it's designed. That is designed for you to lose, though, isn't it? That one.
I don't think you can, and that's fine. There's even a designer's note in it, but I think you have to play it twice and figure out who kills the most orcs. But it's just you can't win it. I think the scenarios need to be, even if they're weighted, you need to have a chance.
Yeah, I think and that's the difficult thing, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you do want to recreate the things, but yeah, like you say, you want to have the kind of the feeling that if you, as a superior general, you have the chance with a bit of luck to be able to, tip the odds in your favour, even though it isn't how it panned out or whatever. That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
But
But
anyway,
I
sorry.
love them. I love them. They're good.
Yeah, I do.
Sam says, didn't last stream's dice roll off win instantly with 3 dice rolls? I think they might have done.
I think it was, wasn't it?
Is that?
I remember there being a dramatic moment.
Oh, it's too late for me to even try and work out if that's more problematic on a D3 than, I don't know. Yes, it can happen, but it could also not happen. Bear in mind, we do first to 3, which means what? We can have an absolute maximum of 7 rolls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in this, you can have an absolute maximum of forever rolls. Oh, Frodo goes up by 1. Oh, Frodo goes up by 2. Oh, Sauron gets 1 back. Sauron gets 2. Oh, Frodo gets 1 back. Oh, Frodo goes up by 2. Oh, Sauron gets 1 back. Sauron goes up by 2. Oh, Frodo gets 1 back. Oh, Sauron gets 1 back. Oh, Sauron goes up to 2. Oh, Frodo gets 1 back. Forever.
Yeah.
And crucially, just do that. Don't deploy any models. Just do it at the start. Just do it at the start. It's the same. Don't like
that. Now you've said that, it does.
Really irks me.
Yeah, it really highlights that flaw, doesn't it?
And it's worse in Quest the Ring Bearer. It's actually worse than the Battle Games Middle Earth one. Joe Holzman, that's a great way to keep Steve's memory alive. A paint scheme that would make him turn in his grave. Larry Miller, I just went to my spare room to try to find the release pamphlet for Shadow in the East, but my search was in vain. Wow, there's a lot to unpack there.
A release pamphlet?
What in your... Is it your spare room of pamphlets?
That's like, it's in my pamphlet
pamphlet room, mother. Is there a... Oh, I don't want to ask. I just want to watch a video, frankly. I want to see a video of Larry going into a room and opening up a big double wardrobe full of pamphlets. Scouring the Shire pamphlet. Siege of Gondor pamphlet. Where's the Shadow in the East pamphlet? Sam says, don't worry, he wouldn't have his glasses anyway. He wouldn't suffer, God rest his soul. It's about Steve not being able to see. Matt Hudson says, like a halberd, I think in the kind of not being very long. James Wilson, Easterling Dundee. That's not a pike. Branish's halberd. That's a pike. Sam says they wear balaclavas under the helmets. They're not criminals. Joe Holzman, where they needed for previous issues. The Dwarf Adventurer was probably for the battle companies. Yeah, see, this is what's really ticking me. Dwarf Adventurer rings a bell for sure. I've read the phrase Dwarf Adventurer, but I don't think it's in this.
It does sound like a battle companies thing.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Larry Miller, what model is the Dwarf Adventurer? It's a Dwarf King.
Yeah, it's the Dwarf King with 2-handed.
And Sam says, to be fair, it's not their worst terrain tutorial. It is not.
There are some shockers.
That is, of course, the Gondorian garrison. What a giggle that was. Matt says that's an exceptionally low bar, Sam. That's for the worst terrain tutorial. And he says, but it is a bar. Matt Hudson, simple last step. Joe Holzman, that's the terrain equivalent of a quick edge highlight. Let's just cover it all in tiny, tiny little triangles. Larry Miller says, bless you, thank you. Sam says, I'd imagine it's a glimpse of Life of Purgatory. Right, almost there. We just need to finish with. Joe Holzman, wasn't the one on the Patreon chat earlier? One what? Don't know. I don't know, maybe. Oh, a Black Gate, was there? Oh, maybe. Sam says, we have one in Epping, but I believe it's sadly just sold. To be fair, as Damon says, it was rarely ever... Oh, a Black Gate, that's cool. Stephen Wright, in the process of moving this week, we found so many cardboard triangles from when I bit Kirith Ungol spread across the entire apartment. I wouldn't be opposed to building a Black Gate at some point, though. Get it done, my friend. Matt Hudson says, wasn't James Barrett making it? Maybe. Sam's... So, to go back to Stephen's comment, in the process of moving this week, we found so many cardboard triangles from when I built Kirith Ungol spread across the apartment, I wouldn't be opposed to building a Black Gate at some point. And Sam says, that's great news, Stephen. You'll need those. James, agree with Sam. We did have one. But I think we either sold it or gave away as a prize. Joe Holzman, you don't get much out of the campaign. Haven't you been doing a campaign on your podcast?
Yeah, not a campaign. We've not done the campaign rules. We've just played them as they are.
I've really enjoyed the campaign because we're doing the campaign in SBG. Like,
Yes, you have.
We started
Yeah,
it in 11, and we're using all the campaign rules for that for the bonuses. But it's not the Battle Games of Middle Earth one. It's the ones in the hardback books.
Yeah, I think the thing for me is the campaign that they use is to specifically for your Fantasy Fellowship.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, and nobody has finished a Fantasy Fellowship sequence of the Quest of the Ring things, have they? So
no need.
But that is, I just genuinely think it's so niche to offer in case you have taken Celeborn, here's the rules for Celeborn as the wizard, and here's the rules for that. Like, all that is like, it's super niche, isn't it? I mean, it's nice, but it's like, nobody's going to use it.
And then Larry writes a bunch of comments, as is his wont.
Of course.
That are separated by others. He goes, I love Easterlings. It just seems like a distressingly normal comment for Larry.
Yeah, I saw this earlier and I was wondering where it was going to go, so I'm intrigued at where it does go.
I'm finding them really easy to paint. I just for some reason don't end up painting them. I went with the paint silver, then skeleton horde over it approach.
What? How's that an approach?
Well, you paint them silver and then you put skeleton horde, which presumably glazes it gold.
Oh, is skeleton horde a golden thing?
It's like a yellowy contrast.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was imagining skeleton being like a bleached bone type thing.
Sam says, think James B might have bought it, but I'm clear he's about to hit a point in his life where he has so much time. So I think James is having a baby.
Oh, good for him.
Joe Holzman, I've been priming them with Colour Forge Gauntlet Gold.
Yeah.
Then painting over the gold with Scale Colour Dwarven Gold. Matt Hudson says, more silent chewing content, please. Joe Holzman says, David Day. I don't know why. What's he said, David Day?
Is David Day the guy who's doing the...
He's the guy who writes the
Tolkien
expert. Companion.
Yeah.
Larry Miller says, because all Eastlings have helmets.
Yep.
Oh, I see. Sam said David McFibby pants.
Right.
That's David Day.
Oh, right. Yes, sorry.
So Joe Holzman is answering David Day when we were saying who's David McFibby pants.
Sure, that
Sam
makes sense.
says David McFibby pants, the author who makes up Target facts to publish, I forget his name. And he says Curtis foiled. Oh, Larry says maybe Sam meant the new Fantasy Fellowship, though Damien wouldn't know much about the latest scenario. It's always the same joke. Or the earlier scenarios. Joe says, was it Faramir's suicide charge? Stephen Ryan, they've definitely been enjoying a lot of them. Do prefer the smaller ones, though. Larry says the best was to do an Amon Heads to play it as a doubles tournament while ignoring the actual scenario. Sam says, I'll snatch up Larry's point. Larry says someone makes good points. David Day, I presume. Matt Hudson, if anyone has a spare room for pamphlets, it's Larry, right next to the nutrient room. Larry says there's a drawer in there that I knew had some pamphlets in it. Just had an older Lord of the Rings one, a Bretonia one, and I think some edition of 40k one. And yeah, Joe confirms David Day was David McFibby, or whatever someone called him. I've caught up with the chat.
Well
and with
done.
that, I think we need to go and
times.
Find out what these lovely kiddies have been up to today.
Yes, because I'm in danger of.
You're already one down. Well, yeah, Archie's helping you out so far.
He's doing good. I think I did hear him crying at about 10 o'clock. So
it's probably not important.
No, well, it was not my responsibility then.
That's fine. We wanted to go right up to sort of like 11:50.
That's it, and hopefully
that's the goal.
That's the aim.
In the immortal words of channel sponsor Shane Ward. That's my goal.
That's my goal. Oh my God. What a reference.
What a man. Right, so let's go to the Facebook. Let's load this bad boy up. That one. There we go. We have a window with Facebook. That's very promising. Over we go. And I will now jump into that. here we go. All right. So we're obviously doing Easterlings, and then anything controversial comes up, you can make a call on it.
Okay, cool. Oh, I should probably get Facebook as well.
Easterlings. So first up, we have Joe Holzman, Easterling captain, and the most apt of stream snacks for a BSIME Easter open brackets Ling special. A Freddo egg on the go tonight. Also got the small matter of a troll army to finish for the morning. Look at that gold primed Easterling. You'll love to see it. Joe Holzman taking his traditional place.
Can I ask how you... Is it most relevant, newest, or all comments?
I do all comments, then it'll be in order.
Okay, cool. Yeah, ready.
Rory Campbell. This brave captain made it through airport security with his selection of paints. Guess he's in Spain.
Very nice.
Campbell. Lovely to see the actual B-side model.
Yeah, it's nice to see it in the red blister pack. And it looks like it's been undercoated and washed by the look of it.
Oh, with a San Miguel and some, let's have a look. A bit more work tonight on the holiday project with Spanish snacks. Galetas saladas. They look good. Oh, that chocolate looks good as well. Is that like M&M's in there?
It looks like M&M's Smarty type things.
Oh,
yeah.
He's having a great night. Love to see it.
Yeah.
James Wilson, testing out some colour schemes for my Easterling army. So James is in. Snack is a giant jammy that is quite a large jammy dodger, which I sadly suspect may have been reduced to crumbs by the journey home from work.
But it'll still taste good.
And he's got some updates. Here are my schemes. And he's picked schemes. So he's got one that's Retributor, Sepia, and then Drybrush Sigmarite. One that is Balthazar, Sepia, Drybrush Sigmarite. So it's different base coats. One that is Drybrush Ironhand Steel, Drybrush Stormhost Steel. Then apply multiple sepia washes. Washes think this is the scheme I'm going for. And so here is the finished one. Looks good, man.
Does nobody paint gold with just gold?
I've definitely leaned towards the silver and glaze it with Seraphim Sepia.
That's really interesting.
I normally do a gold, I normally use Retributor as a base coat, shade it, and then I normally do Liberator gold as a highlight, and then highlight that with like Rune Fang and glaze that with sepia, something like that. Right,
yeah, okay, that makes sense to me, because that's the way I've done it. I've always done it gold and then silver, and I feel it's looking all right. I mean, you can't quite see it,
but and I can't stress enough, I hate painting gold, so I don't think
maybe it's just I don't know. I love painting the red and the gold. It just anyway. Sorry, I'll because otherwise we'll be up forever.
Yeah, it's because I did my Mirkwood army. I'd had to do like 24 Mirkwood Warriors, 2 Knights, and 10 Palace Guard, and I just really didn't enjoy it. It's just a lot of gold.
Yeah.
Sam Huddy, not on theme, but it is B-SIME, as he's not in a list for any event lined up. So may have to change those. He's an awesome model. My last model before moving in the coming weeks, so I'm making it count. Well done, sir.
That's nice.
Sam has got some updates. So he's got some snacks. He's got arrow mint bubbles. That's excellent. And his Gandalf is done. Looks good, man. So I don't think Pippin's all right. I think you need to just work on your Pippin placement a bit, and we can talk. Frederick Schultz have a nice selection of partially Easter-themed B-SIME supplies, including some chocolate eggs I nicked from work. I'll be green stuffing some different minis, including a former king of men of specific geographic background. Oh, he's got Kamal. There's a Kamal in there.
Very nice.
Schultz. Oh, nice. Those little... Are they chocolate eggs on the ends, I think? Little wrapped up chocolates.
Yeah, look, they've got little twists on them, haven't they? They look like a bit like those galaxy truffle type things, but obviously they're not.
So he's done a lot of green stuffing on Kamal, I think, to fix him rather than convert him.
Yeah,
that does seem. Why is there so much on that? Is it that bad? Oh,
I must admit, my one wasn't great. But it looks like bubbles. Actually, this is a fine cast. I've got a metal one. It looks like a lot of fine cast issues.
He's got some converted wild men, looking good.
Very nice.
Looking really lovely. Oh, where's that head from? That's quite cool.
Cool stuff there.
Haven't done that one. They look awesome, man. I think he's combining these with some of the bodies from metal ones. Lovely stuff. Congrats, Frederick. Now, Ricky Colebrook is in with the Easterling captain. Lovely stuff. And only a little bit of progress due to having to get up at 6 a.m. for Salute. 52. Have a great rest of the stream. Awesome work. Alexis Honkasalo is working on Kamal, so he gets in. Alexi.
Oh dear.
Working on Kamal tonight. Additionally, I'll also intend to work on Metal Gothmog and Bill the Pony. Happy almost Easter, everyone. And
I like the blue skin on Gothmog. That's cool.
Yeah. Base coach Shay Dunn was overly optimistic about finishing Kamal in one night, but unfortunately got a turn in already. Right, cheeky Bill the Pony.
Yeah, I kind of regret I gave my Bill the Pony model away, the new Forger one, and it is much nicer than the old one. But I've got because those personalities are really nice.
Yeah, they are. Michael Askell, I assembled and undercoated a load of Easterlings some time ago with a sub-assembly Dragon Emperor. I'd played a couple of games versus Harry Parkill, Tolkon and Warhammer World, if I remember rightly, and wanted to do an Easterling army, and then they got shelved. I never did a test model, so that's my plan with this evening, with this Metal Mini up first. And here he is! I've always earmarked Easterlings to be candidates for Contrast. I've used Contrast once so far. It's the first time with Earth miniatures. 8 Contrast and 3 base paints. Didn't take too long. I think they could be tabletop serviceable, but I want to do some highlights washes still. Pleased with this. That's as far as I'm going to get this in. It's awesome, mate.
Okay, let's look at that.
Lovely to see someone like starting a kind of new army on the stream. It's really wicked. Jacob Hanlon tuning in from Canada, and no Easterlings in my collection yet.
Is there out of it, Michael? Is there? Oh, he's gone to bed now, isn't he? Because he said, but is there a gold contrast paint?
I don't know, but I suspect it's yellow over silver.
Ah, yeah, makes sense. Sorry, carry on.
So I'm focusing on all things West, working on Celeborn, formerly a Lord of the West, Galadriel, who will sail into the West, and a homemade mirror, which will show visions of the Shire burning in the West. Very cool. Oh,
you mentioned the mirror. That's one of the things I've picked up in the last week or so. Got myself a Galadriel's mirror, because I've got I believe I have a Celeborn, although I couldn't find it earlier, and I have a Galadriel, and I was like, you know what? I've always wanted the mirror, but I didn't have one, so I found one on eBay for £8 or something like that, which I thought was a bit much, but still. So
very cool. Hope you and your mirror are very happy together.
I'm quite looking forward to doing it or using it in some way, shape, or form. It's quite cool.
Jack Zalakowski has got the classic Easterling. Already painted my captain that came in the mag, but bought some metal Easterlings in the recent made to order. Oh, so this is this not the captain? Going to clean this one up and glue it. Currently working on Berda's Horde for some events.
That is the captain, yeah.
Oh, so he's got another one. So he's painted the one that came with the mag, but he got this one on the made to order.
Very nice. Yes, because they come with the it's 12 warriors and the captain in the made to order. I think.
Richard Clammer's in. Clammer nachos. I've got my 2 pairs of Kamal ready. One has quite a few chips, so going to fix those and undercoat and base the other before stuffing my face full of nachos. Lots of Easterling loving tonight, man.
Yeah, I think actually it's probably because the captain is one of those models that you get, but I don't know whether it's always used.
Yeah. So. You think a lot of people have got him lurking around?
Yeah, I think people might. If you've got an Easterling army, you probably will have built an army with, Amda and the Dragon Emperors and stuff like that, but maybe not so much with the captain. I don't know, maybe not.
Ryan Cuthbert, Colours is in.
He's in the drawer.
Colours. He's here to close the door on Crosby. Look with a lovely Easterling captain. Stephen Ryan, cookie dough dessert. Ooh, that's quite a large dessert, my friend. Easterling captain for scale.
Bloody hell, that's something else.
It's not a bad effort.
That looks like a real gooey centre. That is that hot?
I think that's right. It's in a tin, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think that's been heated up. I quite like this comment. My first ever and potentially only ever Easterling.
Yeah.
I like that.
And look, he's done the eyes. He's done the eyes as per the book.
Yeah, and he looks like he's got little flesh eyebrows in.
Yeah, he's done a good job on
I think is dare I dream? Is that hawk turquoise I can see on his hips?
Let's hope so. I can't see any hawk turquoise in the background, but it let's say it is.
Did you do it, Stephen? Did you follow the guide? Did you paint him hawk turquoise?
I'd love to hear it.
I think he will have done. He's very full BSIME, Steve. You know,
get them all
out. Michael Dublé says the Easter egg didn't last long.
Oh, well, that's the Freddo one, was it?
It's got some Amber. Michael Dublé.
Is that an Amber, you say?
Is it not, or is it Dragon Knight?
Is it the first Amber we've had? No, that is Amber. That's the first Amber we've had. That's all it is.
Oh, the baby. And Seb is enjoying his first stream and not doing a massive poo.
Where's the baby?
Is it in the comment, the reply to Michael? I think he must.
Oh, yeah.
He must like my rabbit costume.
Oh, look at that.
That's nice, isn't it?
Bless him and his little blanket.
And the tiny little hands.
Yeah.
I need to grab your finger. I absolutely, I truly understand the 7-year itch now. Like that.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I've only ever wanted 2 kids. Emma only ever wanted 2 kids. We only ever wanted 2 kids. And now that they're both, I mean, Liv's still pretty adorable. She just turned 4. She's pretty adorable and cute. But as they stop being the little cute ones, I can totally see why you kind of go, should we have another one? Should we just do it all again? And I'm very pleased that I've been to see a nice man with a knife, so that I can't be tempted.
So there's no.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's like I could see her. It's like, oh, it wasn't that bad ruining our lives. You could go back down that rabbit hole.
That's it.
Because whenever I see him now, I'm like, oh, another baby, that'd be cool. No, I wouldn't. You got no room for them. You got no money, and you got no human to pick up the third one. Tommy TSP, perfect excuse to go back and finish this lot off. Tommy TSP, do we know a Tommy TSP?
I don't know it myself.
Might have another username on YouTube.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah.
I always get confused when people put Easterlings on. It's like they're missing out. There's always a couple of people who just put a picture of Easterlings on the thread but don't get involved in the stream.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, oh, is everyone just posting pictures of Easterlings tonight? It's like, come and join us. Steiner Carlson is in. Are they metal? I'm looking at.
Who's that? Sorry.
Steiner
Carlson. They are the metals. Yeah. I quite like the ones on the front. They've always been my favourite.
Okay.
True
BSIME fashion. I love this stuff so much. I'll finish painting these Easterlings I bought back in 2003.
Oh, you see, yeah, they're definitely the metals then.
And super happy to have them finished. Oh, it honestly makes my heart sore when people do this. So great, cool. So cool. Matthew Allen sending this to my dad tonight. David Allen, who's enjoying the stream tonight. How cool is that?
That's cool.
David Allen. There's some hawk turquoise in there, mate.
Is there?
Yeah, look at these. You can definite hawk turquoise in there.
Oh, he's done the hawk turquoise. Amazing work.
Who's that staring out of that mug?
Yeah, it's quite spooky, isn't it?
Is it wolf? Or is it not?
It looks a bit wolfy, but it probably isn't him.
It's like wolf, like Tars going, blow on your tea before you drink it, and then wolf just gulping it down.
You were pretty happy with that one, weren't you? Okay.
I feel worse than laughing at your own joke.
Yeah.
Josh Cole's getting there with both Thranduil's Halls and made a start on some more Mirkwood Archers tonight. Very cool. No dice for you, Josh. But what a comment. What a reply. But to stay on theme, made sure to quickly get a base coat on a couple of Easterling converted pikes from the Sword and Shield models. That's cool.
Nice.
That's how you deal with the extra bikes. This project wasn't
Yeah.
meant to be started now. I'm tempted to throw it in the hobby mix. Oh, I love it. Love it.
Love it. Very good. Nice work.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Sam Earnshaw based my Cataphract and Rohan Traitor and slapped a couple of base coats on a captain. Oh, I love that. That Cataphract colour scheme is gorgeous.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
That's got some turquoise on it.
Yeah, I was going to say that's hot turquoise.
And this rogue hasn't covered it up. What are you doing, Sam? You want
nice.
to cover that in muck?
It's a really nice base as well.
Yeah,
that's
lovely.
The tuft, it's a nice balance of tuft and stuff.
Yeah,
tuft and
great.
stuff.
Like that. Those Cataphract models are nice.
They are not. The plastic Cataphracts are really, really nice. I love the way the horse kind of has the armour on the front. It just makes a lot of sense. It's good.
Christian Cooper. My Eastling bunny captain. Oh, he's got little white ears and pink bits in his ears. Happy Easter, everyone. I think this guy ticks off the painter model I don't intend to use in a game. Oh, that's 100%. Awesome.
It's good stuff, that.
But he's not getting bonus entry, right?
No.
It's one model. I think the bonus entry has to be something else. And he says, out of Superglue, I'm done laying floorboards until I can buy more. Time to trim the final. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. I don't know whether it's. I know what he's building, but can you guess what board he's making?
Self-loathing?
Yes, that is right. It's the board of self-loathing.
Lake Town.
It's the other one.
Goblin Town.
Okay, not that one. The other one.
Lake City.
It's Brie. It's the pub. It's meant to be the pub.
Other one?
I thought that when it's one of the others.
One of the other answers. Oh god, that.
It's pretty grim, right?
You can't do that. Nah.
No, I wouldn't be up for that.
No, thanks. For those reasons, I'm out.
I've finished my Easterling.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, I can't see.
It doesn't look very good in this light. It's not very good.
Take a photo of it and stick it in the Twitch.
Oh yeah, that's good. I'll do
that. Larry Miller, late getting to. Oh, what an egg! What an egg! It's an awesome Thornton's egg. I got Livy the unicorn, one of those. Same size egg, but with a lovely unicorn front. Late getting to this. My long pot off Eastlings will once more see a brush. Awesome stuff. Larry Miller. My phone auto-corrected his name to Larry Killer. It's not a million miles away, is it? And here is the egg. That looks absolutely horrific. Congratulations, mate.
This camera is terrible. Don't get the later iPhones. I got a new phone and it's rubbish for taking pictures of minis. So there you go.
Not sure why the back has this weird indent. Don't know, mate.
Where's that?
Larry's got a strange indent in the back of his Easter egg.
Oh. That is weird.
Ruth has painted our Easterling bunny too. Awesome.
Very nice.
Oh, here's Crosby. Here's 8 dice Crosby's in. Converted mounted war priest. That's amazing. Thought I should throw in an acolyte. Eastling King I converted at Christmas. And the other 2 guys for a secret project. They look awesome, man. Love Josh's stuff. You know, Josh has won 3 out of the last 5 dice draws.
Wow.
That's an insane stat.
That shouldn't be allowed, should it, really?
That's absolutely ludicrous, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. Ah, that's really nice, that bunny.
Actually, sorry, it's now 3 out of the last 6, but if you ignore the last one, there was a run of 5 where he won 3 out of 5. That's
It's outrageous.
absolute insanity. Get me the odds on that. That's going to be more than 1 in 52, isn't it?
I don't know. 1 in a billion.
Tom Turtle, shield cap conversion. So I'm ready for the next edition in 5 years. That's good, man.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Oh, and here you go. Look, look at this. Yeah, he's got to have an extra entry for that.
What are we looking at?
Josh Crosby's got a second entry because he's made an Easterling bunny.
Oh, he's not just made one Easterling bunny.
Oh, there are more.
You look in the comments. He's got 8.
It's one for every dice he's got. Such a flex. But I wanted, you notice his 8 is in capitals. I went 8 of these counters. Oh.
He's also gone to the effort of time stamping the bit where you clearly say.
Yeah, you can't knock. He's got to get his second entry for this.
Yeah, fine.
The creativity at work. If we can get people making bunny counters on battle streams, hanging out together, you got to give them a second. This is why you're stacking the deck in his favour. But anyone could do this. Other people could do this.
That is true. That is true.
They look awesome, man.
They do look
he's
great.
Probably bought the rabbits for it as well. There's a lot of dedication here.
Yes, there is. Yeah. And there are Easterling bits that he's used as well. I like. So
look at the murderous bunnies who've opened their eggs and there's a severed head. Which will be happier? One received a Gondor head, the other chocolate coins. Please remember these are Easterling bunnies before answering. What do you reckon, Harry?
Which one will be happier?
I think any rabbit would probably prefer the head than the chocolate one.
Well, I think the one on the right with the coins is happier, but not because of the thing, but because he's holding his carrot.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. It's the carrot.
Maybe that's the weapon he uses to kill the Gondorian.
It does look. It does look like he's holding it in a threatening manner.
So yeah, Crosby is getting 2 entries. He's completed this week's bonus mission.
Well done, Crosby.
And clearly completed it sometime in advance, I would suggest. Incredible stuff, Josh. I love it, mate. Love it.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Todd Egbert, no Easterlings dusted off Miser Moria. No Easterlings dusted off Miser Moria set for a game and lots of snacks. How cool is that?
That's cool.
It's on the back. Look, issue 77 has the Miser Moria.
No, yeah, it's there. It's there. That feels
Rice
connected.
crispy treats. What? Whoa! Hang on. What are these? What are marshmallow Rice crispy treats?
Oh, that sounds like the Rice Krispie squares, doesn't it?
But they're not. Aren't they? Am I mad, or do they look like birds or ducks or something?
Yes, no, they look like.
Can you see that? Can you see little?
Yeah, they're eyes
beaks?
and beaks. Yeah, they look some vague animal shape.
Are they duck? Tell us about them.
Chicks? Are they Easterling? Easter
chicks. Easterling chicks. Like
Easterling
Ratavi.
Yes.
Yeah, but no dice for you, sadly, Todd. Jack Brown, ring race, including Kamal to base. Is Kamal in there? I'm willing to take your word on it. I think he.
Oh,
is that Kamal
there are
back
some.
row?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
I think back row second from the left is Kamal.
Yeah, that looks like Kamal. Yeah. Yes, it is based on my one in front of me. Counts.
Lovely stuff. Nice cheeky outside entry with the mounted ring race. And
well, that's the one I've got. Yeah. But yeah, it's a good way of because that's obviously useful for your riders. The 9.
Oh, and here's Josh's mill I told you about.
Oh, wow, that is amazing.
Yeah, he did it years ago. It's incredible, isn't it?
That does look really good.
I think, to remind me, Josh, did you make it for the terrain competition? I can't remember if you made it for that, but I feel like he entered it into the terrain competition that we did. There's loads of pictures here, but let's have a look at. There's the one of the wheel from the back. Look at the water.
It's beautiful.
It's just incredible.
I mean, obviously, the thing that stops me wanting to use it is make my own. Is the fact that it's not something you can really use for like my tournaments because they become so brittle.
Just a line of sight blocker, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and they get put in a box and put out of a box, because there's so much balsa and polystyrene that it will get knocked and damaged, and that's exactly what's happened to my Easterling temples, which is so sad.
Yeah. Amazing stuff, Josh. Lovely to see it again. Oh, look at this from Sam. Good morning from Japan. Model donated by the wonderful Chris Coopers for he's painting an Easterling in Japan.
Very good. Look at that.
I love you guys so much. We're doing something cool here. I love this so much. It's mega.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's great.
Put down some base coats. Now I'm off to breakfast in the Warhammer Cafe Tokyo. This is just incredible.
There's a Warhammer Cafe in Tokyo. That's amazing.
Jamie Aliano, not Easterling. Ooh, this is what I was working on. Another great stream. Thank you. That's cool. I like the trees.
Oh, this is the East End board, isn't it?
Ah, is it?
Fangorn, yeah, he said something about working on an end display board.
Oh,
it does look cool. I like that, and actually, as Fangorn, those kind of work, don't they?
Yeah. And the undulating ground and the rocks and stuff.
Yeah, it's really good work.
Really nice. But no Easterling, I'm afraid.
Sadly.
Larry Miller has another. God knows why. What is it? Is this just hard? Is this progress? Is this him smashing up some chocolate?
They are Easterlings.
Yeah, he's already in. I've got these.
Oh, okay. In. What's that model on the far right though? It's got white hair.
It's not. Is it a Saka? It looks a bit like a Saka, doesn't it?
As in a non.
Star Wars
Lord of the Rings, Star Wars guy,
isn't it? Cool. Maybe.
I honestly don't know. I'm not au fait with the old Star Wars.
He reminds me.
I heard the name.
What, Star Wars?
Yes, I've heard of Star Wars.
It's so current.
It is a current reference.
Sean Clark still lingering in a box for far too long. Love it, Sean. And what about your model?
Hey, very good. Wow, the work on that. That's good. The highlight, it's a very smooth highlight on the back, on the cloak. That looks really good.
I like the way
actually, the colour scheme's really nice with the cream and the red, actually. That's
managed that thing where it doesn't look like pink. It looks like highlighted red.
Mm-hmm.
That's
tricky.
You get like a shabty bone mixing into it instead of white, something like that.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Matt Hudson, not on theme, but finishing members of the company I'm currently using tonight, based in New Finishing. Very cool.
Yeah, it's really good.
Loves me some Thorin's company.
That's not all of them, is it? Are they all there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh.
10. Who's missing?
Hang on, I've clicked off it. Controversial entry, Harry. I think Matt Hudson's in.
What's he done? Bonus paint on Easterling arm.
It's a shield.
It's a shield. He's put some shield. I mean, it's saving time for when he has to paint that shield at some point in the future, I guess.
It's an Easterling model.
Yeah, he's clearing the backlog.
Clever. So, to answer your question, we need 15 here because we've got Bilbo and Gandalf, and we have 8 dwarfs. So there are 7 dwarfs missing. So Oin and Gloin are there, Thorin, Feely, and Keely are there, Ori and Dori are there. So Norrie's not there, Dwalin's not there, Biffa, both from Bomber are not there.
That work.
I think that's it. Ashley Fisher, batch of the mail to order pikeman and high five captain based and shaded tonight. Oh, Fisher's in.
It's nice. A lot of people clearly bought those made to order pikemen.
They just needed a reason to paint them.
Yeah, that's it.
Chris Cooper just started work on my Blackgate build. Ate some Pringles and a yogurt. Ate the wrong yogurt. Tesco now closed. This might take longer than I thought.
Very good. That's what we want.
You're right though. You'd have to do the Pringles first and take the Pringles to Tesco, wouldn't you? Because you can't.
Yeah.
You can't. The Pringles when they're solid, you can't.
It's
put
too
anything
risky.
inside.
It's too risky.
Oh, that's amazing. Just imagine you look like an absolute psychopath walking down the yogurt aisle putting a Pringles tube on. Oh, good work, Chris. Larry Miller is doing some solid progress on it. So this must be Did you say paint them silver and then cover them in Skeleton Horde?
Yeah, looks like it.
It does look.
Oh yeah,
nice.
God, that does look good, doesn't
it? It does
it?
work, doesn't it?
Oh, very much. Yeah.
Very good. Oh my God! I've just seen a preview. We're getting Larry's pamphlets.
Ah, the pamphlets.
Look at the pamphlet collection.
Oh, that's a good pamphlet. I think I had all of those.
Hang on. Do you know what? I'm going to go hot take. I think that's a crap pamphlet collection.
No, it's not a very complete pamphlet collection, but it's
3 of them are the same.
Oh yeah, that is true. I'm sure I have one somewhere here. That's the Two Towers one.
That's a ludicrous pamphlet collection.
I'm sure I had it.
It's perfectly Larry. It's perfectly Larry. A great pamphlet collection. Just the 40k one 3 times, please. Oh, we're going in. We're in the pamphlets now. Wow, look at those. They look nice. Good pamphlets. I hope he's got 3 separate pictures of the 40k one, all open. He's doubled up the 2 ones. Why would you do that? Oh, they're different. They are different. Are they different?
I definitely had a Two Towers pamphlet kicking about somewhere recently. So
they are different. Look at this. Why that pamphlet is exactly the same, except Bretonia gets swapped for Lizardmen. That's weird.
What is it? Oh.
Why would you redesign a pamphlet and just swap one box on it? I find that I'm very uncomfortable with it.
That's suspicious.
Yeah, can't trust that sort of thing.
Down with this sort of thing.
Oh, Harry Parkhill. You want to talk us through this bad boy?
What's this then?
Some bloke called Harry Parkhill.
Oh, is that mine? Oh yeah. So I mean, the picture's not very good.
So.
I genuinely, I think this new phone I've got is not very good for taking pictures.
Right.
So that on the left, we've got the cataphract, and I think it looks much better in person. I think it's still got the
It is good.
the drying hard coat on it. But on the left, we've got a cataphract I've had in my box for many years with just the undercoat because I didn't need to add any more, and that was that. And my Camul, which I think it is finished. It's just needing basing, but again, the picture's not very great. And then in the background, there's a box of spunk. I thought that was important to include. And actually, that was an accident.
You were right, Harry. You were right. Oh. In the background, there's a box of spunk. Chris Cooper. I thought I'd throw a few of my regulars at the pony. Oh, of course, because he's making all the conversions, isn't he? Yeah. I remember.
Yes.
Very cool. Very cool. So is this? Are these? Oh, I see. So here they all are. Ah, lovely. Some Bree folk looking very cool. Sam with his pint looks awesome. This fella's a dartboard and a dart. That's amazing. And Mary with his pint. Looks incredible, dude. Do we know what this is for?
Do we?
Yeah.
Do we? I believe it's for 'Tis a Gathering.
Never heard of that. What's that?
That's my event, that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is my my jolly thematic event that's a bit like your one, but not quite, because I wanted to do something different, and it awards points in very equal measure in this sort of old-styley Throne of Schools kind of way, where you get, essentially, to make it really easy for me to do the maths, you get 20 points for sportsmanship, 20 points for best painting or quality of painting, and 20 points for the VPs you scored in each game.
After all the same.
Giving you a score out of 60 per game, and you play 6 games for a total of 360 points.
Cool.
And that's it. And last year we had some incredible...
was it Chris that made the boat last year? Am I getting that right?
He made not just the boat, but he made the whole Grey Havens board.
Yeah.
It was and Alex, Mr. Battle Camper, did a battle report against him where they did lots of sort of a mini game basically with the boats. It was very entertaining. But yeah, it was just really nice. They had loads of really good quality painting, and it was a delightful day and two. So yeah, it's back again this June. And there are a few tickets still remaining, I believe, if you're interested.
Very cool. Larry Miller has... Oh, it's not Ahsoka. It's... I don't know. Who is that? Whose head's that? I presume this is a close-up of that little thing that we thought was Ahsoka. You recognise that? Is that Huron?
No, the hair's for too odd for Huron. I have no idea who that is. It could be Huron. No, I don't think it's the.
Is it not mounted Huron?
Maybe.
Don't know. It might not be Warhammer, right? It could be a Star Wars thing or something.
But no, it says GW on it on the sprue.
Could be a GW Star Wars thing.
Does that exist?
No.
Sorry, I genuinely don't know.
I was being humorous.
I mean, it made me laugh, but
I'll go with it though. Yeah, it's a thing. And we are back. I'm going to go over to the emails, just in case. Oh, Joe Kelly has been lurking in the comments. But well done to everyone who joined in. Lots of Easterling love there. It's lovely to see.
yeah, I think it's been nice to see so many people digging out what is essentially a niche army.
Yeah.
But giving it a bit of love, giving it a bit of its moment in the spotlight, you know.
And also, did you notice lots and lots of people painting Easterlings? Not a single Dragon Emperor.
That is very true. I suppose the people who bought the Dragon Emperor probably bought it and painted it quite quickly because either they thought it's a beautiful model and it's an expensive model, so I'm going to paint it, and also or I've bought it because it's really good in the game and I'm going to use it. So it's got a lick of paint on. So whereas a captain or a random set of made to order pipes that you may or may not use somewhere down the line, that's the perfect target for a BSIME, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. So, do you want to catch up on the chat while I run the numbers on this?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just finishing on the base briefly.
Still got 32 people watching us. It's wonderful.
Oh, yeah. And it's 1:30, so, any moment now, Bambino could wake up, so I should probably
Larry
be careful.
Miller, that was about Larry. Sam says, yeah, Larry, David Day does make some good points. Joe Holzman has commenced rimming. Matt Hudson says, hurrah. And Sam says, I'm also puzzled by the turning away from gold, Harry. Does that mean like painting things silver and glazing
and
them
washing?
Yeah.
I guess it's because the just because the contrast paints are so good.
Maybe.
I've never used a contrast paint. Oh no, tell a lie. I've used the grey one, or the white one, the grey, and I didn't think much to it personally. I haven't used it since.
Joe says, I do gold, then wash with an Agrax Drugi mix. Highlight with golds, and if it's not a really dark gold, a final highlight silver.
Are we? How close are we to the top of the bottom of the list of the comments?
I think there's quite a few to us. Larry says, all that is gold is not gold. Joe Holzman, but I have on occasion gone with the silver, then sepia skeleton horde approach. That's a skeleton horde, clearly kind of popular glazing colour. Sam says Pippin is doing Pippin things. Joe says he did that on his Galathrim. Larry says, I've got 3 Forge World bills. That's the ponies. There are a lot that can make gold.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways, I guess, yeah. I've got it, yeah. Got Matt Hudson, Army Paint, to do metallic contrast, I think. Oh, that'd be interesting. Larry, one accidental discovery I made when doing tests when contrast came out was that Plague Bearer flesh makes a nice white gold. Interesting. It was 12 warriors, a captain, and a banner bearer. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that was the made to order, wasn't it? I got a free second pack because my first banner bearer was broken. That's a good deal. GW always got that for that sort of stuff, aren't they? Also, turns out my pamphlets were not preview pamphlets. They were just explore the range pamphlets. Fair enough. Follow the guide, baby. So Stephen Ryan did follow the guide, so that's exciting. What else we got? Damien, the third kid is the best kid. Oh, is that trying to convince you to have another child?
Who said that?
Larry.
Has he got 2 brothers? Well,
it does sound like it's the sort of thing the youngest of 3 would say, isn't it? Chris says, don't forget that when they get into double figures age, you can get them painting your backlog and coming to Warhammer tournaments with you. Yeah, that's true. It's handy having a live-in doubles partner. That's true. Larry, it does make a lot of sense unless you are wolf and only armour the back of your horse. Did Did Wolf's armor only on the back of the horse? That is stupid.
He's got bum armor, isn't he?
Yeah, you'd put armor on the front because that's where you charge. Anyway, Larry Miller. Ah, yes, Lake Town and Bree, the two locations in Middle Earth. Old school Chris C says the old weird indent is so that in the Thornton stores they can stick in a custom nameplate. Oh, there you go. Larry, you mentioned the egg but glossed over the Japanese snacks as a reference to the Asian influence.
I was expecting an answer for that one. That is great that we got an answer for that.
That is true, yeah. To the Asian influences in Easterling designs. Yeah, okay. Sam, chocolate indent would probably fit Bolg's old basin nicely. Don't know what use that'll have, but if anyone's going to try, it'll be Larry. Larry says, alas, the indent has already been consumed. Then buy another. Crosby has got an insatiable hunger for dice. He won't stop until he has his 9. Chris says Harry's right. He's doing a 2x2 Prancing Pony interior for It Comes in Pints, which is 200-point armies on 2x2 boards. It'll also double up as a display board for a fun converted army. Apologies then, it's not for my board, my tournament. It is for It Comes in Pints, which is very exciting. I just know that Chris is bringing that army to my thing, I think. Joe says the knowledge of Harry Parker there, holding one's carrot makes you happy. That is true. There you go. Thank you. Josh says I won't stop at 9. Larry Miller, Peeps are an American marshmallow brand. They're normally in bird shapes. There you go. That mill is cool and all. No cardboard ruins, though. Josh says, yes, it was for the terrain competition, and adds that it's not just a line of sight blocker. I have designed a game in which you put hobbits to work in the mill and have to meet certain productivity targets with ruffian foremen. That's great. Larry, this is a heresy character's head painted but still attached to its gate. Heresy rather than anything else. Maybe the Seven Dwarfs are off taking part in a controversial movie. Interesting. Ryan, guys, gonna have to call it there. Thanks, Ryan. Cheers for a great stream. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Was Snow White out? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's been out for a few weeks. It got absolutely panned by the critics.
No, I mean, I know it's out. I mean, when we talked about it, because I wonder when's that come out, but it is currently the lowest ranked film of all time on IMDb. Which is, yeah, which is.
I wonder how many people actually watched it though.
Well, exactly, it is of course absolutely preposterous.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not the worst film ever made, is it?
It's had 300...
I haven't seen it, and I know that.
Yeah, no, it's not. I wouldn't see it. Charlotte loved it, and I thought it was a bit rubbish. But it's got 300,000 one-star reviews.
That's crazy.
Which are obviously just people voting against something they think it represents, and nothing to do with the quality of the film. Which is a shame. And now you've seen that live-action Tangled has been paused because of that. So you're now seeing angry bigots actually affecting the future of filmmaking, which I don't agree with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement, though I don't think it's a bad thing that they're stopping remaking Tangled. They should start making new films.
Yeah, possibly.
I know they, but for the wrong reasons, definitely.
Exactly, it's been stopped for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The good news, Harry.
Yeah, go on.
We have got 30 entries exactly.
Oh, that's a good selection. That actually.
It is.
Considering, I think I didn't keep an eye on how many people were watching tonight, but I think it was about 40 or something like that.
Yeah, I think 40 was about our peak.
So that's pretty, as a percentage, that's pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot of Easterling love out there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add our little details. Add row below. So on to number 100.
While you're doing that, shall I just carry on for a few more comments?
Yeah.
Do I get my second entry for working on the Black Gate? Says Chris. Cutter's off to bed, prepping for the fight to reclaim ground from Crosby. Oh yes, of course, that's the baller move, is to go to bed before the draw. Well, that's not my pamphlet collection. Oh, so Larry's saying that's not his pamphlet collection. Joe says, I have that Middle Earth pamphlet at work. And Larry says, that's just the ones that were in the drawer. I knew I had some. Larry says, I think the lower pamphlet was the original one. Then they brought out Bretonians and swapped out the lizards for them and put them on the cover as they were the new hotness. Hotness? I've just lost a picture. Yeah. Frederick says, and then in the background, there's a box of spunk. Put that spunk on a mug, he says. Chris says, I might end up taking it to Stones with Roof as well, but we'll see. Sean, that's an Emperor's Children's head, I believe. Yeah, Saul Tavitz. says James Wilson. Sorry, this says Larry, then James Wilson agrees. Larry, there's a reason why it's been painted. Is there? There isn't a good reason why it's been sitting in front of my keyboard since last August, though. Sam, it's a beautiful model and an expensive model, so I'm going to paint it. Do you even know Nerds, Harry? That's true. Larry Miller, I imagine that the people that bought the Dragon Emperor painted it quite quickly. Some of us have it sitting in their upcoming project box with all of his many Eastlings where they have been for 5 years. 1 build, 2 as standard. 1 to give to Orcrist. one to give Orcrist to. Great. Todd Egbert says marshmallow chick peeps are in an American Easter tradition. There you go. Targ probably told Wolf to armour the front of his horse. Larry says it's perfect. Very good, Sam. Top pants.
Was that from Sam?
That was Sam.
Sam's very funny, you know.
Sam's very droll. The thing is, I can imagine him saying the
lot.
Jokes, which makes it better.
Yeah.
So it's good.
He gets a lot of laughs out of me, does Sam?
He does.
Yeah.
And to be fair, they're usually related to intelligence or Targ, aren't they? But they are.
That is
top
my
band.
kryptonite. Him saying what an idiot.
Are you ready with your numbers then?
I believe so.
Lovely. I'll leave it there.
Are you ready to help us find a winner?
Oh yeah. How are you doing it? Are you doing a 1D30? Have you got one of them or?
Because I'm not doing 1D30. I'm doing 3D10s.
Is that the way? Okay.
This is the way. Right, here is the absolutely not a bin. Here's the Easter basket of joy. I don't really know how. It's quite deep. I'm not really sure how rolling into it's going to go, but
yeah. Well, they're not going to bounce out at least.
So we of course have a D10. We have our classic, famous BSIME D10, where the 0
BSIME 10
representing the 10. So our first group is Joe Holzman, Rory Campbell, James Wilson, Frederick Schultz, Ricky Colebrook, Alexei Honkasalo, Michael Haskell, Jack Zalkowski, Richard Clammer, and Ryan Cuthbert. So colours and Holzman, a couple of big names in here. Over to you, my friend.
Go for it. Oh,
it's 9.
Is that a 9?
It's a Clammer.
Clammer.
It's dodged colours there by 1.
Ooh, Clammer's had a dice before, though, hasn't he?
I will inform you of the full dice standings once we have our 3 finalists.
Apologies.
Unbelievable, this guy. That is a weighted final group. The second group is Stephen Ryan, Michael Dublé, Tommy TSP, Steiner Carlson, David Allen, Josh Coles, Sam Earnshaw, Chris Cooper, Larry Miller, and Ruth Cooper. None of the big 4 in this group, so a good chance for someone to escape it and find a way into the final.
Hopefully a new dice owner. Roll.
I can't see it.
It's a 3.
I can't see it. It is a 3.
And you've knocked one of the 6s into a 1.
That's the unknown Tommy TSP.
Oh, that's exciting. He was the one who commented, but we haven't heard any.
I think so. And the final group. I've got 3 entries for Josh Crosby. That can't be right. How has he done that?
Well, did he get? He got an extra one for the bunnies, didn't he?
One, didn't he? How's he snuck his way into my phone 3 times?
Cheeky.
Let me just have a look around what happened there, because Tom Turtle's on either side of him. Sam Page, there we go. Larry Miller, Jamie Neal, Sam Page, Josh Crosby, Jack Brown, Todd Jazz, Josh. So Tom Turtle. So it looks like I put him in. Yeah, there's Ruth. So Josh Crosby went in for his 5 Easterlings, then Tom Turtle went in, then I put him in for his rabbits, and then I put him for his rabbits again.
Wow, I see. So you must have forgotten that you'd already put the first one in for when you put the rabbits.
Yeah, with it being mere millimetres above it. So we don't. Oh, they're not going to like this. Crosby's group's now down to 9.
So that means he's got an increased chance. 2 out of 9 chance.
He's in here twice.
But the odds are still the same in the end.
No,
So he's either going to get it or he's in. It's a 1 in 2.
This is true. So now it's 9. So we're re-rolling the zeros. We've got
Okay.
Josh Crosby, Tom Turtle, Josh Crosby, Jack Brown, Sam Page, Sean Clark, Matt Hudson, Ashley Fisher, and Mr. Harry Parkhill.
Oh, how exciting!
But yeah, you say that you're up against Fisher and
It's a
double
crowded
Crosby.
field, that isn't it? It's a crowded field. I don't have to stand much hope.
Come on, Harry. You pick yourself. You want a 9. Pick your own 9.
Come on then, go for it.
Oh, it's a reroll. It's a reroll.
Oh, I thought that was a 9.
Drama.
Okay, go. Oh, it's a 3. It's a 3.
It's Crosby. It's Crosby.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Can't write this. How does he do it? How does he do it week after week? Oh God!
Outrageous behaviour from Crosby there.
This is craziness. The other finalists are just basically just no point turning up. Right. So to be clear, Crosby has got 8 dice.
Ooh,
he has won 3 out of the last 6 streams, and he has the most dice of anyone in the world. Richard,
does he have as many as you? He must be getting close.
Yeah, he probably. I mean, if you don't count when I have the bags in, he's got more dice in his house than I have in my house at the moment. Yeah.
Well, there you
go. Richard Clammer. Clammer's got a dice. Oh, I have to sort this by name. Does Clammer not have a? I don't think Clammer does have a dice.
Oh, he had.
No, I would have thought he's got. I don't think he does. So Clammer could be a first, and obviously Tommy TSP. And whoever you are, sir, I don't believe he's in the chat. Could be a dice. That'd be a nice story if like a non BSIME kind of wins it. So yeah,
he must know vaguely what's going on though, because he's. You don't just sit and paint Easterlings tonight just because you see one Facebook post, do you? I don't know. And I recognise the name. He's
maybe he's watching. He might be watching.
I'm sure. He might even be one of my patrons or something like that. But I recognise the name, Tommy to PPSP thing.
Well, anyway, he just thinks that everyone sits and watches that Facebook thread for 5 hours.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I hope not.
I can't imagine what the chat are saying right now.
Oh, it's very exciting for everyone.
So, what do you think, Harry? Have we got an upset on the cards? Can Clammer or TSB do anything in the face of Crosby?
I'm backing TSB because of the potential lol values if he has no idea what's actually happening. And he like gets this message from someone saying, "You won a dice," and you're like, "How?" Because this live stream you were involved in. What?
Well, that live stream you weren't involved in.
Yes, exactly.
Right. I'm gonna back Clammer just for the underdog story.
Sure, that makes sense.
All right, so Clammer's on 1, TSB's on 2, and Crosby's on 3.
Okay, here it goes.
Oh.
Of course, we should have said straight away.
I don't believe it.
Straight out the gate.
Don't believe
it. Go.
Oh, there's TSP.
There's TSP.
TSP's on the board.
All right. He's got to start.
Good night.
Off we pop. Oh God!
Double Crosby. Crosby's at match point.
Come on! Give Rich. Rich needs to get on a score on the
table.
Come on.
Do it for the people.
There we go. Off he goes.
Oh, it's out.
Ah, out of the bin as well.
It was a Clammer as well. It was a 1.
Was it? Oh God! Don't say that. Torturing the poor fella. Off he pops.
Oh, TSP.
Ooh, it's neck and neck.
That is 2-2. Clammer not yet on the board.
Come on. Get your name at least on the scoreboard there.
Oh,
of course it is.
See, not believe it.
It just shows, though, look, it shows that putting the effort in, making the extra Easterling bunny objective markers, it's paid off for him. It's paid off.
It has, yeah. There's an excellent point. That was his second entry. So it was
double his chances, didn't it?
It was the rabbits that got him in. I mean,
the rabbits what won it.
Incredible. It's the rabbits what won it. The rabbits are not for turning. Josh Crosby is up to 9. I mean, it's just ludicrous. He's won 109, 111, 113, and 1. He's winning every other stream. The odds,
crazy.
That one. The odds of one person winning 4 basically 1 or 2 in 30 chances, because sometimes you've got double entries.
That's true.
Out of 6. Is it 6? No, it's 7. Is absolutely ludicrous.
It is really unlikely. Really unlikely. But he's always there. He's always in the game. He's always on theme. He's always on stream. So
He is. But still, I mean, there's a lot of people who are always on. Richard Clammer's always on stream. He hasn't got any dice.
that is true, actually.
There's going to be a lot of people hitting their caps lock button right now and saying, "I'm always on stream."
That is true.
That is absolute madness. Well done, Josh. You train throughout the year and you see the results. You do. You
delivering
see
the
the
goods.
results. It's craziness.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
Right. There you go then. I guess that must draw things to a conclusion, does it?
How did you let's see what people are saying. How did you where did you get to? Joe Achilles still going? Have you done that?
What was it? It was the thing that made you laugh, and I can't remember what it was.
Sam Huddy saying something.
Sam, yeah, something.
I've got Orcris stuff going here.
Targ probably told Wolf to armour the front of his horse. Then Larry says, and one to give Orcris in the spare aim at horse armour. I will never use 5'4" when Bill gets to Helm's Deep in my Fantasy Fellowship campaign. I will one day do. That's why he has 3 bills.
Yeah.
Larry says, when is your tournament again, Harry? I would love to go to an event hosted by a BSIME host that cares about his viewers. It's in June. Matt says, are you not attending the Steve Memorial Scouring? Oh, of course, yeah. In many ways, we probably should, considering it'll be the last one ever. I mean, it is his memorial one. He's never going to do it again.
The last one ever?
Well, yeah, I mean, he can't do one from beyond the grave, Damien. He organised this before he died, I assume.
Sure. Well, what level of rabbit hole we're down?
Yeah.
All right, well.
Joe says, still going. I drove 45 minutes to my daughter's softball game, watched a 2-hour game, and then drove 45 minutes home. And BSIME is still going strong on the screen. Love it. Can't wait to watch tomorrow. You know us. Larry, also not this year, Matt. Where can I get some spunk? He says. That's a good question. Where can you get some spunk? I mean, I've got some.
Larry,
That kid's got spunk.
find a quiet room, search that on the internet, and I reckon you'll be right.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you have the technology.
Crikey. Larry's just basically filled the chat with his talk about his progress. I've got the Dragon Emperor and 3 boxes of Black Dragons. Not much progress is made. Why is Damien throwing all those dice away? Haha. Sam says, I haven't labelled anyone an idiot tonight, actually. That is true. Larry says, I think covers had 1 or 2. Not really an amount worth mentioning. Oh, God, 3 entries, says Sam. GT Crosby. That is how he gets all those dice, says Larry. Crosby trying to stuff the ballot. Josh Crosby saying, this is Democracy Manifest. Sam, 9, like the dice he'll have. And the post-teen spirit, of course it is. Ashley Fisher, this is just getting silly.
Ashley used to be a contender. It's
true.
He
could have been someone.
And is there even a big 4 anymore? You have to ask yourself when Fisher's now on 4, Holzman on 5, Colours on 6. I think it's Crosby and the chasing pack, frankly.
3, yeah, because winning 3 more in any quick succession is very unlikely, isn't it?
It's going to take you a long time.
Yeah, because unless you have a run
he's
like
won 4 out of the last 7. That's absolutely ludicrous.
I think, you know what? I'm not going to blame anyone, but you did say any bunnies and things like that. That handed in the victory. It's your fault, Damien. If anyone.
Well, anyone else can put bunnies in.
I said no to the bunnies. I said no. It was my prerogative.
It's not the bunnies that are the problem.
That's true. Crosby's already running into the ring with his baseball bat, but well, we aren't telling him he can't have it. He says, "Congrats," Crosby says. I've lost it. It's just bumped.
I think this is before.
You're right.
Larry's saying it before it's happened.
Yeah, accidentally adding a 3rd entry. We demand a recount for all of the weeks. Just going to say it already, says Larry. Bat will give Crosby another dice in the Middle Earth, says Ashley. It's good. It's BJime as well. That's good. Battle Games of Middle-earth. Clamour and Tom Teaspoon really need to really strategize against this Titan of the Ring and his weapon. Oh, Chris says, I'm definitely demanding a recount. Harry said we could get a second entry for making the Black Gate. Yeah, I did say that, but you didn't actually do that, did you, Chris?
There wasn't a photo, was there?
No, that's true. And if I win a dice, I might eventually follow through and make it. If you win a dice, that would have been fun. But Crosby has already got them down. Obviously, Crosby got the first roll. Teaspoon leaps back up and takes a swing. Roll your 3, Crosby. Crosby bashes him back down. Clamour rolls aside from the death blow. Teaspoon has drawn blood. I thought the dice spin was meant to be too deep to miss. Well played, lads, says Josh Crosby. Oh, my goodness. Disgraceful. Always a finalist, never a winner. Well done. He's done it again. It was the Easting Bunny who triumphed. Justice for the Acolytes. He can't keep getting away with it. But Crosby is enraged and beats them both to the ground. Crosby has a 9th dice to his belt and raises it over his head for the cameras. The headlines are already being written. Congrats, Josh. Don't hurt us. Sorry, Clamour. I was possessed with the terrible lust for the dice. I'm always on stream. I'm always on stream, they're saying caps. Not to be salty, but at the top of the stream, Harry said that the only double entry that would count would be for people making the terrain from this month's article. Those bunnies will not black. I mean, Chris, that's true, but Josh did point to the Damien saying in the previous stream that bunnies count. So
if you are really working on the Black Gate from the magazine, we'll give you another roll. I'm well up for that. If it has happened, Chris,
it has,
and there's stick a photo on quick, and I'll have a look at it. And if it's there, we'll do you a roll for sure.
Yeah,
with the same odds. I'm all up for that. But the reason we didn't count you was there wasn't a photo of your Black Gate.
I thought it was a joke. Yeah, and I'm sure it still is, to be honest. Larry says he's always on theme. Looks at my single black dice. Yeah, bless you. Same here, Larry. Same here. I second the bonus roll for Black Gate. Stop boasting, you two. Bill, obviously one of my 3 hunters. Larry's back on Bill for some reason. Joe, go to spare room and hold your carrots. I was not aware of the bunnies option, says Joe. Well, it was in the stream last time, to be fair. But getting extra entries didn't help me the times I did it, says Larry. Josh, check the timestamp, but the Black Gate was cool and should have an extra entry too. I did start once we started giving away bonus rolls for any old reason. When is the next stream and what's the topic? The people are not happy. The people are not happy, David. And what's the topic? I need to get back in the painting cell and try to start the Crosby train. Didn't you get upset that one black dice broke your streak, Larry? And that is the chat caught up.
What are we thinking about Black Gate?
I think it's very unlikely that Chris is actually working on the Black Gate, personally.
Oh, definitely not with that attitude.
I mean, I think he deserves a role if he's doing it, but I just thought it was very obviously a joke. I thought
you're the guest host. You set the rules. If he's working on it, I'm all right.
I did say at the start that he gets a role. It gets to be in there, but yeah.
Let's be absolutely clear. The only reason we haven't is because there was no photo of it. It wasn't. We didn't change our mind. There was just no.
He just joked. Yeah, he just said in the chat. So there you go.
What he said it's a joke.
No, he hasn't said it's a joke. So
there's nothing on the thread as of
nothing yet. On the whip. Nothing on the whip there.
So I think we're calling it there. If we've done you an injustice, Chris, as we did,
give him a roll next time.
We'll do a roll next time. Yeah, we can do that. Speaking of next time,
yes,
this is an issue of special magnificence.
Oh yeah.
The fate of Middle-earth hangs in the balance. The conclusion of the exciting Return of the King campaign. Harry will like that. The heroes fight the forces of Mordor to buy time for Frodo. Learn how to paint your Aragorn King Elisar model. Build Mount Doom. And you get a metal Aragorn miniature.
So who are you going to paint?
I actually think I might do my Elisar. I've got an Elisar on horse not painted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's quite good.
So I might try and do him.
I don't know what I would do. I don't have an LSR that's unpainted. Hopefully the new one is surely on the way, the plastic LSR that we've all been dreaming of for a long time. So that's what we need.
I have a funny feeling that last time, I think you got mounted LSR in the Return of the King special, and it was a mounted LSR model. And when we got that, I painted the foot LSR model. So now we're getting the foot LSR model. I think I'm going to paint the mounted model.
That sounds good. And you can add them both to your BSIME as well.
That's it.
Perfect. To get
reason,
nice.
I think we might dwell on this a little more in the next one, but the reason it's an issue of special magnificence Because it's the end of a
Oh, it's
binder.
end of a binder. End of a binder.
And as we'll discuss, I think was meant to be the end of everything. Do you think thematically?
Yes, I suppose. But then it was still clearly going so well, and they had enough stuff to go, because it teases ahead, doesn't it, to the stuff that's coming up, which is all book things.
Well, not on this one. It doesn't.
No,
But
sorry, at the end on the back of the next
yeah.
one, yeah. Because it's got like, and actually I quite like it because it goes from away from the movie screenshots to this art, which is all really cool. Like the Goblin, I think it's Durbers and some other stuff, which is really cool. There's quite a few good things. And I think, is it Glorfindel that's soon?
Yeah, Glorfindel's on there.
Is Glorfindel before
we got
Seven Stones by any chance? Do you know if the Glorfindel stream's going to be before Seven Stones?
4 streams time, so I would guess no.
No, probably not. No, probably not. Oh well.
And that's assuming there's not a thingy
special. Oh, and because at the end of a binder, what do you do at the end of the binder? I forget. So Chris has said, it was me pulling your leg. There is a pic there now. I had to get out of bed for it, and he's uploaded. Can I do this? Facebook. There he is. Transition. You should see it appearing on your screens now. Here's a picture of a man who I am pretty sure is not him eating Pringles. So I think we can relax. I don't think we've not done anyone dirty. I don't think so.
I think
it's all good. Happy days.
Yeah, I think all is well. Well done, Chris. That one. The current plan for that, my hope, is that is going to be 3 weeks' time. I think we said. We said on Friday the something, whatever that is. Let me have a look. I think we were talking about Friday the 2nd. I think is the plan for LSR stream. I haven't actually come up with a theme for that. Are we doing another Aragorn one? Do you think? Any ideas?
How many Aragorn ones have we done? Must be 2 or 3 by now.
There's at least 2.
Because there's the very first one. No, there must be 3, because there's the Strider one, which is the first one, and then there's the Helm's Deep one, and then we've done the Return of the King special one. So must have done 3, unless you've done it differently.
Oh, people got.
I think so, because there is definitely there's the one where he's at Weathertop with his arms out like that, and then there's that one.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I think so.
But it's whether or not we did both of those. Were they both Aragorn streams?
That's a fair point. Yeah.
I assume the first one was the first theme was Aragorn and Lurtz.
Oh.
Because that was when we were doing one every month or something.
Oh, okay.
So then I reckon we're going to find that we did an Aragorn one. And then we had the Return of the King one, which would be anyone from Return of the King.
Oh, okay. So it hasn't been Aragorn as much as that. I mean, I mean, to be fair, everyone does have.
So yeah, then
most people have an Aragorn or 2 kicking about, don't they? Yeah, I certainly have a few.
We did the Aragorn one, which was the record.
The record?
Yeah, so I think that was the Strider Week one with the arms out.
And
then the Return of the King was a Return of the King theme.
Okay. There you go.
So yeah, there's actually only been one fully Aragorn theme.
Well, I think that might be a good chance, because could be a winner. That I think people will still have Aragorns kicking about.
I don't want to sound sad. Oh, why's the picture? I don't know why the picture's not showing up. Sorry, everyone. I don't know why it's not working. It's on the Facebook for it. You have to go and look at it. I literally have no idea why that is not showing up for you, because I'm on my Facebook screen, and you can see it's meant to be there, and it is bloody well there on my screen, and I don't know what's happening there. But yes, Chris was very funny, and he points out that he was joking. But yeah, maybe we'll do Aragorn. But I don't think we're gonna top it. I don't think we've got enough people. I think the viewership has dropped a bit. I don't think we're beating 50 entries.
Well, that's the thing. It's the live watching, because I think back in the COVID days, it was a bit of a bigger
No, for sure.
regular Friday. You know, people have got other things going on these days, and maybe catch up in the following days, don't they?
Yeah. Josh's timestamp. Sean Clark. It did start once we started giving away. Yeah. Joe Kelly. When's the next stream? What's the topic? I need to get back into paint saddle. I'm trying to stop the Crosby train. Sam said, "Did you get upset? The one black dice broke your streak." Larry Joe. I watched the stream twice. So I'm still not aware of the bunnies. So Storming Fish. I'm back after a nice fish dinner. Hope you guys had a good stream. We did. Joe. I do have hearing issues though, so I'll blame that. Larry. I did Sam. Now I have one and can't be the most entered without winning. I want more. Joe Holzman. In other news, barring attaching the magnets to their bases, I've finished my army for tomorrow. Sam says, just enjoy a good rant. Old school Chris C confirms he was joking. Larry has a strider. He started last Aragorn stream, sitting half finished for ages. Chris says, well done, Joe. Larry, looking forward to getting him done so I can enter him in the draw and watch Crosby win it. Joe Achille. Any LSR, perhaps one with an elven cloak? There's not an LSR with an elven cloak, is there? Wait, is it only LSRs? I already painted mine years ago and I can't be bothered to paint another one. I don't think we'll do LSRs. I don't know. We'll have a chat. I might put it to the patrons, see what we fancy. Well, maybe it's the end of all things. Maybe we could do a Black Gate theme or something.
Yeah,
that might be nice.
I must admit, to be fair, the thing that I could consider is, for example, I've got the Frodo and Sam from the end of all things in that scenario, and that would be quite on theme. So I might, and I do need to paint them for the scenario at some point. So
that would be quite cool. Maybe anyone in the end of all things scenario.
That would be good.
That could be nice. Do we like that? You've got a few seconds to tell us whether or not you like that. I already painted mine years ago. Can't be bothered to paint another one unless they make a new one. Then what picture? Can't see anything. That's just teasing. Joe Hosman, Return of King special was any character from the movie. Yeah, that's right. Larry, you could do any King version of a character with multiple versions. I don't know what that means. Joe, I remember because I had to clear out some pictures from my storage, saw the whip thread for the Return of King special while doing it. And Larry said, so Elisar, Thorin, King Under the Mountain, King Dane, King Aemma. So
Kings, yeah, that's
any
good
king
shout,
version of a character with multiple. Oh, I see. So any hero who becomes a king, who's got multiple versions. It's a bit niche. That could be all the viewers you lost as they gave up waiting for Fantasy Fellowship. Frederick says another 6-hour stream. Not yet. We're 45 seconds under, but I think we can hit that. And Sam says, has Crosby finished his fireworks display yet?
Brilliant.
Harry Parker, my friend.
It's been a joy.
It has.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Archie's been sublime.
He's been great. I'm sure what I'll do is I'll put my head on the pillow, and then he'll start crying. But hey,
how are your Easterlings?
I'm really happy with them actually. It's you know what I finished them both. I sort of based the Kamal. I think I put a tuft somewhere, but it's great because that is actually now those two models have completely finished. Every single Eastling model I own has been painted properly. All I need to do is clip the tab off and put him on a horse. But I don't think I had an extra one. The reason I never painted him was because I had too many riders and not enough horses. So it is a really pointless model. So I might just keep him on the slotter and have him as be like a cowboy Easterling. It'd be quite fun.
That's wonderful. I managed to get my Rangers done and nearly washed. I reckon if I had about 10 more minutes, they'd be base coat and washed, which is pretty good.
You get a few minutes tomorrow morning, you'll be all right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been enjoyable, and the formal model's on the way to, frankly, stopping me paint the things I need to paint because I'll now have to finish these guys off.
But that's the whole point.
Indeed.
We have
got
successfully
lots of guys saying thank you for the stream. Kids are good at that, Harry. I can't remember what that was. Oh, waking you up when you put your head down.
Yeah.
Cheers both. Hope Archie sleeps for at least a few hours.
Thank you.
And lots of chatters about the Witch King being a king or not. I wouldn't worry about that. It's a storming fish because we're not. I doubt we're doing Larry's suggestion. So fear not. But yeah, it's been a joy, my friend. Thank you so much as ever. You've been a delight.
No, it's been brilliant as ever. Thank you for asking me to come along. Brilliant. No, well, yeah, it was great. To, I really appreciate you including me in the Eastling one because I do love me some Eastling content, and I thought it was really interesting hearing all the little back stories.
And thank you to all of you for joining us as ever, and well done to Josh. His incredible run
Brilliant.
continues. It's just ludicrous, frankly. But yeah, and I guess all we have to say is there's still 34 of you watching at 2 a.m. It's quite wonderful. I guess there's all that I say is Happy Easter. All.
Oh yeah,
And,
happy Easter, everyone.
I hope you enjoy your break, however you take it, and get some hobby done. And we will see you. Hopefully 3 weeks is the plan for
Lovely.
what I think. I'm quite warming to the end of all things theme. I think that'd be cool.
It does feel different, doesn't it? So it'd be nice, and it gives people, and it's quite a wide ranging thing. So you get a lot of heroes in there. So yeah, it'd be good.
I think we'll probably look at maybe the Quest of the Ring Bearer version of the scenario and say any model with a profile in there.
Hero model or profile or
I don't know.
Because otherwise you might have quite a lot of stuff.
I think heroes at the Black Gate.
I think heroes, because otherwise you're going to have Ministerith warriors, Rohan warriors, Dol Amroth, Morannons, Orcs,
heroes in their
Easterlings.
Gear, in the right gear.
Sorry?
Heroes in the right gear.
Yeah, I think that seems fair.
It's got to be LSR then.
Yeah, like LSR, but then the rest of them are pretty much the same, the right gear anyway. So it's going to be Gandalf the White, not Gandalf the Grey and stuff like that.
Yeah, I quite like this. I quite like that.
I think that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, that sounds fun. All right, well, wonderful.
Smeagol's and stuff. Yeah. Anyway,
thank you all so much. We love you very, very much. If you like to, please hit subscribe. I'm so sleepy. Happy Easter. Have a very, very lovely night. And do all the good YouTube stuff. We'll see you soon.